Oh no. Why I cut off. Hello guys and gals and welcome. And for some reason I'm cut off. Why am I cut off? I must have, you know what it is? I must have hit the freaking webcam. I did hit the webcam. Look at me. See, now I gotta fix everything. So, Diablo 4 is coming tomorrow. I have my chainmail on. I am prepared. I made this chainmail myself. It's real. Yes, it's a real chainmail. It's not a fake chainmail. It's a real chainmail. Why none of my pan and tilt options work anymore? So I have some interesting things lined up for today. For those of you who are desperate to play the game but cannot play the game. First off, I have uncovered all the launch commands. Things like windowed mode and all that other stuff. If you'd like to see the launch commands, I actually found a Reddit post with all the launch commands on it. Let me see if I can post that for you guys. In case you want to get like certain things set up in advance or whatever, like maybe you like running in Windows mode, or maybe you want to disable the intro, or like any of those other stuff. You can actually put in the launch commands. Here, hold on. There you go. So these are the launch commands that I managed to uncover. If you guys are unaware of what a launch command is, that's fine. I will educate you. So when you launch a game, generally, what you do is you can put in certain commands. The commands can do things like, obviously, entering windowed mode. So windowed mode is a very common launch command. It's the dash windowed mode and things like that. And there's quite a few commands in here, like a lot of commands, like for launching the game that can do various things, like automate your your BattleNet login and like some little test things and whatnot. So I guess we'll be able to test those out when the game actually goes live. But you can't really do much with them right now. You can kind of force the game to load, but then it tries to connect to the server, of course, and immediately fails. So, which is pretty much expected. Also, you can take a look at the graphical settings by opening up your local prefs.txt file. So your local prefs.txt file is going to be located in a very specific place. It is in your C. All right. So if you follow me, I'm going to actually, you know what? Let me just copy and paste the directory. I think that'll be easier. Give me just a second here. I'm going to copy paste it for you. Ba 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 ba. It's very easy to find. It's not hidden or anything. It's not encrypted or anything like that. It's just there. And you can take a look in it, and you can look at all the settings that are there in Diablo 4. Open path. There we go. I'm gonna edit out. Well, I don't think I really need to edit out my name. I'm pretty sure most of you know that my real name is Daniel by now, and I'm not actually Ginger Gaming Mentor. Unless my parents are just mean and decided to, put that as my name, which is unlikely. So if you'd like to take a look at your local.prefs file, it is located here. So I'm gonna edit out my name just for clarity reasons. So this is your user name, all right, and that's where the local.prefs is. If you want to check out the local.prefs, I'm going to bring it up on the screen. So give me just a second here. I'm going to bring mine up. Why is my everything dojank always closing itself? Stay open for once in your dang blimmy life. Or you know what? Don't stay open. I don't even care what you do. But you dang blimey life. Of course you gonna. Boom, 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 boom. Alright, there's my local.prefs. And I'm going to make this a little bit bigger, and we're going to bring this up on the screen so you guys can see it. So these are the settings that are in the game. I know it's not going to look like the in-game settings, but it is the settings that are in the game. So don't, you know, like this is just what they look like on the computer, like to the game itself. You know, they're just underneath the surface, so to speak. So let me bring this up to maximum do-jankiness. Maximum do-janks. Uh-oh, you don't want to see Daniel? That's too bad. So first off, we've got your skip intro movie, so you can enable that if you don't want to watch the intro movie over and over again. First time flow completed, display mode flags, bunch of stuff here. Go down a little bit further though, and you'll come across things like your HDR black point, your VSync. Obviously VSync is going to be in there. That's a pretty standard one these days. We get your limit FPS, your max foreground FPS, limit background FPS, max FPS. So they got a bunch of cool little things here. The sharpen seems to be the same feature that's in Diablo 2, Resurrected. We've got your texture qualities and your quality presets, shadow quality, fog quality, physics quality, your SSAO, clutter quality. That's one that used to. I think the first time I saw that was an arc. It's like things on the ground that like clutter up the ground. It's kind of strange. We even got water sim quality. It's interesting. Reflection quality. Geo complexity. I have no clue what the hell that is. Height field geo complexity. There's also DLSS, FSR, FSR2, XESS. These are like super sampling, like render resolution things. Ray tracing seems to be disabled from what I've seen. I've looked in the settings a couple things. I guess they just don't have ray tracing enabled for the beta. Maybe it'll be enabled for the full game, but it seems like everything I've seen for the ray tracing seems like it's turned off. It looks like we have quite a few different volumes here, which is always nice to see. So we've got master volume, effect volume, music volume, narration volume, and ambient volume. Quest subtitles, so you can understand what they're saying, even if you can't hear them. Looks like we got a lot of individual sound effects. Item drop sounds, item drop weapons, armor, jewelry, sockets, other, item drop min quality, ambient sounds, ambient sound weapons, ambient sound armor, ambient sound jewelry, socketable. Looks like they've got some highly customizable sound, which I really do enjoy when they have highly customizable sound like this, because it's very, very useful to be able to, like, okay, I don't like that particular sound. Let me edit that sound out so I don't have to hear that, but I'd like to hear the others. So it's interesting. It looks like there's audio. We've got voice chat within the game. I'm not really sure how the hell that's going to work, but I guess maybe group voice chat. Because look, push to talk 1, push to talk 2, voice auto join. Voice output volume, mic volume. So this is definitely some sort of voice chat. So we definitely have a localized or group-based voice chat system. There's even a transcribe voice chat option. TTS channel. What the hell is that? Text to speech. Text to speech, right? TTS? Yeah, text to speech right there. Text to speech. It's interesting to find out that there is a in-game voice chat. I don't think most people use in-game voice chat these days. I feel like that's something like that, you know, isn't necessarily a thing. So I have another treat for you guys. So I have actually just, like no hacker mode engaged or anything. All right, don't get me wrong. There's no hacker mode here. But what I have done is I've basically just launched the exe file, which of course immediately tells me that the game cannot be loaded and, that I'm an idiot for trying. Which, I knew immediately that's what was going to happen. Like, if you try and launch the game, it's going to go, okay, let me connect to the server. And then the server's going to go, guess what? Server's not up. And then it's going to tell me I'm an idiot, which is what it does. But I'm going to let you guys see that it tells me that I'm an idiot because I feel like that's fun. And you guys can listen to the music, too. That's about all you can do until Diablo 4 actually launches. All right, let's see here. Okay, you guys ready? Here we go. This is all you can do right now, by the way, because obviously the game isn't actually out and you can't actually do anything. No hacker man involved. I'm literally just clicking on the exe file. Oh no, it's not up there. Why is it not up there? Hold on. Let's try that again. It might not like that capture method. See, it's good to be able to do this so I can figure out what the capture method is for beta so I don't have to worry about trying to figure out this on the fly. Oh, no. Oh, no. It's, no. Hold on. Try it again. Does it like this capture method? Is this capture method better? Yeah. So that's all you can get right now is it tries to log in, tells you, hey, you can't log in because game, beta's not up, and then bam, it boots you right back up. And the only other thing that I've figured out is that if you launch the game, you can press the escape key, and you can listen to the music. You can just sit here and listen to the music. So like, you go in here, you let it fail, you hit the escape key, and then you got a nice clean screen, and you can listen to the music. And that's literally the whole 9 yards. The music is kind of nice, and I like the screen. The screen's very, very dark and very amazing. I like it. I like it a lot. It's a very dark screen. It's beautiful. The music is kind of nice too. I'm not gonna lie. But there's really nothing else you can do. Like that's pretty much it. So I just took a screenshot of it, and I'm like, you know what? I'll just put a screenshot up. My chainmail is greater than the music/screen. Oh no! But together, by our forces combined, I form Captain Planet. He's a planeteer. Looting and polluting is not the way. It very well might, Crimson. But being one of those weirdos that runs around into every stream and screams out Diablo 4 sucks makes you the one that actually sucks. We all are expecting that it's probably going to suck. Like, we're going in with the knowledge that it's probably going to suck. You're the one that's, like, trying to spread the word of Jesus to the masses, and we already know. We're like, you pop your head in the door, and they're like, Diablo 4 sucks. And we're like, yeah, we probably already know that. We're expecting that, actually. So, yeah, it didn't tell us anything new. It's completely, like 100% we already knew that. But, thanks for coming in and shouting at us for no reason. But I like grabbing first, Po Buddies Nerfic. I like grabbing first. Okay. I want to be the first one to click. Okay, I want to be the first one to click. I do. Me, me. Me, me, me. I want me. Me. Me, 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 me. Ooh. Me, 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 me. Beep. Yeah, let's get some background do-janks so you guys could look at something while we're talking. You can pretend you're always the quickest. You know, the whole thing about being the first to pick up an item is completely meaningless. Because if I'm playing with my friend, we're going to share our items anyway. And if Diablo IV is going to prevent me from sharing items with my friend, I would rather it be who picks it up first. Always. Every single time. Like, you don't... so for some reason, people get stuck on this, like,
Mine, 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 I gotta pick it up first, mine.
That they think that that's the, like, the beauty of having everyone having their own loot, but it's not. It's actually the horrible part of everyone having their own loot is when I pick up an item and I look at it and I'm like, this would be perfect for my best friend that I'm playing with right now, but I can't give it to him. And honestly, that feeling right there that you have something in your hands that could help out your friend, but you can't give it to him, is like is worth all of the times, every single time when a piece of loot gets snatched out from under you. It's worth all of it. Like I will take my loot getting snatched away from me 99,999 times out of 100,000 just so that I can give that one item that I find to my friend. And it's not like there aren't ways around the whole system, okay? I need you guys to know that there are many varied levels in between the two. Okay? Yes, Diablo 2 is over here. It has the most open system in the world. You know, it's fingers spread and everything, and you can trade whatever you want to trade, right? Diablo 2 is over here. Diablo 3 is over here. Fist clenched. You get nothing, okay? But in between Diablo 2 and Diablo 3 lie a wide and varied world of trade that could possibly be set up. Like, the simplest and the easiest way that you could do something to allow trade between players would be to have a system set up where you could only trade between players that are on your friend list for 3 or more days. In other words, this would completely and utterly annihilate RMT from the picture because most people would not want to wait 3 days for an item. On top of that, you may not even need the item 3 days later. And making it so that they have to be on your friends list for 3 days is the same exact requirement, by the way, as purchasing a gift card. If you have ever, in your life, tried to purchase a game for a friend, say on Battle.net, we're talking about a Battle.net game. Battle.net has a restriction, and I know because I've given away Battle.net games, that if you try to give a game to a person that is not on your friends list, that you have to wait 3 days before you are allowed to gift them a game. And this is a restriction that is put in place to prevent someone from, hacking into your account and then buying a bunch of people games, on your system, right? So it's literally the same exact restriction that Blizzard already has in place to protect your credit card and your account. So why not put it into the game so that people can actually trade between each other? Like, if I want to trade between, like other kinship members, we just got to make sure we're all on the friends list, and after 3 days, we can all trade with each other, and it'll all be fine. Eligible for the loot does not work. So Diablo 3 has that, but only in non-ladder, not in ladder, by the way. But there actually is a There actually is a feature like that in Diablo 3, and it doesn't work, and I'm going to tell you why it doesn't work. The problem with it is that your friend's not always going to be online. Sometimes you're farming by yourself. There's also a time limit on it. So if we find an item together, and I want to give him the item, I have to give it to him right away. And eventually that, passing back and forth becomes permanent. So I can't pass it back and forth between my friend for more than a certain period of time. On top of that, if he wasn't in the game at that particular moment when the item dropped, he can't have access to it, despite the fact that it might be the absolute perfect item for him. And on top of that, in Diablo 3, they chose to further restrict that system so that when you were playing on ladder, you could no longer transfer items between each other. So even if you are in the same game, and even if you're there for the monster, and even if the monster drops the item in front of both of you, you can't transfer the item between your friends, which is absolutely silly for them to even have that system in the game in the first place, and then also at the same time then restrict it. But like, oh yeah, you can trade with your friends, but not in this scenario or this scenario. Like, we're not going to let you trade with your friends in all scenarios. In fact, most of the scenarios we're actually going to prevent it. But you can do it in this one scenario that nobody plays in. And it's really just them not being in the game at that particular moment that really kills it. Because there's so many situations where you're going to find an item, like when they're not online, and you would be excited to give it to them when they hopped on. That's like the generic excitement that people love in video games. It's like you're playing Diablo, he logs off for the night, you do a little bit more farming on Mephisto, you find a freaking arachnid's mesh. When he logs on, you're like, guess what, buddy? He's like, what? And you're like, I got you a freaking arachnid's mesh last night. And he's like, oh man, I needed that to finish my build. No, because now you're going to be like, oh man, I got an arachnid's mesh last night, but I can't give it to you. I found 5 of them so far. And they're literally just sitting there in my stash, and I can't give them to you. And you still haven't found one. I'm so sorry. I have not heard that, Lucky October. I've heard the exact opposite. From what I understand, yellow items are going to be the most valuable items within the game. Everything that I've read, everything that I've seen, all the interviews that I've watched, and all the people that I've talked to have confirmed pretty much the same thing, that the yellow items will be the most valuable items in the game. Basically, how it works is you can extract a legendary power from a legendary item. The legendary power that you extract can then be reinserted into a rare item. Finding the perfect base for your legendary power is essentially the same as finding the perfect base for your rune word. Think about in Diablo 2 when you have a 15% enhanced 4-socket ethereal man catcher, and then you trade that on Tradery or JSP or whatever. It's going to go for a pretty large value because, number one, it's the best possible base that you can put the Infinity Rune Word in. Number two, it's 15% enhanced. Number three, it's 4 sockets. Superior items cannot be rolled for sockets, so having 4 sockets is actually exceedingly rare because it would normally roll with 5 and so forth and so on. So basically, the rare items in the game are going to be these incredibly sick finds. Like if you find just the right rare item with just the right modifiers, it's going to be worth tons. Now, the only problem that I have with the whole rare trading thing, because they have said that rares would be tradable, is that, the yellow items or whatever you want to call them, I call them rares. The rares would be tradable. Thing is what are we trading them for? If there's no form of currency within the game, You know, like in Diablo 2 we have runes, and then before runes it was soges and so forth and so on. But like if we don't actually have a form of currency in the game to trade the rares for, it's going to be very difficult to go trade for trade. I'm not sure if you guys remember back when the days before Sojas became currency in Diablo 2 and people had to trade item for item. Item for item is a lot harder than item for currency. Item for item trading is like, you know, like, okay, I got a Griffin's Eye. It's perfect with a 5/5 facet in it. Like, what is equivalent to a Griffin's in value? And then you have to find somebody with an item that is equivalent to a Griffin's in value, or multiple items that is equivalent to Griffin's in value, and then you have to trade those items for the other. And it's a little bit harder. I mean, that's why currency was developed in the first place. That's literally why we developed dollars and seashells or whatever the hell we used before, you know, like dollars, or, you know, before coins and gold and all that other stuff. Like it was literally just to give us a way to break up a high dollar value item into smaller components so that you can trade. That's right. Elbonian belly button lint money. How about that? You guys don't like Elbonian belly button lint? I mean, gold could be an interesting currency if it's actually valuable enough, if it actually has a purpose. It really depends. It really depends on how useful gold is and how easy it is to come by. Like in Diablo 2, for instance, you can get like full stash tabs of gold within a couple hours just using a rather poorly geared like Barbarian running Trav, you know, a Horker Barb running Trav. Like you can usually end up filling up on gold pretty quick. In fact, just doing Trav runs on anybody for the most part with a meager amount of enhanced gold can fill up all your stash tabs relatively quickly. And of course, this is a different game entirely, but I'm assuming that we will get like gold farm zones. People will figure out the best zones for farming gold and whatnot, and we'll probably be just like spamming them for gold. And it also kind of depends on what the cap is as well. If there's like a ridiculous cap that makes it so that we can't really build more than a certain amount of gold at a time, that could also be an issue. I mean, I preferred the games like MMO style that had like almost an infinite cap where you could just continually increase your gold amount. You know, and there was always like another layer. I actually really enjoyed Lord of the Rings Online's system. I don't know if you guys ever played Lord of the Rings Online, but they had gold coins, silver coins, and copper coins. And a certain number of copper coins would equal a silver, and a certain number of silver coins would equal a gold. And then you could have a certain number of gold coins. And I can't remember if they had platinum or not, but basically what it meant is that you could very easily, you know, break up the currency into multiple types. You know, if somebody said I'd give you 500 silver for it, like 500 silver would, you know, be, you know, a decent amount. That'd be half a gold coin, right? Or they say, I give you 10 gold coins for it, you know, like they're offering you something a little bit more significant and so forth and so on. But having like just gold is a little more difficult. I mean, Lord of the Rings Online is the game that I played. I'm comparing it to Lotro. Lotro and World of Warcraft, I remember at the time, were constantly copying each other. The legendary item system from Lord of the Rings Online was pretty amazing, and then World of Warcraft copied it. And then frickin' Lord of the Rings copied Warcraft's skill system, and it was stupid because our skill system was better. And then literally like a couple months later, World of Warcraft copied Lord of the Rings skill system. And like I lost my mind because wait a minute. I'm like, the Lotro skill system was way better than the WoW skill system. I was like, first off, you're trying to copy WoW, which is stupid. And then I'm like, second off, like they literally just stole your system and put it in their game. Like they realized that the Lotro system was better and they stole it and put it in frickin' WoW. And like it used to piss me off because the developers for Lord of the Rings were always trying to copy WoW for some reason, despite the fact that they had some very amazing and very unique systems. What really pissed me off was literally when WoW started copying Lotro's unique systems, and Lotro would just like completely abandon them. Like every single time WoW would adopt one of their systems, they would just abandon it, and it was really freaking weird. NFT. I don't want to see NFT anywhere near a video game. Every single time I get like freaking spam messages about NFT games, I just ignore them. I even had a like an interview set up with some game developer who had an NFT game, and like I did a little bit of research on it before the interview because I wasn't going to go in blind and just like hear what this guy had to say. And like everything that I read about it was just terrible. Like it was just it's if NFT gaming ever like takes off, mark my words, it's not going to be a fun day for us gamers. It's not. I can't wait till we get into the freaking character customization screen and we get to play around with all this crap because it's going to be absolutely silly. A DJ Craig. I don't know. Shoot me a message on Discord. What's the matter, Craig? Did your PC explode? Did your PC blowed up? I mean, that's always a bad day when your PC blows up. Yeah, I'm kind of against the whole character customization thing. I know people want to make their character look like, specific things. They want to make their character look a specific way, but like, no. Like, sometimes you got to just say no as a developer to that kind of stuff. Like, the character is the character is the character. Like, if you build a character within a video game, like, let that character stand on his own merit. Like, the Necromancer from Diablo 2 was an old, frail man with gray hair. The Barbarian looked like Dave Bautista, and freaking the Paladin looks like Fred from Sanford and Son. I mean, like, it's fine. Let them have their own character. Let them have their own personality. Like, let them be a character. Like, when you do this kind of stuff, like what you're doing is you're taking away from the character, in my opinion, because you're basically making it so that there's no actual identity to the character. And thankfully for the Sorceress, like specifically, and the Barbarian, because they were in previous games, they'll always retain that identity that they had. But I mean, mm, I mean, it's just it. Dude, yeah, blah, 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 blah. Mhm. Yeah, but the difference is like story wise, logically, if the characters are pre-developed, actually have names and exist within the world, and there's 5 classes to choose from, then guess what? There's only 5 characters. If you have the ability to customize your character, the gender, the facial features, everything, then there's 10,000, 20,000, 5 million, 8 trillion, whatever characters. KFC beta? The KFC beta. Boy said KFC beta. That's it. We're putting it up on the screen. I don't even care. The KFC beta. That's right. It's the KFC beta, boys. That's the KFC. The KFC beta. Let's go. You don't get diabetes from KFC. You get diabetes from potato chips. Calm it down, Rig. All right, don't be spreading misinformation. All right, them potato chips is what give you the diabetes. All right, eating chicken don't give you diabetes. Nope, sugar doesn't give you diabetes. That is incorrect. It's actually complex carbohydrates that actually do that to you. It's like running an engine for a long period of time. Like if you start your car and drive your car to the store and drive your car back, that's a short trip. You know, maybe like 5 minutes there, 5 minutes back. It's like 10 minutes total. All right. If you start your car and leave your car on for 24 hours, 48 hours, 72 hours, you know, like a week, 2 weeks, you just leave your car on, eventually it's going to die. Like the oil's going to freaking burn up. Eventually the engine's going to run out of gas. Like there's going to be issues. All right, and they figured this out a long time ago. Is that like the problem is that the potato chips have like really complex carbohydrates. Potatoes in general have complex carbohydrates. The complex carbohydrates sit in your body and they break down over long periods of time, and they constantly put your Isle of Langerhans to work. And over a very long period of time, they force your production of insulin constantly. It's a constant, never-ending production of insulin to take care of the constant, never-ending breakdown of the complex carbohydrates, which eventually ends in something going wrong, just like leaving your car on for like 4 weeks straight. Starches break down into sugar over a long period of time. There's a big difference between the two. You can eat a big chocolate cake full of sugar and it's not going to have the same effect as eating a big old bag of potatoes. Your body's going to process the sugar from the cake extremely quickly. It's going to produce the insulin required and it's going to shut down the engine. With the potatoes, it's got to leave the engine running and it's got to keep producing more insulin every single time the starches break down into more sugar. And it has to keep producing and 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 keep producing, and it never stops. Now, flours aren't quite as complex as starches in the potatoes are. Pretty much anything with complex carbohydrates will do it, though. Ooh. That's why I don't understand why people are trying to make fun of KFC for being like bad for you. Like, all it is freaking protein chicken. Like, I'm pretty sure you guys eat chicken on a regular basis every single day. I don't even understand. You guys are silly. Let's pull up. Oh, grease is good for you too. Y'all are weird. People got some weird concepts of what's healthy for you and what's not healthy for you. Grease is fat, and it's been proven for a long time that literally taking the fat out of your food literally is very bad for you. For the longest period of time, fat like fat-free foods were advertised as healthy for you, and that they would, you know, help you lose weight and all this other stuff. And you know what happens when you eat a bunch of fat-free foods? You know what happens when you eat all the fat-free foods? It's bad for you. You actually don't lose weight, and you actually have health problems because of it. Eating fat-free foods doesn't do you any good whatsoever. It was a myth created by companies that wanted to sell you a bunch of stuff because you thought you wanted to be healthy, but guess what? You weren't being healthy because it was all made up bull crap, and like y'all just being silly. Ain't nothing wrong with grease, ain't nothing wrong with chicken, ain't nothing wrong with any of that. And you ain't gonna get diabetes from it neither. You gonna get diabetes from them potato chips and them mashed taters that you eating all the damn time now. Ugh-oh. Sugar is the main enemy of heart disease. All right. We're talking about KFC because KFC put out a dojank and you could go get a free code from KFC and ain't nothing wrong with KFC food. Y'all stupid. Eat the damn sandwich and shut up. Eat the dang sandwich and shut up. All right. So we're going to try and theorycraft a couple builds here. I think first off, we're going to try out a frost build. So we got to have a builder. You know what? Let's get some music running. I think we need some music running. Hold on. Let's get a little bit of lo-fi in the background, shall we? I got some lo-fi here. Hold on. I'm going to be streaming all 4 days, Trustworthy. Literally all 4 days. Probably for as long as I can maintain it without having a heart attack. And no, I haven't eaten any KFC, so if I have a heart attack, you won't be able to blame KFC. Diablo IV sign-up sheet. I mean, it's just a beta. I wasn't planning on doing a sign-up sheet. It's not that serious. We'll just hop on. We'll all play together. I mean, we'll figure it out as we go. We'll probably be all in voice chat yakking at each other. Yakety yak. Don't talk back. Alright, let's see here. We got Frostbolt. So if we're going to do a Frost Mage, we need Frost, right? So we got to do some Frost. Your direct damage has a 100% chance to chill for 30%. Enhanced Frostbolt has a 15% chance to explode on chilled enemies, hitting surrounding enemies. Chance to increased to 100% against frozen enemies. Alright, so since this is our builder, let's go ahead and drop 5 points in this, and then we're definitely going to get this one that enhances the explosion. I want it to explode. That sounds good. We also have this one that generates 4 mana when hitting a chilled or frozen enemy, which I think is probably a pretty good one for that. And we're not going to be fire, we're not going to be lightning, and we're not going to be, well, any of this. So let's ignore this. Let's move on to the next tree. So here we have 2 ice abilities, and a bunch of fire and some passives. So we've got Ice Shards, which is launch 5 Ice Shards that deal 25% damage each. Increased damage to frozen enemies. Ice Shards automatically conjure and fly toward frozen enemies. And then we got Frozen Orb, which is probably very similar to the Diablo II Frozen Orb that we all know and love so much. And this one has an enchantment effect of whenever you cast a non-basic skill, you have a 20% chance to launch a frozen orb at a nearby enemy. Now that seems interesting. So whenever we use a non-basic skill, so unfortunately Frostbolt won't work, we have a 20% chance to launch a random frozen orb, basically, which seems pretty powerful to me. I feel like that's a kind of a good one there. You know what? Let's go with 5 points in frozen orb. And then let's see what other effects we've got. So when cast above 50 mana, Frozen Orb's explosion damage is increased by 30%. Frozen Orb's explosion has a 25% to make all enemies hit vulnerable for 2 seconds. Frozen Orb always makes frozen enemies vulnerable. I feel like Frozen Orb always makes frozen enemies vulnerable is pretty powerful there. So we're going to go with that. That brings us to level 15. So keep in mind we have a maximum level of 25 for the beta. And I'm actually planning for the beta. So we do have ice armor, which we're probably going to put like 1 point in like no matter what. Because it's, you know, like it's a defensive mechanic, right? We also have Frost Nova. So we need a non-basic skill that we can spam that will allow us to get that 20% chance to spam frozen orbs. And that's what we're looking at. And I'm assuming that it's going to take our level of frozen orb and our skill effects of frozen orb when it casts the 20% chance to launch frozen orb. So assuming that, we definitely would like something else that we can use that will potentially get us our effect. Now this one has a cooldown of 15 seconds. Can't really be spammed, unfortunately. We could use it. It would definitely hit monsters, but I'm not really 100% sure if putting points into this one is a good idea, but we'll come back to that. As for the ice armor, we have a mana regeneration here on the ice armor. That sounds good. Enemies that hit you while ice armor is active have a 15% chance to become frozen. That's very defensive. Damage against vulnerable enemies contributes 30% more to ice armor's barrier. Both of these are kind of good, I'm not going to lie. Let's go ahead and drop 5 points in this. And let's grab the freezes enemies. Alright, on the next one we have Ice Blades. Cooldown 12 seconds. Conjure a pair of Ice Blades for 6 seconds that rapidly slash enemies for 31% damage. They have a 20% chance to make them vulnerable for 2 seconds. Killing enemy has a 10% chance to conjure more Ice Blades. And we've got Blizzard, which is mana cost 40, which means we could potentially spam it. Every 15 seconds, a blizzard forms over you and follows you for 4 seconds. Now that seems like something we could utilize with Frozen Orb. So, I think this is going to be our ability. Let's see what the other effects are. When cast above 2.5 mana, Blizzard's duration is increased by 20 seconds. While you have an active Blizzard, your core skills cost 10% less mana. Blizzard deals 2% increased damage to frozen enemies. Alright, so let's go ahead and pop 5 points into this. We're going to have to pull some points out somewhere else. It'll be alright. We're definitely going to grab this and the duration increase, which I feel like is our best bet there. And then, of course, we've got the ultimates. This one is just kind of like a defensive ultimate. And then, of course, the capstone. We're gonna go ahead and drop our capstone. Then we're gonna pull points out as necessary. So your frost skills have a blank % chance to make your next cast of ice shards, frozen orb, or blizzard consume no mana, and deal blank increased damage. Chances doubled against vulnerable enemies. After freeze expires, enemies explode for 25% of the damage you deal to them. So these are our 2 freezing ones, and I kind of like the Shatter. Will I still play Diablo 2 after D4 comes out? Yeah, definitely. 100%. So we're probably going to do the Shatter. I feel like the Shatter's a good one. Apparently I don't have enough points to get the ultimate, though. Doesn't look like I'm... well, maybe I just have to spend the points here. No. Let me see what happens if I drop some points here. Oh yeah, I gotta drop quite a few points. So it doesn't look like I'm gonna be able to make it to the capstone. Which means that I'm gonna have to pull some armor out of ice armor. So with 1 point in ice armor and grabbing the mana regeneration and the freeze, 5 points in blizzard, grabbing the increased damage to frozen enemies and the duration increase for 20 seconds. So that should work pretty nicely. And then casting blizzard a whole bunch will allow me to hopefully spam frozen orb, which has a 20% chance to launch whenever I cast a non-basic skill. So as long as I'm spamming blizzard, there's a very good chance that I'll get more frozen orbs in the process. And then, of course, I also have the Frostbolt, which I can use to, as a resource generator. So, I mean, that honestly, that would be like a pretty solid build right there from what it seems like. Frozen orbs have a nice explosion damage. They hit just about everything. They also have this really nice ability to make monsters vulnerable for 2 seconds, and they apparently will always make monsters frozen that are frozen vulnerable. So as long as I have the monsters frozen, they will 100% chance make them vulnerable, which means that I will get like constant vulnerability coming from the frozen orbs, which I can also cast, by the way. So I can cast the frozen orbs at any time. I'm actually kind of curious whether the frozen orbs themselves can also potentially proc the frozen orb, or it doesn't have to be a different skill. But it does seem like the blizzard skill... It does seem like the blizzard skill should be able to proc that. I'm kind of like... I'm even doubling down on the the freezing here with the shimmering armor. So you get the like anytime a monster comes and hits you, they're frozen for 3 seconds. Let me take a look at some of these passives too. Lucky hit chance. Precision magic. Isn't that, lucky hit chance 20%. That actually might be worth taking. I wonder if we grabbed, of course, it immediately took it out of, took my points out. Yeah, it took my points out of Blizzard. It's pretty tricky here balancing this tree. Because if you don't have enough points in this one, it takes it out of this one, or this one, or this one. Like, you have to spend a certain number of points before you can access the next tree. A 10-second buff with a 30-second cooldown. Cooldown 20 seconds. A barrier of ice forms around you for 6 seconds, absorbing 30% of your base life. So it's like a defensive cooldown. It might not be worth taking then. In that case, we could go with something else, but the problem with that is now we can't reach Blizzard because we haven't spent enough points. I mean, we could throw in the lucky hit chance here instead, get the 15% lucky hit, which doesn't seem like a bad option. Lucky hit, critical strikes have a 3% chance to reset the cooldown on one of your defensive skills. We've also got teleport here, which seems to be more of an attack than, or kind of like an evasion. After casting a non-basic skill, you gain 2% resistant to all elements and percent additional resistance to that skill's additional elements. Maximum mana is increased by 8. Core skills increase damage when cast above 3 mana. Just taking a look at some of the passives. Seeing what I have access to. Let's go ahead and grab our 5 points in Blizzard. Throw that points back in there. And we're sitting at level 25 exactly. So with our 3 points in Precision Magic, which gives us a 15% increase in our lucky crit chance. So we have a 33% lucky hit chance on the skill already, and then we've got the 15% from the ability, which I'm pretty sure is not adding to it. Yeah, it's not adding to it, so it's 33% plus 15. I mean, that's kind of nice. I mean, then we'll be sitting at what, like a 45% for Frostbolt, a 35% for Frozen Orb, and 48% chance for Blizzard. And then we really don't have any more points to put in, so unfortunately we're kind of just stuck. I think we get some more points, like, for completing quests and things like that. I'm not entirely 100% sure how many we're going to be able to complete within the beta. But I do know that there are specific, like, things that you can do that can give you more quests. Or more points. And I can't remember, well, I actually don't know, obviously, whether or not those are going to be accessible within the beta. Let's just go ahead and reset this. I think that's a pretty solid build for an ice sorceress. I had another build that I wanted to do, like, for a fire. So let's go ahead and just beef up Firebolt here as our first skill. And pierces through burning enemies. I like that. Critical strikes with Firebolt increase the burning damage you deal to the enemy by 20% for 4 seconds. Firebolts generate 2 mana when hitting a burning enemy. I like that. 2 mana when hitting a burning enemy sounds good. Alright, then we have Fireball and Incinerate. Channel a beam of fire, burning enemies for 36% damage per second. Damage per second increases over 18 seconds up to 71%. Direct damage has up to a 8% chance to spawn a rotating incinerating beam. I like how that sounds. Fireball's probably very similar to the Fireball from Diablo II. I can't imagine they changed it very much. When you kill an enemy, they explode in a Fireball for 50% of its damage. Fireball's radius is increased. Fireball's explosion. Critical hit damage is increased. Fireball deals 50% of the burning damage if applied to enemies as additional direct damage. While channeling Incinerate, you burn enemies around you for 30% of the damage per second. Every 80 seconds an enemy has been hit by Incinerate, they are immobilized for 4 seconds. Enemies deal 15% less damage while burning. I kind of like the idea of the channeling ability, so I think I'll probably try this one out. So it's mana cost 20 per second, which is kind of high, but Fireball's 50 per cast. So let's go ahead and pop in 5 points into Incinerate. I'm not really impressed with some of these, like, buff ups in the back, though. I like the enhanced incinerate, but these are kind of meh. I think I might just skip both of those. And we've got Flame Shield. Not really sure about this one either. Of course, we've got the Hydras. When a burning enemy is killed, a Hydra head spawns from its corpse for 3 seconds. I kind of like that. Alright, so if we throw 5 points into Hydra, while healthy, your cast of Hydra gain 4 additional head. After critically strike, your Hydras gain a critical strike chance. Hydras also burn enemies for additional 12% of its base damage dealt over 6 seconds. I like that one, but you know what? I don't like it enough to actually get it. And then we have Meteor and Firewall, so we can choose between Meteor and Firewall here. And we also have some buffs. So when I was looking at Meteor before, I was really liking that 3% chance to have a Meteor fall on them every time they take burning damage. And you're going to be putting out burning damage all over the place. So I'm thinking like 5 points in Meteor. And then there's also this one right here, which is Enhanced Meteor. So it does 30% additional... if you hit 3 or more enemies, there's a 30% chance an additional meteor can fall in the same location, which I really like. So, like, this combo right here seems pretty damn powerful, and we'll grab, like, this one, too, with the meteor falls faster dojank. And if we have to, we'll pull, like, one out of the Hydra to make that work. I do think we're going to have a couple extra skill points from quests. It probably won't be the full Monty that we're going to get in the full release of the game, but it should be interesting. And the general goal of this build is essentially this. So, Firebolts obviously is your builder. It's you have the way you regenerate your mana and whatever. I don't know. The whole purpose of this is to get enemies burning. Okay, you want them burning. You want them burning, burning, burning. You get lots of enemies burning, and basically you're gonna just continually get more and more fire damage. You want everything burning with this build. So you want everything to be on fire and burning. The Incinerate, I think, will be very nice. Basically just to channel the beam of fire and burn more enemies. It has an 18 second, or what is it? Channel beam of fire burning enemies for 36% damage per second. It doesn't say how many seconds. Damage per second increases over 18 seconds up to 71. Lucky hit, do correct damage, has 8% chance to spawn a rotating incinerating beam. Like, my general idea with this is just, like, burn everything. And then there's also this enhanced incinerate, which burns everything around you for a certain amount of damage as well. So the general idea here is light everything on fire and watch it burn. Literally watch the world burn. And then we go down here, and I just kind of skipped this entire tree right here because I didn't want any of this stuff. And then we grab Hydras, because we're going to spawn some Hydras and let them burn everything too. And that's why we would like to get this, but we don't have enough points. If we do have enough points, we'll grab this. But it's not worth it, I think, if we're just getting to 25 and we don't have any other option. We can't reach the capstone, Krasimir. I don't think we can reach the capstone at level 25. I don't think it's possible. Like, you don't have enough points. If we do have enough points, though, like if we did, I would probably go with the, where is it? Your burning effects deal increased damage per unique source of burning. Yeah, this one, combustion. So the more sources of burning we have on the enemies, the more damage we get. And that's basically what I'm going for, is tons and tons of burning effects. And then the meteor is really just the icing on the cake. So the whole purpose of the meteor is just like, literally it says every time an enemy takes burning damage, which you're going to have burning damage going across the entire screen. Like everything should be on fire. Everything should be burning. You're going to be able to have a 3% chance that the meteor will fall on them. And then on top of that, there's another 30% chance that if you hit 3 or more enemies with that meteor, that another will fall on the same location. And then you also have the mage's meteor to make the meteors fall faster so that, you know, they're actually hitting the targets and they're not like running away. The other option is we could go with firewall, which I'd like to see it. I'd like to see what they did with the firewall. Like how long is the firewall? How wide is the firewall? Get a better idea, maybe feel for it. We'll play around with it a lot. That's right, Diablo IV tomorrow, dummy_86. Alright, let's take a look at a lightning build, shall we? A lightning build of lightning. So, we've got 2 different lightning skills, and I don't know what these lightning skills actually do. We've got Spark. Sorry. Launch a bolt of lightning that shocks enemies 4 times, dealing 8% damage. Sounds pretty low each hit. Killing an enemy has a 10% chance to form a crackling energy. Now, the crackling energies, I don't really know what exactly those crackling energies are or what they do. And I need to understand this mechanic. Apparently, the crackling energies are little things that like float around the battlefield, from what I can gather. And not exactly sure they're entirely good or bad. They seem to be like something that you use, like tools. I don't know. Arc Lash. Unleash a arcing lightning that deals 42% damage to enemies in front of you. Every 10 times Arc Lash swipes, it stuns all enemies hit for 2 seconds. Whenever you are hit, 20% chance the attacker is stunned for 1 second. So this sounds like more of like a melee ability. Why does it sound like a... It sounds like a melee swipe. Like a cleave. It sounds like a cleave. That's what it sounds like. I'll have to take a look at it and see exactly how far it goes, but it sounds like this one is the ranged one, and this one is more of like a cleave. So we've got like ranged, and then like some sort of like pseudo melee ability almost. It's kind of interesting, but I guess we'll go with Spark. Enhanced Spark. Each time Spark hits its primary target, it has 20% chance to deal up to 3 additional enemies, dealing 6% damage. If there are no other enemies to hit, Spark instead deals 20% increased damage to its primary target. Each time Spark hits an enemy, it has 3% chance to form a crackling energy. Spark grants 2% increased critical strike. Per cast for 3 seconds, up to 10%. Not sure I really like any of this. Like, it's kind of meh. I think both sides are kind of meh. I guess let's go for the crackling energies. I mean, I don't really know what the crackling energies really are or do, but I guess we'll find out. Alright, so on here we've got Chain Lightning. Chain Lightning is always nice. Unleashes a stream of lightning that deals 42% damage and chains between nearby enemies up to 4 times. And you up to 4 times. Prioritizing enemies. Chain Lightning forms automatically after spending 100 mana. The Eric, if you just type in Diablo IV calculator, like it's the first result on Google, my friend. Chain Lightning gains a 1% increased critical strike chance per bounce. Chain Lightning critical strikes has a 25% chance to form another crackling energy. If Chain Lightning bounces off of you, its next hit deals 5% increased damage. So Chain Lightning seems like a double-edged sword. It can hit you as well as the enemy, which that sounds interesting. We can bypass that, by the way. We can move on to the next. So the lightning skill on this one is teleport, which is transform into lightning, becoming unstoppable and surging to the target location, dealing 25% damage around you upon arrival. Evade is replaced with teleport. So it seems to me like the teleport ability is mainly just an evasion effect. In fact, everything here is defensive, so... See, there's stuff like this that confuses me about crackling energy. So it says, for 4 seconds after teleporting, crackling energy hits 40 additional enemies. After teleporting, you gain a 0.5% damage reduction for 3 seconds. What's up, Blackwell? Lightning Spear. Conjure a spear of lightning that seeks out enemies for 6 seconds, dealing 15% damage per hit. Absorbing crackling energy has a 10% chance to conjure a lightning spear. I don't believe that kind of stuff would work, Delon, with Blizzard, because Blizzard never goes for that, like, single launch time across all zones. They always go for the single launch time despite whatever zone you're in. So, like, if you're in one of the good zones, it'll be, like, in the afternoon, and if you're in one of the bad zones, it'll be, like, in the middle of the night. Like, at 4 a.m. or some bullcrap. So, like, it won't be... There's no way that's going to work with the system that they choose. Dang, that's 7 messages. People blowing me up. Doom, 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 doom. I'm not really sure about the lightning spear either. Absorb crackling energy has a 10% chance. Absorbing a crackling energy has a 10% chance to conjure a lightning spear. And then over here we've got ball lightning. Discharge a ball of lightning that slowly moves forward, continually zapping enemies for 15% damage. When a crackling energy would form, there's a 10% chance a ball lightning is formed instead. I like that. I do like that. Ball lightning's damage rate is increased by 30% of your attack speed bonus. Mage's ball lightning, after hitting close to enemies 2 times, ball lightning, your next cast stuns. If enemy is hit at least 4 times by a cast of ball lightning, crackling energy is formed and can only happen once per cast. So I like this, but it requires crackling energy all over the place. So we want crackling energy. In that case, we want things to spawn crackling energy. So there's tons of different ways that we can cause crackling energy to spawn. There was a couple of them in here, so... Chain lightning had a chance to form crackling energy, yes. So let's go ahead and do chain lightning. We'll do 5 points. And then we're going to do the destructive chain lightning. When chain lightning critically strikes, it has a 25% chance to form crackling energy. Which is what we want. We want it to form crackling energy. It's also crit based, so it's only going to form that if it crits. Let's see. There was another one here for crackling energy. Yeah. Each time a spark hits an enemy, it has 3% chance to form a crackling energy. Yes. Alright, so we've got crackling energy coming from the sparks. We've got crackling energy coming from the chain lightning. And is there anywhere else we can generate more crackling energy? So ball lightning is what we're going for. So let's go ahead and we need a couple more points in something so we can reach it. I don't really want lightning spear. I do need additional crit chance. Is there anything here that gives me... I mean, is lucky hit chance crit chance, or is that like a completely different thing? Lucky hit is insta-kill normal mobs on hit. Okay. Well, I still need to spend some points here somewhere, so... Well, actually, it doesn't have to be here, just somewhere in general. So let's see here. Elemental Attunement. Critical strikes have a 3% chance to reset the cooldown of one of your defensive skills. I don't really think that's worth it. We've got Charge Bolts. Release 5 bolts of lightning that course along the ground in an erratic pattern. So probably very similar to Diablo 2's Charge Bolts. Whenever you hit, there's a 40% chance to release 5 Charge Bolts. Hitting an enemy with at least blank times with this chain cast of Charge Bolt releases a Lightning Nova. Charge Bolts increase the damage to stunned enemies. Hitting an enemy with Charge Bolts reduces their damage dealt by 5% for 20 seconds. Nothing about crackling energy here, so that's, I mean, we could get them just as something else to cast, but we also have Chain Lightning already, which is going to be consuming our mana. And this one actually does create crackling energies, so not really the best. Maximum mana, core skills deal increased damage when you're above. I mean, if we're just trying to spend points to reach the next Doojank, then we'll probably just throw some in the maximum mana. I mean, that sounds good to me. And let's just put a couple points in until we can reach our goal. There we go. So 2 points into the max mana, and now we've reached our goal. One point in Lightning Spear for the 10% chance to generate a Lightning Spear. Well, the thing is that, so when you look at Ball Lightning, it says when a crackling energy would form, there's a 10% chance that Ball Lightning is going to form instead. So what's going to happen is I'm trying to convert all of my crackling energies into Ball Lightning. But I mean, we could potentially just throw 1 point into this, yeah, just so that we have the Lightning Spear. I don't know if the level of the Lightning Spear is affected by the level of the Lightning Spear skill that we have. So, I mean, we're definitely going to throw in 5 points into Ball Lightning. And then, I believe, which one was it we were going to go with? If an enemy is hit at least 4 times by Ball Lightning, a crackling energy can be formed. Yeah. So we're going to go with this one that has a chance to form another crackling energy. So it's self-sufficient, basically. So if you throw a crackling energy, or a Ball Lightning, and it hits an enemy 4 times, there's a chance it will spawn another crackling energy, and then we have a 10% chance that that crackling energy can turn back into another Ball Lightning, which seems pretty powerful in my eyes. And we're at level 25. Now what we could do is, I think we can actually pull some points out of this, but we gotta put them in here first. So we would have just enough to take that out, and yeah, we still have everything. So we're sitting at 3 points in the Lightning Spear. I mean, it seems like a pretty solid build. We've got our Spark, which killing an enemy has a 10% chance to form a crackling energy. Then we have each time an enemy sparks hit an enemy, it has a 3% chance to form a crackling energy. So we've got 2 different possible crackling energies here. And then we go down to Chain Lightning, and Chain Lightning has a 25% chance to form a crackling energy on a crit. And then there's also when you spend 100 mana, a Chain Lightning forms automatically, so we should have Chain Lightnings just kind of like popping out of us as we spend mana, which should be useful. And then we skip most of this, we grab Lightning Spear so that we have the additional chance to just spawn Lightning Spears when the crackling energies form, because we're going for the crackling energies anyway. So it just kind of seems like a good synergy. And then down here with the Ball Lightning, we're spamming Ball Lightnings at 50 mana a pop. That's going to be our main skill to use besides our builder. And the whole entire goal of this is just to try and get as many Ball Lightnings on the screen as possible, like through the use of the crackling energies. And then, of course, we don't have enough points to go down here, but if we did go down here into the lightning capstones, we've got 2. We've got Crackling Energy hits 1 additional enemy. Each time Crackling Energy hits an enemy, your shock skill cooldowns are reduced by 1.1 seconds, increased to 0.25 seconds against elites. Close enemies take 10% increased damage from your shock skills and deal 20% less damage to you. So definitely overflowing energy, which has to do with the crackling energies, which the entire build is based off of the crackling energies. So it seems like a pretty solid crackling energy build. You would grab that capstone along with the Ball Lightning. And then potentially if you wanted to take this further, I'm assuming there's something in here that we could probably use as well. Yeah, we've got a couple interesting things. Like we've got Coursing Currents. Hitting enemies with shock skills increases your critical hit chance by 1%. Resets upon getting a critical strike. Yeah, so that would definitely be something that we would beef up, because we're going for crits with the Chain Lightning. Enemies deal 5% less damage at 5 seconds after being critically struck by your shock skills. Shock skills have 3% chance to stun enemies. Critical strikes with shock skills increase your movement speed. So it'd probably just be Coursing Currents. And then we have Unstable Currents. Lightning surges within you for 10 seconds whenever you cast a shock skill. A random core, conjuration, or mastery shock skill is also cast. That seems pretty damn cool. But it's 70 seconds. So every 70 seconds, for 10 seconds, it'll just randomly cast abilities. Unstable Currents increases your attack speed by 25% while active. While unstable currents is active, crackling energy continually pulses and consumes no charges. Seems like that might be a good path to go down to as well for the crackling energy. The node next to the ball lightning seems to be a big generator. Which one? This one? Lucky hits, critical strikes with shock skills have up to a 5% chance to form crackling energy. Yeah, that would be very nice. Of course, the problem is that we're running out of points, and I think I need the points in... I think I need the points in the spear to reach the blizzard. Yeah, or the ball lightning. So I have to put at least 2 points here to reach this, so I can max it out. Which means I'm only left with 1 point. So I could definitely throw this. 1 point in a static discharge for critical strikes with shock skills have a 5% chance to form crackling energy. I won't be able to get this one or this one. But yeah, I would definitely want to max that out for more crackling energy. Unfortunately, I'm already at level 25, so that's the end of that. I can't really go any further. And I can't take any points out of here, and I can't take any points out of here, and I can't take any points out of here, because if I do, I'll lose access to the mastery tree. And that means that I won't be able to put points into ball lightning. They're basically forcing you to build certain things to get to the next, just like Diablo 2. You know, you can't get to Holy Shield without building down. You know, Smite, Charge, you know, Holy Bolt, you know, Blessed Hammer, etc. Like you can't get to it without putting those in there. At 25 is the cap. Level 20 is the level you have to get the cute little wolf puppy. As long as you get to level 20, you get the cute little wolf puppy. But level 25 is actually the cap. Yeah, I was talking about renown points. So if we do have renown points, I'm not sure exactly how many we're going to be able to collect because we're limited to one area. So however many renown points you can get in the first zone, the Fractured Peaks, which I think is what we're limited to. We're limited to the Fractured Peaks. So however many renown points you can get in Fractured Peaks, that's going to be our limit. And if it's like 1 to 2 or 3 or 4, then you know, that's cool. It's the first link on Google. Just type in Diablo 4 build calculator. Pops right up. The enchantment system. I mean, I've been building around the enchantment system the entire time, Neil. Like the entire idea behind a lot of the characters is literally me using the enchantment system to build specific things. Like the meteor sorceress that I theory crafted earlier was literally taking advantage of the 3% chance that a meteor would fall on them every time you have a monster burning, and then literally lighting everybody on fire so that everybody is burning, and then like just we've been using the enchantment system, Neil. We have. The ball lightning also with the 10% chance to spawn an additional ball lightning when crackling energy is formed. So we've been prioritizing our crackling energy creation. Same thing with the ice. There was a whole bunch of very interesting things with the ice, so we were playing around with that. We've been doing some interesting things with the enchantment. I think we're pretty much done with the sorceress though. Like we've already theory crafted several level 25 builds for the beta. Let's swap over to a new character. What do you guys want to see next? We're gonna focus on the early access beta. So Rogue and Barbarian. The Barbarian. Necromancer's not till next week, so we'll play with Necromancer last. I have a whole video on the Book of the Dead, Thunderloins. I I got the whole video on the Book of the Dead. With much cooler graphics than this. The Book of the Dead. Book of the Dead. The Book of the Dead is basically just like a army customization guide. And, yeah, here's my video right here. Hey, hey, no second intro. There you go. There's the Book of the Dead for you, Thunderloins. I've already talked about it in excess. Let's see. We got a rogue. Let's take a look at the rogue, shall we? So the rogue is more of a straightforward character in terms of builds. Granted, you can do some interesting other things. But what we're going to be taking a look at is like the more specific builds that they've kind of like set out for us, and we'll figure out what we want to do from there. So right off the bat, you'll notice that there's one particular build that has to do with hit, stunned, dazed, frozen enemies, and hit enemy from behind. So this is like the stealth build, right? And then we have the close quarters combat, which is more of like the melee build. And then we have the precision strikes with marksman skills. That basically gives you like lots of damage when you're using ranged attacks. So this is your ranged ability. Ow. Turn around, look at the dog because I'm trying to figure out what the hell he's doing. Then we have the one that's kind of like both ranged and melee, which is a little strange. Where's the one that's ranged and melee? Trapper. There's the trapper. It could be fun to try in theory craft a trapper. Kind of like that idea. Maybe we should do like a little trapper build. You know what? That's going to be our first build. Let's play around with a trapper build. All right. So I'm not exactly sure what we would do as our basic skill for a trapper. We've got forceful arrow, heart seeker, puncture, blade shift, invigorating strike. I'm going to assume that I probably wouldn't do melee for a trapper. I would think that the general idea for a trapper would be ranged, although I'm not entirely sure about that. We've got a couple different options for ranged, it looks like. Looks like we've got 1, 2, 3 melee attacks, and then we've got 1, 2 ranged attacks. Fire an enemy, the arrow that seeks an enemy, dealing 28%, so we've got guided arrow. Fire a more powerful arrow at an enemy, dealing 25% damage every third cost. Okay, so I think we'll go with Heartseeker, since it actually has like an automatic guided arrow kind of a thing going on to it. I like the idea of a guided arrow. And then we've got when Heartseeker critically strikes, gain attack speed. Ricochets to an additional enemy. I like that. Alright. So moving on to the next tree. We got a bunch of range stuff. Rapid fire, twisting blades, barrage. None of it's like super duper crazy. We actually can move to the next tree. So let's take a look at the next tree. Caltrops, I'm assuming, would be considered a trap, but it's also kind of like a defensive ability, right? So leap backwards, throwing caltrops on the ground, dealing 38% damage to slowing enemies. I mean, increases damage from each second you stand in caltrops. They deal cold damage and chill enemies. I mean, I feel like this goes along with the whole trap theme, and we need to spend points in something to reach the next dewjank. So let's go ahead and throw some points in the caltrops. I'm not really sure about the buffs here. I do kind of like the chills enemies. So let's grab the chills enemies. Which brings us to subterfuge. We've got stealth, dark shroud, poison trap. So there's our first trap right here. Place a trap that arms after 1.25 seconds. It activates when an enemy moves within range, applying 435% poisoning damage over 9 seconds to enemies in the area. You can have blank number of traps armed out at once. So we're probably going to dump 5 points in poison trap. Let's see what the effects are. So we got poison trap knocks down enemies for 2 seconds when it activates. You deal 10% increased poison damage to enemies standing inside your poison trap. Poison trap has a 20% chance to reset your imbuement skills cooldown when activated. Imbuement skills cooldown, which the imbuments are here. And of course we have the shadow imbuement, the poison imbuement, the cold imbuement. Trap mastery. When poison trap or death trap activates, you gain 4% increased critical strike against vulnerable and crowd controlled enemies for 4 seconds. Death trap. Place a trap that arms after 1.25 seconds. It activates when an enemy moves within range, dealing a total of 316% damage to each enemy in the area. Enemies are pulled into the death trap when it activates. If death trap kills an enemy, its cooldown reduced by 10 seconds. We have to get there, though. I'm not sure if we're going to be able to get there. I like these with the caltrops. So the caltrops have a cold damage effect, and they chill enemies for 20% per second. And right here we have this, you deal 5% increased damage to chilled enemies. The bonus increases to 10% against frozen enemies, and then chilled enemies have their movement speed further reduced up to 10%. So, like, this could be an interesting combination with the caltrops no matter what, just so that you have a very interesting and very effective way of dealing with the monsters, because it's going to slow them down, it's going to give you extra damage bonus against them, and if you manage to freeze them, then, you know, all the better. It could be interesting. I'm not really sure if I want to do that for this little 25 build. I love theory crafting, Michael. You kidding me? I'll theory craft my heart out till I die. Cody, come here. Come here, buddy. Come here. Come here. Come here. What's the matter? Huh? You're in such a dither. You're in such a dither. Calm down, buddy. Hey, calm down, okay? Ow. You poked me in the eye with my own microphone. That's rude. That's the definition of rude right there. If you look up rude in a dictionary, it's going to say poked you in your own eye with your own microphone. And then it's just going to say, that's rude. What is the matter with you today? You're all hopped up on cocaine and jujube juice. You gotta calm it down, buddy. You gotta calm down. Okay? Ugh. Come on, get down. Be a good boy. No, you can't always come up. You're
Who? God dang it. Get down. Get down.
No, sir. Good Lord, I'm in a chair with wheels on it. You can't just be hopping up here. Lord Jesus. Alright, so how am I going to reach this death trap? It seems like the death trap is pretty damn cool, but it's on a 45-second cooldown. So, I just need to dump points into something. Full Paladin McScoob sounds like fun. Sounds like fun, Kurt. What's wrong with Paladin McScoob? I like Paladin with Scoobs. Deadly Venom, since we're going with the poison. It should be in the imbuments. Yes. It still didn't get enough to grab deadly traps. You gain 1% increased attack speed for each enemy you've poisoned, up to 15%. Poisoned enemies deal 5% less damage. Poison traps knock down enemies for 2 seconds when it activates. I feel like that's a good. And that brings me to Death Trap, which I have enough to put 1 point into it. Just 1 point into Death Trap at level 25. So I'll be able to cast my Death Trap every 45 seconds. I will be able to cast my Poison Traps every 10 seconds. So Poison Traps are going to be doing the majority of my damage. I got the Caltrops as my kind of like defensive ability, which will also give me a increased damage as long as they're stepping in it. And then also chill them down a little bit to, you know, kind of prevent them from constantly hitting me. So, like, you know, trap. And then we also have our basic skill, so we're going with Heart Seeker for our basic skill, so we can just spam that. I mean, we don't really have a lot of points, so, like, that's the gist of it right there. Obviously, if we were going to go down the trap tree, we would grab the capstone, but we can't actually get that. So, lucky hit, dealing direct damage to an enemy affected by a trap skill, has up to a 35% chance to reduce the active cooldowns of your trap skills by 25%. Drop a cluster of exploding stun grenades that deal 40% total physical damage and stun enemies for 0.25 seconds. You know, I forgot about that, the stun grenades. I guess that would kind of be considered a trap, too. Like, I could pull this point out of here. And, where are the stun grenades? They're sitting in here somewhere. Can't even remember where they are. Dark Shroud, Concealment, Shadow Step, Caltrops, Dash. I know they're in here somewhere, the stun grenades. I can't remember where the hell they are, though. Why can I not remember where the frickin'... Yeah, this is the rogue, Derek. We're playing around with the rogue right now, trying to, like, figure out a trap build. I mean, Diablo was always kind of MMO-like, but it wasn't, like, completely an MMO. So it's one of those things that's, like, sort of halfway in between, right? I think Diablo 4 is going to be a little bit closer to the MMO, but I don't think it's going to be exactly an MMO. Does the rogue have bow skills? Yeah, they've got a whole bow side of the tree. It seems to be set up so that you can build the rogue like kind of however you want. If you take a look at the capstones, they really kind of tell you the whole picture. So like the exposure is 100% like a trap skill capstone. So there's like a whole trapper build. The victimize ability is very much so some sort of like explosions or like corpse explosions. Kind of reminds me of like the Death Sentry from the Trapper. And then you get the precision, which is very much so your like ranged rogue, so ranged only. And then you've got the close quarters combat, which is specifically for your like ranged slash melee. And then you've got this one, which is like strictly stealth. It's very, very much so like a stealth ability. I mean, this is a builder, so like I wouldn't like be too ridiculously dependent on what's in this tree. Just use it as a a general guide. Things are obviously going to change. There's going to be patches. They're going to remove things. They're going to add things. Like just give them some time to get everything settled. But you can get a basic idea of how you want to build your character. Let's go ahead and reset this. And let's go for more of a ranged build. So let's build a Amazon basically, right? So an Amazon from Diablo 2. I feel like that's a pretty fun way to build a character. So we've got two main builders here for like our range skills. We've got our forceful arrow. Fires a powerful arrow at an enemy, dealing 25% damage every third cast. Makes the enemy vulnerable for 2 seconds. Enhanced forceful arrow. Every third cast, forceful arrow has a critical chance of 15% increased. Pierces through vulnerable enemies. Forceful arrow knocks back non-elite enemies if they are close. If they collide with another enemy, they are both knocked down for 1.5 seconds. It's basically just the skill trees, Steven. We're looking at the skill trees for Diablo 4. We're theory crafting builds and trying to figure out exactly how you would put together a character. It's a mental exercise. Don't forget combo points when you put your poison down. So it's between the Heartseeker, which is a guided arrow, basically. Or forceful arrow. I still like Heartseeker better. I may change my mind once we get into the actual beta. But oh, there goes my water. Thankfully, it's just water. Good job, Daniel. That's why I would say it to myself. I like the crit thing going on with Heartseeker. Like, when Heartseeker critically strikes, gains 8% attack speed for 4 seconds, double this amount if the enemy is vulnerable. And then the ricochet effect, but then there's also this Heartseeker also increases your critical strike damage. Enemies take from you for 5% for 4 seconds, up to 25%. So you're going to be spamming Heartseeker anyway. You might as well have it critting, which I feel like is a good option there. So like giving me extra crit damage would definitely be nice, and we can maybe build on that. We've got Rapid Fire, Barrage, and Penetrating Shot, which are all ranged abilities. Fire an arrow that pierces through all enemies in a line, dealing 89% damage. Combo points increase the damage and improve lucky hit chance. 1 point, 2 points, and 3 points. Increase that damage by quite a bit. Penetrating shot deals 20% increased damage per enemy it pierces. Penetrating shot, at least 3 enemies. Your next penetration shot has a 20% increased critical strike chance. When cast with full energy, penetrating shot will slow all enemies. Rapid fire, it seems like strafe. I don't know why they didn't just call it strafe. It certainly seems like strafe. Lucky hit chance 20%. Rapidly fire 5 arrows, each dealing 20% damage. Combo points increase damage and arrows fired. 1 point, 22%. 3 points at 24%. 3 points, 29%. Of course, 8 arrows. Up to 8 arrows there. Each subsequent arrow from rapid fire has a 5% increased critical strike chance, up to 25% for the 5th arrow. Gain 15 energy per cast of rapid fire when damage is vulnerable. Rapid fire deals 30% increased critical strike damage for 3 seconds after you evade. So, I like this. Let's take a look at Barrage. Release a barrage of arrows that expands outward, each dealing 26% damage. Each arrow has 20% chance to ricochet off an enemy up to 1 time. Ricochets deal 40% of the arrow's base damage. Combo points increase the damage and the number of arrows. I'm thinking rapid fire. Alright, so we're going to put 5 points into rapid fire here. And I'm going to grab this one, which increases our crit chance. How many hours till early access launch? It's 12 o'clock tomorrow, so 3 to 4, 4 to 5, 5, 6, 6, 7, 7, 8, 8, 9, 9, 10, 10, 11, 11, 12. So that's already what, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, it's like 9 hours till 12. 12 to 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3 to 4, 4 to 5, 5, 6, 6, 7, 7, 8, 8, 9, 9, 10, 10, 11, 11, 12. So 12. So it's like 12 plus 9, whatever the hell that is. It's pretty far away, my friend. It's pretty far away. That's why we're having fun doing this instead. I like this ARF, Advanced Rapid Fire. ARF. ARF, ARF, ARF. Alright, moving on to the next one. We want to grab Evade. Weapon Mastery. Bows, 4% increased damage to vulnerable enemies. Crossbows, 5% increased critical strike damage. Okay. So maybe we use a crossbow instead of a bow so we can get the critical strike damage. So we have 15% crit strike damage. We've got the crit strike chance here. And then we've got the 30% increased critical strike damage here. And then we also have the 5% increased critical strike damage here. So we got a lot of like extra crit going on, which I like. I like building crit. We need the 1 point in dash or evade after you evade, which is not dash. That's just your regular evade. So we don't even need that then. Your evade cooldown is reduced by blank number of seconds when you daze an enemy. When you critically strike a dazed enemy, they are knocked down for a certain number of seconds. How the hell am I going to daze the enemies, though? Like, what do I got to daze with? I feel like we'd be good going with some type of imbuement here, too. Let's take a look at the effects of the imbuments and see if any of them will give us what we're hoping for. So, cold imbuement. Doesn't seem to have lucky hit. Critical strikes with gold imbued skills have 20% chance to instantly freeze enemies. You have a 30% increased critical strike chance against injured enemies infected by shadow imbuement. Shadow imbuement's primary explosion makes enemies vulnerable for X number of seconds. Enemies damaged by shadow imbued skills take 12% increased non-physical damage from you for 8 seconds. Shadow has a 10% chance to stun. Deadly venom, poisoned enemies. No, nothing too amazing there. Shield enemies, 5% increased damage. I mean, none of them are really, like, particularly amazing, but imbued skills gain a 5% increased critical strike chance. So, yes. And then we just grab one that we want. So, I'm thinking poison. We don't even really need to beef it up. We just want the crit chance anyway. So, like, it's not even really that big of a deal. We'll grab 1 point and then 1 point here to enhance the duration of the poison. So, poison imbuement's poisoning duration is increased by 1 second. Or actually, no, we don't even need that, do we? And then that still leaves us with some points left over. It looks like we might have to drop a couple more points in there, though. So let's go ahead and just drop 3. Yeah, it's got to be 3. So we can get 1 ultimate. So we've got Rain of Arrows. We could also grab Shadow Clone. Trap Mastery doesn't do us any good. Looks like it's probably just going to be Rain of Arrows. Up to a 10% chance to gain 8 energy. And Rain of Arrows gives us arrows rain down over a large area 2 times each wave, dealing 126% damage. So, like, the way that we've got this set up is we've got our Heart Seeker, which is our guided arrow, basically, from Diablo 2. It's going to give us a crit chance bonus. So, an 8% attack speed for 4 seconds every time it critically strikes. Double this amount if the enemy is vulnerable. And then we also get the increases critical strike damage but the enemy takes from you by 5% for 4 seconds up to 25%. And then over here we've got Rapid Fire, which is giving us a crit chance increase. 5% increased critical strike chance increase up to 25% for the 5th arrow. And then we also got the 30% increased critical strike damage for 3 seconds after I evade. So we'll probably be evading all the time. And then over here we grabbed the Weapon Mastery, which gives us 15% increased critical strike damage if we're using crossbows. So we're going to use the crossbows there. And then we come down here and we've got the Precision Imbuement, which gives us a 15% increased critical strike chance as long as we are using any imbuement. So we just grab Poison Imbuement. You can probably do any of the imbuements. It probably really doesn't matter. None of them seem to be all that amazing in terms of like extra crit chance or anything like that. I mean, this one has the blended cold imbuement, which is kind of interesting. A 20% chance to instantly freeze enemies if you crit, which maybe that's the way we should go. Maybe we should grab this and then here and then grab our Rain of Arrows, because then we could get like the frozen enemies, which could be interesting. So combination should work out pretty cool. Of course, we could also have some legendary items with these, so whatever legendary items we end up finding. I mean, if we come over here and take a look, I'm sure there's some interesting ones. Like if we go into the offensive section. lucky hit, making an enemy vulnerable, has a 30% chance to grant 3% increased critical strike chance for 3 seconds up to 9. That sounds nice. Casting a skill that is imbued creates an explosion around you of the same damage type. Meh. Rain of arrows is always affected by the imbuements, all the imbuement skills at once. I mean, that's interesting. Blast Trapper's aspect. Dealing direct damage to enemies affected by your trap skills has a 30% chance to make them vulnerable for 3 seconds. That seems like a pretty good one for the Trapper, definitely. Mirage's arrows have 15% chance to split into 2 when they ricochet. Your range skills have up to a 10% chance to create an arrow storm at the target's present location. Dealing blank physical damage over 3 seconds, you can have up to 5 active arrow storms. Basic skills gain 23% attack speed. That could be interesting so that we could spam the Heartseeker more. Restore 1 resource when you crowd control. Damage to energy with basic. Meh. Aspect of the explosive verve. Your grenade skill counts as a trap skill. Whenever you arm a trap or drop grenades, you gain 10% increased movement speed for 3 seconds. I think that's pretty solid. It's a pretty solid build. I think it'd probably work out just fine. I don't know about how defensive we need to be. Like, is it going to get to the point where like we're getting our butts kicked, and if we don't have defensive skills, we're just not going to be able to play? I mean, because I am building these builds like with no defensive skills, which could be interesting. Let's try another build here, shall we? Let's go ahead and remove these points. Alright, so stealth build. I guess let's do a stealth build. Which one would be our stealth choice? So when I think of a stealth character, I always think back to Lord of the Rings Online, and I think about the burglar. And the burglar wasn't just about stealth, he was also about crowd control. And see here how we have gain 2 energy when puncture damages a crowd controlled enemy. Which I kind of like. So like, damaging a crowd-controlled or injured enemy with invigorating strike increases its energy regeneration. So I'm thinking invigorating strike with enhanced invigorating strike for the damage to crowd control enemies increased, and then also the invigorating strike additionally grants 8% lucky hit chance Hitting a crowd-controlled or injured enemy increases this bonus to 16%. Because that gives us a skill that does extra damage versus crowd control, and also gives us more bonuses for crowd controlling. And then we're going to have to add in the crowd controlling ourselves. We don't have any way to actually cause the crowd control, though, which we're going to have to figure out. Enemies are dazed while impaled with twisting blades. When your twisting blades returns to you, your active cooldowns are reduced by 10 seconds per enemy they pass through, up to 5 seconds. So I kind of like this. So if we were to grab this and then grab the enemies are dazed while being impaled by twisting blades, that seems like a good combo, and that should bring us to our next doujink here. Enemies damaged by Shadow Step are stunned for 2 seconds. After knocking back or knocking down an enemy, 5% crit chance. There's so much here on this tree that involves, like, crowd-controlled monsters, but then, like, there's not a lot on this tree that actually causes the crowd controls. Like, if like, I want to be able to crowd control the monsters, so, like, how the hell am I gonna do that if they're not giving me those options? I mean, right here we've got the poison trap knocks down enemies for 2 seconds when it activates, which I'm assuming would work. So, I mean, that's a cooldown ability, and we could grab that. That would give us one way to knock down the enemies. Doesn't necessarily have to do a lot of damage, just knock down the enemies so they're crowd controlled. So we're going to use that specifically for crowd controlling. I'm assuming we'll probably have a lot of people online to play with, Jacob. I mean, my guess is we're going to have a whole lot of people sitting in the Diablo IV voice chats, and I've got several voice chats set up already. Now the question remains is, does chilling and freezing effects, do those count as crowd controlling? Because if those count as crowd controlling, cold imbued skills deal 30% damage to crowd controlled enemies, double this bonus against frozen enemies. I feel like cold is our best bet here, but check out the passives and subterfuge. Where's that at? Exploits, increase damage to multiple for passive enemies. Problem is I don't really have any way to make them injured. Hmm. Kind of hard to build this one. I don't know what the hell I'm doing here. Like, I feel like some of these abilities don't really match up very well. Like, why does every single one of these abilities say extra damage against crowd control, but then at the same time, there's like hardly any crowd control in the character? I mean, do I have to go into the ranged abilities to get the crowd control? Is that what's going on? Yeah, I don't know. I just don't see a way forward with this crowd control thing. It feels like there's not a lot of ways to actually crowd control the monsters. Unless I just don't know what crowd control effects are. I mean, is a slow considered a crowd control effect? Because if a slow is considered a crowd control effect, then chilling weight or the cold imbuement might be a good choice. So like in that case, I might be better off going 5 points into cold and grabbing blended cold imbuement so that they freeze. Yep, tomorrow, Oslo, tomorrow. That's why the title of the video says Diablo 4 beta tomorrow. Oh yeah, there's definitely a lot of ways that you can go. 100%. I think I might have went down a dead end with this crowd control effects. It's kind of interesting. So they have 2 melee abilities. Alright. 2 ranged abilities. Okay. Then there's this. Which seems to be some sort of like pseudo-ranged slash... mouse never wants to stay still, I swear. Always wants to do its own thing. It's kind of like a pseudo-ranged ability. Like, it's a really short-ranged melee ability. It says throws blades at a short distance, dealing 27% damage. And then I noticed there's another ability. What is it? This one? I'm trying to remember which one it was. There was another ability in here which was like a ranged melee ability as well. Maybe I'm wrong. Rogue is all about DPS. Honestly, the Rogue seems to be like a very mixed bag of a character. Like, it honestly seems like they just took like an Amazon and then they took like a trap assassin. And then they took like the Rogue from World of Warcraft and they just squished them all together like this. Rolled it up. Dropped it. Was like, here you go. Because I see the makings of an Amazon character. Like, if you're like a really big Amazon fan, I see the Amazon in here. If you're a really big assassin, like Trapsin, I see a Trapsin in here. You can totally build a Trapsin. I don't know who the hell the frickin' stealth part of this character would come from, because there was no stealth character in, in Diablo 2 or Diablo 1, for that matter. So the stealth character just never existed. So they kind of just like shoehorned a stealth character in here, and they used basically some of the assassin's skills as a stealth mechanics. Have been like dead obvious is Cloak of Shadows, which is in here. Where is that at? Dark Shroud and Concealment, which are both very similar to like Cloak of Shadows. Kind of like just puts you into kind of like a stealth mode, I guess. I mean, there's definitely like some similarities with the assassin. Shadow Clone, I swear, came straight from Final Fantasy XI. I spilled all my water. There's only a little bit left. The precious last drops. And now I'm out. Sadness. No, I'm having trouble building the melee portion of this. Yeah, you can live stream the early access beta, and I plan to. I will be. 100% I will be. Hey, 83 concurrent viewers and 83 likes. Look at that. Don't forget to hit the subscribe button, too, because we're going to be streaming tomorrow as well. Oh no, I've been hacked. Alright, I'm going to move on to the Barbarian. I'm having trouble building this one. I might have to actually see these skills. So, Barbarian. So we actually already built a Barbarian the last time I did this, and the Barbarian was basically set up to get as much bleeding as possible. We wanted everything to bleed. Bleed, bleed, bleed. Gonna bleed, bleed, bleed. Everything gonna bleed, 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 bleed. Bleed, bleed, bleed. Gonna bleed, bleed, bleed. Gonna make everything bleed real hard, 'cause that's what we do when we gotta bleed it right. Bleed, bleed, bleed. Gonna bleed, bleed, bleed. All the blood coming out. Gonna make 'em bleed. Come on down and bleed with me. Gonna make 'em bleed, 'cause bleeding please. Bleed, bleed, bleed. Gonna bleed with me. Can't remember which one I used. I think it was Whirlwind. What is Whirlwind? While using a slashing weapon, Whirlwind also inflicts 26% of its base damage as a bleeding over 5 seconds. So Whirlwind acts as an additional bleed, so we get Flay. Flay has a nice bleed. Whirlwind has a nice bleed. Let me go down here. And we had some more bleeding stuff down here. Can't remember which ability it was our next bleeder. Because we needed lots of bleeding to make them suckers bleed. When we got through with them, they were gonna all freaking bleed. And we don't care, what you're gonna do. Because we're gonna make them bleed. Just for you, because we're a bleeder. Gotta kick them in the face and make them bleed. Come on down, we're gonna make them bleed. Hey ho, gotta make them bleed. Because it's a bleed barbarian, the bleed barbarian. Come on down to the bleed barbarian town. We got lots of bleed barbarians up in this place. Get the dang bleed Cleave in front of you, dealing 13% damage and inflicting 101% bleeding damage over 5 seconds. There you go. Dealing direct damage with Rend extends the duration of vulnerable enemies by 2 seconds. Increased damage versus vulnerable enemies. Direct damage with Rends grants 4 fury per enemy hit, up to a maximum of 20 fury. Sounds like a good way to feed our whirlwind addiction. And then Rupture. I remember this one. So Rupture skewers enemies in front of you, dealing 14% damage, then rip your weapon out, damaging enemies for their total bleeding amount and removing all bleeding damage from them. So very, very nice. And then we also have ripping your weapon out of enemies during Rupture causes an explosion that deals 20% bleeding damage over 8 seconds. Again, very nice. And we probably want to put as many points as we can into that, but let's take a look at some other things real quick. So bleeding affects slow enemies by 10%. That sounds nice. Iron Maelstrom. Two-handed slashing weapons. Two-handed slashing weapon swipes in front of you, dealing 21% damage and inflicting 126% bleeding damage over 5 seconds. What's up, Jadang? It does have cross progression and cross play, as far as I'm aware, Jacob. Yes, this is a skills calculator. I do like that. I do like that bleediness on that Iron Maelstrom. Can we sacrifice 1 point? We can sacrifice 1 point and grab Iron Maelstrom. So that's a pretty solid build right there. I mean, I think that's pretty solid. We've got our Flay, which gives us the enhanced Flay, and then also grabs us the bleeding damage. So we get a pretty nice amount of bleeding damage coming from Flay. I feel like we could also go with Lunging Strike, which also has a pretty nice bleed effect on it here, with 20% bleeding over 5 seconds. We've also got Whirlwind, which gives us a very nice slashing weapon, bleed over 5 seconds, and then Rend, which we can also spam to recover some fury, also gives us a very nice 101% bleed over 5 seconds. And then top things off, we've got Rupture, which we can use to basically just rip all that bleeding damage that we're stacking on the targets out of them and damage them with it. And then, of course, then when we kill them, we can also have a 20% bleed over 8 seconds that explodes out and makes everything bleed more, which is definitely very nice. And then finally, we top that off with our ultimate, which is a 60-second cooldown, but gives us a nice 5-second bleed on everything in front of us, like it's a frontal swipe AoE. So that's not too bad. $99 version are going to have the advantage. Are you talking about the early access? Because yeah, the deluxe and the other version have a early access thing that allows them to play a couple days early. So yeah, but ladder doesn't start until long after launch. So like, it's not going to give people any advantage, like as far as ladder is concerned. I mean, that's the bleed Barbarian. I mean, level 25 bleed Barbarian. Let's try and build something else, shall we? So let's try a Frenzy Barb. Why not? Frenzy Barbs are fun. So unleash a rapid fury of blows, dealing 21% damage with each pair of hits. If Frenzy hits an enemy, its attack speed is increased by 20% for 3 seconds, up to 60%. So we're gonna dump 5 points into Frenzy. Let's see what our buffs are. While Frenzy is granting a 60% bonus to attack speed, it also generates additional Fury. That sounds nice. While berserking, your other skills gain 5% increased attack speed for each stack of Frenzy that you have. You gain 8% damage reduction for each stack of Frenzy you currently have. So we can go with a defensive, like damage reduction. And then we can go with a Battle Frenzy, which gives us increased attack speed on other abilities. I feel like damage reduction, 8% damage reduction for each stack seems nice. And then you can apparently stack, what is it, 20% up to 60, so 3 stacks. So you're talking about 16... 17, 18, 19, 20, 22, 24, so 24, which is, not sure if 24% DR is worth losing 15% increased attack speed, basically across all abilities. Let's go with the increased attack speed, why not? Alright, so what would we want with Frenzy? Slam your hammer down. Slam your hammer down. Upheaval. Tear into the ground with your weapon and fling debris. Fling debris. I'm flinging debris. Your core skills have a 10% chance to make enemies vulnerable for 2 seconds. Debris. Debris. Ooh, good old double swing. Sweep your weapons from opposite directions, dealing 38% damage with each weapon. Enemies caught in the center are damaged by both. I like it. That should go good with Frenzy. Enhanced double swing. If double swing damages a stunned enemy or knocked down enemy, gain 25 Fury. Hitting an enemy with both hits of double swing makes them vulnerable for 1 second. That doesn't seem very useful. Casting double swing while berserking, it grants 2 additional seconds of berserking. Okay. We got ground stomp, rallying cry, movement speed, and resource generation. I kind of like the idea of rallying cry giving you movement speed, which kind of makes sense with a frenzy build, right? Running around really fast. So, I mean, that'll might get us to the next tier at least. Which we've got a bunch of crap in the brawling tier. Charges and leaps and the movement speed increases. Let's grab the maximum life. That'll get us to the next tier. Yeah, you can pre-download right now if you have access. Okay, I think I know what we're gonna do. We're gonna grab that, and we're gonna grab that. And that way we can get down here and grab our duelist perk. I mean, it should work out pretty good. We got Frenzy, we've got Double Swing. And then we grab a bunch of passives to beef ourselves up a little bit. I don't know. Maybe it's not the best way to roll it. Some of these abilities are a little odd, and I don't think they really fit with what I'm trying to do. Although, honestly, like, I think I need to test them out and see. So, I feel like there's a whole conversation going on in the chat about the different versions of Diablo 4. So, let's go to the Diablo 4 website, and I'll bring this up real quick. All right, let's talk about this for a second, since some of you guys are still on the wings and you're trying to figure out which version you want to purchase. All right, so that you guys have an idea of what's going on here. All right, so first off, let's start off with the standard edition. Inarius Wings and Inarius Murloc Pet in Diablo 3. Completely useless if you don't play Diablo 3. Doesn't mean anything. Amalgama Rage Mount in World of Warcraft. Completely useless if you don't play Warcraft. So if you don't play WoW, you don't get that. It's not going to do you any good. And even if you do play WoW, maybe you don't want it. Umber Winged Darkness Cosmetic Set in Diablo Immortal. Again, another game that you may or may not even be playing. So basically the standard edition, if you don't play Diablo 3 and you don't play World of Warcraft and you don't play Diablo Immortal, gives you nothing. The Digital Deluxe Edition gives you the same 3 things that the standard edition does, but also gives you up to 4 days early access to Diablo 4's launch. Star. Okay, see this little asterisk right here? There's a little asterisk. Now we scroll down to the bottom and we look at our little asterisks. Download separately, available starting 12/9/2022. No, that's the wrong asterisk. Where's the one I'm looking for? Why do they got the wrong number of asterisks down here? 3 asterisks is supposed to be this one. Wrong number of asterisks, sir. it's not. They don't even have it down here. So basically what this is this is giving us 4 days early access to Diablo 4's launch. So if you guys are unaware of what that means, so the game comes out, what is it, June 6th, right? So June 6th is when the game actually launches, so they're basically saying that you can play the game 4 days, up to 4 days early, depending on how the servers and everything play out. So which means that instead of June 6th, it would be June 2nd. So if you get the Digital Deluxe Edition, you can play the game 4 days early. 4 days earlier than 6/6/2023, which is the launch. Obviously, you also get access to the early access beta, which is, you know, what we're going to be doing tomorrow. So that's a whole thing. The early access beta comes with the pre-purchase, all the pre-purchases, although it's not listed here. Even if you just pre-purchase the standard edition, you also get the 4 days, or sorry, the early access to the beta, but you don't get the 4 days early access to Diablo 4 on launch. So while everybody else who purchased the Digital Deluxe Edition and the Ultimate Edition will be playing on the 2nd, you'll be playing on the 6th if you get the standard edition. Ultimate Edition. Oh, sorry, I didn't even finish this one yet. Hold on. Seasonal Battle Pass unlock in Diablo 4. So the Battle Pass, as it has been explained to me by the developers in many of their, you know, developer conference thingies, the developers have said that the Battle Pass is going to be construed or constructed of 2 parts. So there's going to be a completely cosmetic part of the Battle Pass. That cosmetic part can be unlocked, and that cosmetic part will have like things that you can basically purchase. So although you can earn them, you can also just simply say, okay, I want to unlock my full Battle Pass and pay the price. Okay. Then at the bottom of the Battle Pass is going to be what's known as the free Battle Pass. Okay. In the free Battle Pass is going to be things that actually will affect gameplay, according to what the developers have said. EXP bonuses, you know, like things like that will actually, you know, accelerate your progress. But they have also stated that the Battle Pass unlock will not allow you to get any of those things that would potentially affect gameplay. So everybody has to earn those things on their own. There's no way to unlock them. Temptation mount in Diablo 4, so you get a free horsey in the game. Hellborn Carapace mount armor, so you get armor to put on the horsey for the Digital Deluxe Edition. So basically, for the Digital Deluxe Edition, you are getting the 4 days early access to the game, because I'm ignoring all the crap that nobody's going to use. Unless you actually play Diablo 3 on a regular basis, and World of Warcraft on a regular basis, and Diablo Immortal on a regular basis. Those 3 things at the top are pretty much useless. So you get 4 days early access to Diablo 4's launch. You get a seasonal Battle Pass unlock, which gives you all the cosmetics. And then you get the mount and the mount armor for the Digital Deluxe Edition. The Ultimate Edition, of course, gives you everything that the previous 2 gave you. And also gives you an accelerated seasonal Battle Pass unlock in Diablo 4, which includes a premium season Battle Pass up to 20 tier skips and the cosmetics. So you basically get like everything. So like everything that's on the Battle Pass cosmetic, they just give it to you. Everything that's on the Battle Pass free side, you have to earn. They're not going to give you anything that's on the free side. The Temptation mount is also included, and so is the mount armor, and then they give you the Wings of the Creator emote in Diablo 4. So you get an emote. So the Ultimate Edition really only gives you an emote. So you spend, what is it? I can't even remember. What is it, 99 for the Digital Deluxe Edition? Or I can't even remember what the prices are now. But basically, that's what it comes down to right there. If you're doing the Ultimate Edition, you're getting an emote. That's literally it. An emote. I don't really know how good that emote is. If you guys don't know what an emote is in a video game, I'm not sure what to tell you. You know, if you type in /wave and then your character goes like this. Like, that's an emote. Like, I don't know exactly what this emote is or what it looks like, but I mean, okay. And there's your doojanks right there. Bunch of doojanks. I want to say that this is the emote right here, the wings of the creator. So, like, just gives you wings for a minute, I guess. I don't know. Why does that look like the paladin armor from Final Fantasy XI? It kind of does look like the paladin armor from Final Fantasy XI. So, to recap, okay? So, to recap, the standard edition basically gives you nothing, all right? Like, I'm ignoring all this. The standard edition basically gives you nothing. The digital deluxe edition is, in my opinion, the best bang for your buck because of this. This is really all that matters right there. If you want to play the game on day one with everybody else that has the digital deluxe edition or higher, if you want to actually be in on everything when the launch happens, that's the most important thing right there. Is being able to play the game 4 days early is just too powerful. Especially when you consider that if your friends get this version and they're playing 4 days early, then by the time you log in, they're going to be way ahead of you. And, you know, that's just silly. And they did this on purpose because they want people to pre-order and they want people to get the higher editions. And honestly, it's a good move on their part because it's going to get them exactly what they want. It's also kind of a little poopy because, you know, then, you know, your friends are kind of like forced into getting the higher version as well because you got the higher version. You know what I mean? They got your guide to Diablo IV beta if you guys haven't seen this. Gather around, Wanderer. Your desire to combat Lilith's legions in Diablo IV can be played out during our open beta and early access weekends. Available on Windows, PC, Xbox Series X, Xbox One, PlayStation 5, and PlayStation 4. Those who have pre-purchased Diablo 4 will receive early access to the open beta from March 17th to the 20th. Asterisk. I know it says 19th, but it's a lie. It's actually till the 20th at 12 p.m. EST. So they actually stated this during the dev conference that it actually does roll into Monday and it actually does stay up for quite some time into that day. So you will have time to still play the game like till about midday on Monday. Let's see here. Open beta focus. During the open beta early access weekends, players will have and intimately explore the game of Diablo IV. This includes the first taste of the campaign via the prologue and the entirety of Act 1. The first zone, Fractured Peaks, is yours to navigate as you please, stampede through the rugged landscape, and cut down demons. For the open beta and early access weekends, your character can only level up to level 25, but you're welcome to continue ripping through demons until the open beta ends. Make your mark on Sanctuary by clearing hellish hordes from dungeons, completing intriguing quests provided by the locals, and amassing powerful loot from fallen foes. Simply put, this is your opportunity to combat the might of the Burning Hells prior to our June 6th release. With that said, the experience is not finalized, and you may encounter performance issues, outages, and come across things that simply don't work. After the open beta concludes, we'll evaluate all feedback we've received, and we'll make changes as needed. We look forward to you experiencing this small taste of what Diablo 4 has to offer. If you have not already pre-purchased a copy of Diablo 4 for your platform of choice and want to get early access to open beta, visit here. So probably just, where to purchase the game, basically. Open beta details. Open beta and early access weekends duration. Early access to the open beta begins on March 17th at 9 a.m. PDT. So if you're curious about what time that is, all you have to do is copy this and type in 9 a.m. PDT to whatever your time zone is. So it doesn't matter what your time zone is, just Google search this. Like this, all right? I know, super white, blinding screen. All right? Google search this and go to EST, just like that, right? And there you go. There's your time, all right? Super duper ridiculously easy, all right? That's all you got to do, all right? Any of you guys who wants to know what time it is, just type in that to that. You put in your time zone. The open beta, and as you can see here, it also says, and concludes March 20th at 12 p.m. PDT. So despite the fact that up here, they deliberately say that it only lasts till the 19th, as you can clearly see, it doesn't last till the 19th. It lasts until the 20th at 12 p.m. PDT, which is about 2 o'clock EST, if I remember correctly. So you're going to have until midday on Monday to continue playing if you want to. The open beta begins on March 24th, same time, and concludes on March 27th, same time. So again, also continues on to Monday. As the open beta and the early access weekends get closer, the ability to early download the game will become available. If you guys haven't early downloaded the game, I would recommend that you do that. I'm going to go over really quickly how you can early download the game. Boo, 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 boo. Bink. Alright, so follow me if you haven't already got your early download set up, okay? This is how you do it, alright? I want you to go to your Diablo 4 on the page. All right, so if you're not on Diablo 4, find Diablo 4 wherever it is. Click on it. All right, right here, see this little drop down arrow? You're going to click on this little drop down arrow and you're going to change it from Diablo 4 to Diablo 4 Beta in development. And then you're going to click on this to pre-install the game. Alright, that's going to allow you to download the game, get it installed before tomorrow, so you don't have to worry about installing it tomorrow. This also means that you actually have early access. So if you don't have early access, guess what? It's not going to give you the option. Alright, so keep that in mind. I would recommend that all of you download the game early, by the way, because it will put a lot less strain on the servers on launch of the beta, so we don't have to worry about you guys crapping the servers out because you want to download your 80 gigabyte game on launch day. Just do it now so we don't have to worry about it later. Assume your role. During the early access weekend, players will have access to 3 classes. Assume the role of the battle-bred Barbarian, the nimble rogue, or the elementally tuned Sorcerer once the open beta weekend comes around. The Earthen Druid and Undead-wielding Necromancer classes can be played in addition to the original 3 during the open beta. A maximum of 10 characters can be made per Battle.net account, which is really restrictive in my opinion. It's 20 on Diablo II Resurrected. After reaching level 25 with 1 character, we recommend you try repelling demonic hordes with an additional class to find your favorite. While progress will transfer from early access to open beta, all characters made during these weekends will be deleted once the beta ends. On all consoles that support Diablo 4 via couch co-op, players can enlist a second Demon Slayer to combat the ranks of Hell screen by screen with. To play using couch co-op during the early access weekend, only one player will be required to have an official access to the experience. The second player will need to have their Battle.net and console-specific accounts linked. The strength of the Burning Hells knows no bounds, but you can even the odds by rallying a party of demon destroyers via an online 4-player co-op. To play this way during the early access weekend, All players, excluding those via playing the couch co-op, will be required to have official access to this experience. Note that vanquishing demons while near any player will grant you a 5% bonus in experience and 10% if you are near a member of your party. Fractured Peaks is home to craggy steps and snow-laden paths, creating an unforgivable landscape rife with demons to slay and secrets to discover. This is where your Wanderer's legend is forged. After completing the prologue, the Fractured Plains will be yours to explore as you wish. There's much to experience even in this small slice of Sanctuary, so we wanted to call out a few activities of interest. Nestled among the mountains in the cities of Kovashad, a safe zone where you can repair and purchase new gear, upgrade your health potion, and access the stash, much more. Think of the city as your base of operations between excursions into the frigid expanse of the zone. The main quest line of Diablo IV is rich and consists of multiple acts. Look for the main quest line markers on your map to begin your pursuit of Lilith. Additionally, there are numerous side quests to embark upon throughout the Fractured Peak during your travels. If you find yourself slaying demons near the town of Nevesk, check out the Woodsman of Nevesk side quest and one of the nearby Altars of Lilith. I heard about the Altars of Lilith from one of the devs. They said that they provide permanent bonuses to upgrade your character. Created by the Lilith's first children, these altars are spread throughout Sanctuary. Finding them provides a permanent boost to the core stats of all characters in the Eternal Realm. While trudging through the snow, you may come across World and Legion events. World events are small experiences that arise at random within the zone and may require you to do things such as escorting a lost soul to its loved one, or satiate the hunger of bloodthirsty obelisks. World events can usually be completed within a couple of minutes and are completely optional, but they always provide a reward for your heroics. There are many world events for you to discover during the open beta. Try completing them with other players too. In contrast, Legion events are longer experiences meant to challenge you, ensure you are prepared to overcome hordes of demons before entering them, and if you're able to take them on with the aid of other players, these events will usually be marked on your map but are sometimes revealed after conquering a stronghold. With risk comes reward. Complete a Legion event and you'll be rewarded handsomely for prevailing. These events are optional and can be completed more than once. Dungeons are a cornerstone of the Diablo universe. Diablo IV and this open beta has no shortage of them to explore. Dungeons and their recommended level to complete are on display on your map. These are tight, tense instances where determination and skill will guide you to victory over whatever hell you discover within. Dungeons are a great place to put your skills to the test while also racking up useful gear for even more threatening encounters such as world bosses. Combat massive world bosses. Daring wanderers seeking a sizable challenge should look no further. Ashava, a whirlwind of pestilence, has recently emerged in Fractured Peaks. Journal entries recounting sightings of this gargantuan plague bearer make note of her two massive forearm blades and the ability to coat the ground in a vicious poison. Her blades, which can cleanly cut through stone and flesh alike, are to be feared. Records appear to mention a way to weaken Ashava, but unfortunately that portion of the page has corroded away. It is thought that Wonder Wanderer alone cannot bring this beast to his knees. Come prepared for an intense fight and recruit your friends and other players to pursue the ultimate glory of conquering one of the Burning Hell's most heinous creations to date. Should you find a path to victory, a sizable loot drop awaits. Here's when you'll have an opportunity to combat Ashava during the open beta and early access weekends. So March 18th, it looks like she's going to spawn multiple times on the 18th. At 10 a.m., 12 p.m., and 10 p.m. and midnight PDT. So it looks like they're going to give us a couple days, to get prepared and get ready. And then she's going to spawn 4 times every at 2-hour intervals. Look, no, okay, hold on. 10 a.m., 12, yeah, that's 2-hour intervals. And then 10 p.m. and midnight at 2-hour intervals. So basically twice during the afternoon, or close to the afternoon, so a little bit before the afternoon and noon, and then close to midnight and midnight. And of course, this is PDT, so it's going to be different for every single time zone. Again, just plug in 10 a.m. PDT to whatever your time zone is, or 10 p.m. PDT to whatever your time zone is. It comes up pretty quickly. Play the open beta and lead the pack. This is really cute. I like this little guy. It wouldn't be a trip to Sanctuary without earning a cache of unique rewards along the way as you play Diablo IV in open beta and early access weekends. Showcase your Wanderer's prowess by collecting all 3 open beta rewards. Players who unlock these rewards will receive them once Diablo IV launches. So you get initial casualty earned by reaching Kavashad with 1 character. You get early Voyager title earned by reaching level 20 on 1 character. And you get the Beta Wolfpack cosmetic item earned by reaching level 20 on 1 character. So this cute little guy, if you want him, you need to hit level 20. Alright, so 1 character, level 20, you get this cute little puppy. Little wolf puppy to carry around with you everywhere you go on all your adventures. Alright. I loves him, and I do wants him. Open beta PC specs. So we've already gone over these in detail. I actually have a whole video going over this stuff if you want to check it out. In fact, I'm going to link the my PC specs video in chat. I think most people running computers these days will probably be able to play just fine. But for those of you who may be on the fence, or you think that you might not be able to run the game, or you're not sure and you want to like find out, I do have a video that goes over the PC specs. The PC specs are so low though that like I really feel like a lot of people are going to be fine. If you are below the minimum specifications, then definitely check out my video. I've got some pretty solid upgrade options for you to get you into the, you know, into where you need to be. As for those of you who are way above the minimum specifications, I don't think you have anything to worry about anyway, so I wouldn't really think too much about it. But for those of you who are on the bottom side of things, definitely check out my video. Note, a Xbox Live Gold or PlayStation Plus subscription will not be required to play Diablo IV during the open beta and early access weekends in most regions. In Germany, a PlayStation Plus subscription will be required due to ratings requirements. Once Diablo IV launches, Xbox Live Gold or PlayStation Plus subscription will be required to access some of the game's multiplayer features. This is the early download. I just showed you guys how to do the early download, so if you guys haven't done that yet, definitely do the early download. On Xbox, you just launch the Xbox Store and search for Diablo IV Open Beta and select download. On the PlayStation, launch the PlayStation Store and search for Diablo IV Open Beta and select download. So for those of you who are on the consoles, I know I didn't show that method, but there's your two methods on how to get that, you know, downloading today. Share your journey in the Diablo IV forums. Starting March 17th, Wanderers across all platforms can casually talk about Diablo IV, report bugs, and provide feedback on our new Diablo IV forums. Once the forums go live, visit our homepage and click on the forum tabs in the upper left-hand corner to become part of the incredible Diablo IV community. Early access beta redemption code. So for those of you who don't actually have access to the beta, I mean, you can pre-order. You can go to KFC and buy a sandwich and maybe you'll get code. Maybe there are some giveaways for codes. I'm not entirely sure. We also have the community live stream, which is going to be coming up after beta. So they were talking about this during one of the dev conferences. They basically said that, like, oh no, this is the community play live stream. Okay, so they also said they were going to be doing a dev conference, like, after the open beta was finished. So this is going to be like the development team actually gathering together on the 24th and you being able to play with them. Okay. They also released the Anaria statue, by the way. I don't know if you guys saw that. He's pretty cool looking. Not gonna lie. I am Sanctuary, and Sanctuary is I. You seek to fight the very world itself when you seek to stand against me. Anarius. Alright, I am going to go get some more water, because I need some more water. And you guys... can hang out here till I get back. Hang on out here till I get back, dang it. I was thinking here. Actually, while I'm gone, might as well play you something to actually watch. So this actually isn't very long, and it'll give me time to hop out of here real quick and grab some doojanks. I'm gonna grab some doojanks real quick. I will be right back. I need some more water. I need some drinks. I need some snacks. I'm hungry. And we're going to continue this for sure. Let's see here. Look at most of the information. But for those of you who would rather not spend, you know, like several hours watching a live stream, I am going to, as quickly as I can, summarize all of the points that, you know, occurred during the live stream. So the first off, let's just go over the beta. I feel like the beta is the easiest one to cover. So the beta dates are 17th to the 19th for the early access, and they actually gave us some more information on that. So it is apparently going to start at 9 a.m. PST, and it will end at March 20th, not the 19th, at 12 p.m. PST. So basically, it's going to last until midday on the following day after the end of the 19th. So it's going to go for a pretty long period of time. I mean, that's basically 3 days. Not quite, but basically. The Barbarian, the Rogue, and the Sorceress are going to be the only playable classes during the early access. So we will not have access to the Druid or the Necromancer. However, in the following beta, the open beta, which is the 24th to the 27th at 12 p.m. PST, same thing. It will end at midday on the following day from the end of it, which is the 26th to that 12 p.m. the following day. Then we will have access to the Druid and Necromancer on the following week. So that's nice. They will be spawning a world boss for us during the beta. So 4 times on each Saturday, there will be Ashava, which is the world boss. And they did actually have a picture of Ashava in here, right here. This is Ashava. This is Ashava. Ashava is apparently level 25, so you're going to be recommended to be level 25 to fight her or him or whatever the hell it is. Sounds like a feminine name, Ashava. Apparently you can have up to 12 people fighting Ashava, which is apparently groups of 4, so 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, so 3 groups of 4 to fight her together. There is going to be couch co-op, apparently, for the consoles, so look forward to that. Couch co-op sounds like fun. You can have up to 10 characters per account, according to what we've been told. Your progress during the beta will roll over to the next open beta, so if you play during the early access, it will roll over to the next part, to the open beta. But the characters that you play during the beta will not roll over to live content. Also, it's important to note that seasons apparently will not start at the beginning of Diablo 4. So when Diablo 4 launches, it's just going to be like just the regular game. And then a little bit after Diablo 4 launches, they will start the first season. And we have been told that the seasons will be substantially meatier than Diablo 3 and Diablo 2, which I responded with, that's what she said. But we shall see about that substantially meatier comment. They also stated that rune words would not be coming at launch directly, but that they would be coming eventually. They made some vague comments about how they wanted to make sure that they didn't get laughed at and ridiculed for not making the system similar to Diablo 2's system. They were very clear that anytime a system is added that is the same as a system that was in a previous game, the first thing out of people's mouths will be, but that's not the rune words from Diablo 2 Resurrected. What the hell are these? So apparently they're going to spend a little bit of time and they're going to try and perfect the rune word system for Diablo 4, which sounds like a good thing to me. They also said that ultra-wide support would be in the game, and that if you have an ultra-wide monitor, you should be fine. But they did specify that mega ultra-wide monitors, the ones that are massively wide, like probably cover your entire desk, will have black bars on the sides. So for those of you who spent a whole lot of money on your super ultra mega wide monitor, I'm sorry to tell you, you're going to have black bars. They did say that treasure goblins would be in Diablo 4. They didn't show us any pictures of them, which was sad. But I think most of us who played Diablo 3, even those of us who hated Diablo 3, would say that treasure goblins was one of the better features of Diablo 3. And I think most people will be happy to learn that they will make an appearance in Diablo 4. Trading. They talked about trading. Obviously, I don't have any pictures to show you, but somewhere around here, I think it was like right around here somewhere, Mr. Guy in the blue shirt was talking about trading, and he had some interesting things to say. The first one was trading is not going to be as restrictive as Diablo 3, which was a very wonderful thing to hear. I think most of us who've played Diablo 3 will admit that Diablo 3's trading system is absolutely garbage, and it's so restricted that you can barely do anything at all. But then he followed that up by saying that while it's not going to be as restricted as Diablo 3, it's not going to be as open as basically Diablo 2. Like, it's not going to be a fully open system, and it's not going to be a completely restricted system. It's going to be somewhere in the middle. And then he followed that up with like a comment that basically made it seem like they weren't really quite sure where it was going to fall yet, and that they may be making changes to it in the future. So we don't really know, unfortunately. But at least we know it's not going to be the Diablo 3 trading system, which I feel like is a win in my book already. They did make a comment about the WASD keys will not be working in Diablo 4, although I don't know very many people that use WASD keys in ARPGs. In Counter-Strike or, a first-person shooter, yeah, definitely. But, like, I can't think of any ARPG I've ever used WASD keys on. So I don't really think that's a big deal. They went through an armor system overview, which was pretty cool, and they talked about a lot of different things with the armor, and there were graphs and all sorts of really cool stuff as they talked about the way that armor mitigation worked. And there was kind of like an expected value. They talked about how you needed basically a certain amount of mitigation to fight certain bosses. How if you didn't have enough mitigation versus a certain boss, he could pretty much just one-shot you. They also stated that the armor system would have half to non-physical reduction. So whatever your physical reduction is, it would be half to the non-physical elements, like fire, lightning, ice, shadow, poison, whatever else is in the game. So we had some very interesting things going on here. They showed us several graphs. Among them was a graph that showed diminishing returns of armor. So as you increase in the armor, so you get more and more armor, the armor is less and less effective. So early on, the armor is like 0.045 per point, which is pretty good, and then eventually it gets down to the point where it's like 0.017 per armor point. And the higher level you get and the higher armor you get, the less effective it becomes, which is just a standard diminishing return equation. And then they also went over the fact that when you're fighting monsters that are higher level than you, there is a drop in how effective your mitigation from armor is. So, you know, if you're like a level 30 character and you're fighting like a level 90 monster, the level 90 monster is going to wipe the floor with you because your mitigation is going to completely get annihilated. They also stated that the cap for mitigation is 85%. That's represented by the graph here at the very top. You see it's stuck right there at 85%, doesn't go any higher, and then it starts to drop as the level of the monster raises higher. They did show us this really interesting footage of the stronghold, and I'm going to play this in the background while I'm talking about it. So the stronghold is apparently these things that you can obviously, you know, rescue, so to speak. They're like a place that used to be, you know, like run by NPCs or whatever you want to call it, like a little village or whatever, but they're not anymore. They've been destroyed and overrun with monsters, and you have to spend the time to clear them out and save the, you know, save the village, so to speak. And then once you do, they actually turn back into a stronghold, and you can use them kind of like you would a town, which is pretty cool. And this goes on for quite some time, and there's quite a bit of footage here if you want to check it out. The Barbarian playing with his arsenal system. There's some pretty cool scenes where he's jumping on top of ships and all sorts of other things, and playing around with a wagon wheel. Or the kind of one of the coolest things I saw in here while I was watching him was he picked up the wheel, and the wheel was on his back, which I thought was like really interesting. So like I know it's just an element of the story. But when I saw him pick up the wheel, and it appeared on his back, it was really interesting. See, he actually has the wheel on his back, the you know, the handle wheel combo thing there with the pulley on it, like, and he's carrying it to the destination, and then when he gets there, he puts it on the actual stand and uses it to you know, like complete the quest, which I thought was really interesting. It's a nice little touch that the quest item actually appears on you, that you're carrying it. They talked about a lot of different things in terms of like beta rewards. So we got some information on like titles and all sorts of other things that you could potentially have, including a very, very cute cosmetic that you can earn. So not only will you earn some very interesting titles for playing in the beta and beating relative things, but if you get a character to level 20, at least one character to level 20, you get this cute little puppy, and I just want to pet his little head. I just want to squeeze him like this. Him's a very cute little boy. He's a very cute, yes, he's a very cute little puppy. Doesn't know the ghost livings. Little puppy here is great. It is a beta reward. I'm pretty sure you're not going to be able to get it past beta. So as long as you play in one of the betas, and as long as you get to level 20, you're going to get access to the cute little puppy that you can take around with you everywhere, which I think is just freaking adorable. I need it, okay? I need it. Specifications. So that's a very fun one. I don't know why I've waited so long to talk about specifications. Let's go back here. So they have PC specifications, and it's actually really interesting because they're pretty darn good. I was actually surprised when I read 660, GTX 660, and an i5 2500K. Like, those are pretty low-end units. I think most people are going to be okay here as far as graphics. I mean, granted, this says that settings to run Diablo IV Open Beta at 1080p resolution, native resolution with a 720p render resolution with low graphic settings, expecting about 30 frame rate. i5 2500K or an FX 8100, 8 gigabytes of RAM, which is like, I don't know a lot of people that have 8 gigabytes of RAM these days. I think most people are running like 16 gig these days, right? NVIDIA GeForce 660 or an AMD Radeon R9 280 is very low. We were talking about this during the live stream. You can pick up a GTX 760 or a GTX 1050 Ti, which are basically the same video card, by the way, for approximately 30 bucks. All right, $30. So you can get one generation higher than the minimum card that they're offering for $30. So if you're running lower than a 660 right now, I would just grab yourself a 1050 Ti or a 760, GTX 760 for relatively nothing and upgrade. 8 gigabytes of RAM. If you're running 8 gigabytes of RAM, I wouldn't even run 8 gigabytes of RAM at this point. I would get yourself 16. Try and grab a little bit of an upgrade there for yourself. Get yourself up to 16 gigabytes of RAM because that's like the bare minimum for most computer games these days anyway. It seems like the graphics card is limited by the DirectX 12 version. Notice that in the medium specifications, it says DirectX 12 as well. It may specifically be that the graphics card is limited to DirectX 12. I've seen this before in a couple games, where if you're using a graphics card that's not capable of DirectX 12, it has trouble playing the game, or it just won't launch at all. It'll say your video card is not capable of DirectX 12, blah, blah, blah. You know, like, good luck. So it could very well be a limitation of DirectX 12 itself. Another very interesting thing here is in the minimum specifications, we have a solid-state hard drive with 45 gigabytes of available space. Now, if you're still using a platter disk as your main drive or your gaming drive, I don't know what to tell you these days. For like $30, you can pick up a pretty decent solid-state drive off Amazon, and you can upgrade that bad boy. So, like, if you were running this system and you had a GTX 660 or lower, you could spend $30 on a 760 or a 1050 Ti, $30 on a solid state, and you'd be upgraded to more than the minimum specifications, and you'd be just fine. Then we have medium graphics. So medium graphics here, it says a Intel i5 4670K, and I looked this one up, and it's a little bit slower than my 3800X, so it's probably about the same as like a 3600X. So as long as you got like about a AMD Ryzen 3600X, you're probably fine. The 16 gigabytes of RAM is pretty much expected. That's pretty much par for the course these days. I'm running 32 gigabytes because I end up going over 16 gigabytes most of the time on my active use. GeForce 970 is actually like a pretty old card these days. I think we're talking about like 2014 was when that came out. So for the most part, the medium specifications aren't even really that high. AMD Radeon 370 or a GTX 970 is a pretty decently low specifications for medium graphics, 1080p, 60 FPS. So if you got like a GTX 1080 or something like that, you haven't upgraded to the 20 series or the 30 series or the 40 series, which is literally there is multiple generations in between the 970, by the way. So if we take the 970 is one generation, that's 1080, two generations, that's 2080, three generations, that's 3080, four generations, that's 4080. So it is 4 generations away from the top card. So I mean, as long as you got a card within the last 4 generations, it looks like you're pretty decent as far as Diablo 4. Again, with the solid state requirement, or rather minimum requirement, these days I think most people have NVMEs, but if you don't have at least a solid state, that's a pretty solid upgrade. Now here at the bottom it does say Diablo 4 will attempt to run on hardware below minimum specifications, including hard drives, dual-core CPUs, and integrated CPUs. However, the game experience may be significantly diminished. So it seems like you could at least try to run the game on a system that is not meeting these minimum specifications. But if it doesn't work, well, it doesn't work. Then we got the Q&A section, and the Q&A section did have some interesting information in it, so I want to go over that really quickly. First off, there was a question about when will we get information on progression and in-game systems, and they basically said not during the beta. But they did say that after the beta, they were going to be having a live stream dedicated to progression and end-game systems. So after the beta is over, we will get another live stream going over some of the more end-game stuff. Another one of the questions that they asked was, is there a limit to the number of people you can see in the open world? To which we got the response that they were almost deliberately limiting the number of people that we could see in the open world because they wanted the game to feel desolate and abandoned, which has me a little bit worried, especially when we got to the point where we were talking about a specific quest, and he replied with, well, the only people that you're going to be able to see are the people that are in your group. So you're basically not going to be able to see anybody as you're just roaming around the world, which is a little strange. It's completely the opposite of the way an MMO works, right? Because MMOs are more focused on letting you see everybody. Like You know, like, hey, look, there's like 30 people on this quest. Let's group up and, you know, let's do the quest together. And that way we don't have to, like, you know, split all the resources. But it doesn't seem like that's the way they want things in Diablo 4. They did talk about how there will be specific situations where you'll see more people on the screen than others. Like, for instance, world bosses. You're obviously going to be able to see more people there during a world boss battle. And then on top of that, they talked about how in town you're going to be able to see everybody because in town, basically, like, all of the players will load in and you can show off your loot. They also asked a question about the trading system, and I did talk about that already, but it was really vague of an answer. They basically said it wasn't going to be Diablo 3, but it wasn't going to be Diablo 2, and it was going to be somewhere in between. And then we also got a couple more questions about some other, like, odd things in the game which didn't really match up. They talked about the Inaria statue, by the way. I'm not sure if I mentioned that. The Inaria statue is apparently up for pre-order, or if you want to check it out. They have the Lilith statue on there as well, and I mean, if you want to get the statues, they are kind of cool, I'm not going to lie. Then they went over achievements, and they talked about how there will be an achievement system within the game and challenges that you can do. That is going to be something that will be within the game. And then finally, to wrap up the stream, there was apparently a charity event where if one team won over the other, they could pie the other team, and apparently Rod lost. So Rod ended up getting pied, and we have a replay of Rod getting pied here.
2, 1.
He really rubs it in. He rubs it in really good.
Rubbing it in.
Mm-hmm. And, you know, it was a pretty good dev stream all in all. We learned some very good bits of information. I'm kind of disappointed about the 4 players in the party. I hope that helps you guys out so you don't have to watch the entire live stream. But if you do want to watch the entire live stream, I was hilarious the entire time, pretending to be one of the statues, which they then pointed directly at me, which I thought was funny. Anyway, as always, thanks for watching, and keep on. Bink. Yeah, keep watching. Well, stop watching. Keep watching. So, we got another video to watch here. Apparently, it just came out. A lot of people are talking about it. We're going to take a look at it right now. Right meow. We're going to take a look at it right meow. Right meow. Hold on, let me take off my music. Boop. Sorry, I was eating some snacks. I was starving to death. I was starving. So I made some Hot Pockets, okay, and I melted my mouth. I burned my mouth for you guys, okay, that's all you need to know. I burned my mouth with Hot Pockets. All right, let's see what the hell this is.
Oh, no. There it is. It's like, when is Dev gonna die? There you did it.
I'll avenge you, don't worry. Beautiful, disgusting Diablo.
Hello, welcome to Adventure with the Dev. I'm Zavan Hartunian. I'm one of the lead game designers on Diablo 4. And I'm joined today with Bloodshed. We're going to be playing some dungeons.
I decided to go full werewolf with this one. Which build are you playing?
I'll be mixing up a little Bleed and some Hammer of the Ancients, and I've also got Iron Maelstrom.
What dungeon did you pick today?
We're going to be playing through Cor Dragon Barracks, which is a really cool Knights Penitent fortress in Fractured Peaks. What you're seeing here is it's one of the fortresses of the Knights Penitent, which is kind of the military arm of the Cathedral of Light in Fractured Peaks. You can see as we kind of move through this space, we're constantly kind of going indoors and outdoors. Some of this was actually inspired by the Ruins of Secheron dungeon tile set in Diablo 3. We loved it when we made that. We wanted to try doing something like that again.
And you added traps like in Secheron also?
Yeah, so actually traps we went really big on that in Diablo 4. Most traps have secondary effects that players can take advantage of.
Okay. Let me pause it for just a second here. So a lot of people are in chat are saying this looks like Diablo 3, and he literally just said that this dungeon that they're in is literally modeled after a Diablo 3 dungeon. He said, we really loved this X Diablo 3 dungeon, and we wanted to make this dungeon look like that Diablo 3 dungeon. So yes, of course, this is going to look like Diablo 3, because they literally modeled this dungeon after the Diablo 3 dungeon, and that makes perfect sense.
Whenever they find them. Yeah, so right there, there's a trap. They'll get you.
I know.
Speaking of Szechuan, right?
Yeah, the big pendulums is what I remember from Szechuan, and trying to use those to attack enemies for me. What's one of the favorite things that maybe you've helped implement into the game that you're really proud of, or?
We're not in it right now, but one of the first dungeons that we ever built, the first tile sets we ever made, was actually the crypt. And we were like, okay, well, how do we make sure this feels like Diablo? So what we did is we went and played Diablo 1.
I love Diablo 1.
Played through the crypt, took a screenshot of what that environment looked like, and then made it in this engine.
That's awesome. So like they took a little bit from every Diablo game.
Yeah, we looked at every single one. Yeah, even the names of some of these monsters, like these are skeletons, right? But even the names of some of these, we actually went back to Diablo 1, like what do they call it? But anytime we can inject any of that, original feel, that original tone. I'm surprised we haven't had a friendly. There it is. I was about to say, I'm surprised the ballista hasn't shot us from off screen, and as I said it
did.
Right there. Hi, Corpse Bro.
It'd probably be good to tackle these first, I think. Yeah, get them off the battlefield.
That was like such a transformative monster. It started to really help keep the gameplay spaces distinct. There's a really big difference between a bunch of narrow corridors with walls and a big wide open space if you have a monster like the Corpse Bow, who can shoot you if he can see you.
In the beta, is there any like end game goal maybe for people
who can shoot?
So just a quick thing to point out here before we continue with the video. Notice that this is the couch co-op mode. Okay, so they were talking about the couch co-op mode. They've told us that couch co-op mode will exist. I think this is the first time we've actually gotten a screenshot of couch co-op mode. So as you can clearly see, like, they've compressed the panel down. Let me take the closed captioning off for a second. They've compressed the panel down, so as you can see, like, the whole panel of the werewolf is on one side. His health, his mana, everything. And the whole panel of the Barbarian is on this side. And I'm assuming that if you did like a 4-player couch co-op, it would have to cram all these panels on the screen. Maybe they would start pouring into the top part of the screen as well. But that's interesting to see the couch co-op mode. I haven't seen the couch co-op mode yet, so that's pretty cool.
Shoot you if you can see you.
In the beta, is there any like end game goal maybe for people to reach?
We're keeping that at level 25, and then obviously they can complete the entirety of Act 1, which is the act that takes place inside Fractured Peaks.
Full story mode, the cutscenes, everything?
Yep.
Oh, nice.
Beyond just like, the main campaign.
So speaking of which, look at the fact that they are level 25. So, like, don't judge this performance of the game right here, like, by how they're killing stuff. It looks like they gave them 2 very overpowered characters for this video. Already leveled up to level 25, probably already geared and everything. So if they're demolishing everything and you guys are thinking that, it's just too easy, like, it very well just could be that, that, it's just they're already max level and they're already beefed up.
There's multiple strongholds, there's a bunch of dungeons, there's a bunch of side quests on top of that. Each one of those is a little story. Every dungeon that you play, you're going to be able to get a legendary aspect, over 100 of them in the game. We've tried to fill the dungeons with just a bunch of possibilities. Even if you run the same one over and over again, you're never going to be sure exactly what the layout is, exactly where the monsters are. There's a bunch of other, neat surprises that can happen. Traps is one of those. We have a bunch of random events that can happen anywhere in any dungeon. Treasure goblins, everyone's favorite. Those are back too. But there's also things like this. You can find little tidbits of story that you can kind of listen to as you journey throughout.
As the dungeons go up in difficulty, like, are there like different tiers, different rewards?
All these dungeons that are kind of like randomly placed in the game. Every single one of those can become a nightmare dungeon at the end of the day. We actually have just like a huge built-in library of endgame content from the get-go. You're going to be able to play all these things, get your aspects, early on. As you level, get renown, they'll feed into that too, get even more rewards, and then by the time you hit endgame, you actually have a chance to revisit these dungeons, and when they become nightmare dungeons, they actually pull in dungeon affixes alongside with them.
What's the most affixes you can get in one dungeon?
Oh, that actually, I'm not sure anymore. There's quite a bit. It's not like a one and done deal, right? You start with a couple maybe, but over time that number will increase. Oh, no. There it is. Ah, man.
Now?
We did it. It's like, when is the dev gonna die? There you did it.
I'll avenge you, don't worry.
Remember me.
I'm gonna try to res you without getting hit. Ah,
Make it happen.
there we go. Welcome back
So
to the world.
that's actually a very small change we've made. Getting hit one time doesn't immediately break the channel in Diablo
I thought it
4.
would, yeah.
That's how it traditionally worked in the past, right? We actually changed that because we played the games too. We're like, okay, that guy barely touched me. That shouldn't break my channel. I'm 99% done. Yeah, don't click that yet.
It's agreed.
Yeah, is it though? Sometimes that's a curse shrine.
Oh, okay.
And you won't know until you click it.
So sometimes I'm trying to think how to explain this. So if you guys have never played couch co-op before, couch co-op is something of a very specific adventure. When you're playing couch co-op, it's very easy to confuse your character with somebody else's character. And literally you're a 5-year-old and your brother gave you a controller and you think you're playing, but you're not because you're staring at the wrong dude. Happens all the time with couch co-op. So those bright circles that you see underneath their feet are there to help guide you to your character. So for instance, right now, Stalvar is the yellow circle and the directional indicator helps him understand which way he's looking. Sometimes when you're playing couch co-op, things can get very muddled and fuzzy, especially when you have 4 people on top of each other, and sometimes you're the same classes, like for instance, if you have multiple druids or multiple barbarians. So some of this stuff that's going on the screen is very specific to couch co-op, and you're probably not ever going to see this stuff when you're playing by yourself.
Okay, we're gonna roll the dice.
I love that it breaks if you're in the zone.
And it won't tell you. It won't say curse shrine. It's that's a greed shrine. I'm gonna click it. Oh, okay. Lucky.
Okay.
We made it. This one's great. Enemies drop gold when hit. So let's go hit a bunch of things.
All right, let's get paid.
There it is. The money build.
And then it might push you, especially if you're playing hardcore, right? It might push you beyond your limits, so to speak, right? Put you in a position that you're like, do I capitalize on this greed shrine, or do I possibly die?
By the way, what I said about cursed shrines also true about healing wells. And then
it could
sometimes it might be a cursed well.
Wow.
Let's
and
see.
then enemies can pop out.
Yep. It actually starts.
You just got me on edge on everything now.
It actually starts an event. Both
if you
of them
break
do.
a door, yeah.
So all shrines can be cursed. So if in Diablo 2, that's one thing. Everybody clicks on shrines. You always click on the shrines. And it's so bad even that even when you come across a gem shrine or something like that, you'll end up clicking on the damn shrine and wasting it. So they've set up the shrines, and then they also set up cursed shrines, which that's a whole fun thing there. We'll have fun with that.
You might
actually no. There's no mimic doors or anything.
All right.
That, yeah. But actually, funny enough, monsters can open doors in this game.
Really?
Yeah. So if they
Change,
can see you, they are
gone are the days
they'll just open the door,
throwing firewalls over there.
And then how funny is this? We got a shrine, a well, and a chest. Sometimes a cursed chest.
So you're you don't just click on it. You better be ready.
I'm just saying. We try to keep things kind of interesting. We have a whole crew of people on this team who spent an inordinate amount of time making couch co-op as awesome as we're feeling right now.
Yeah, we can do everything independently, our skills and abilities. I was like, maybe I do have some upgrades here that I haven't put in now that you mention it. I noticed you just push one button and jumped right in also.
Very, very seamless. Logging out, logging back in, switching characters. We can do all those things. All right, let's see where we are. All right.
Put some work in.
It's a good sized dungeon there.
You chose this dungeon. Is there any surprises at the end?
I mean, if I tell you.
Oh yeah, okay. That in itself wouldn't be a surprise then. I guess we'll have to see. I was kind of getting that feeling that there was something here. Blood boils.
Looks like spaghetti and meatballs.
Are they coming out of?
Yeah.
It legit looks like spaghetti and meatballs. On top of all smoky, all covered in cheese. There lay my poor meatball till somebody sneezed. It rolled off the table and onto the floor. And my poor meatball rolled right out the door.
Out of.
Yeah. Yeah, this isn't a good thing. We should get rid of this thing.
They just keep spawning until you break it.
Yeah, I mean, it's those knights. They left a mess. We gotta clean it up.
Beautiful, disgusting Diablo.
As it should be.
Yeah. So when you're doing like co-op, can like, and one person wants to go to town, do you have to accept it, or can?
No, we call it couch justice, right?
Couch
like if you want to do
justice.
something and I don't want you to do it and you do it,
Yeah.
I'll just like punch you on the shoulder like, don't do
Yeah,
that.
yeah. I noticed earlier, like if I pause it or whatever, the game's not paused, is it?
Nope.
Yeah. So on the dungeons, did you guys have like a target average playtime for a dungeon? Like if I only had.
You know, we actually tried very, very short, like, 5-minute dungeons. We built, I think the longest one we tried internally was maybe 30 to 45 minutes.
Wow.
And we kind of figured like, okay, well, if we make something kind of reasonably sized, it can always grow. So when you hit nightmare dungeons, things just get harder and they automatically already get slower, so it takes longer to do them. But one of the other things that we did is we made cellars in every zone that you can find, and every single time you go inside one of those, they can have a completely different outcome. There's a whole quest line later on in the game that you can find.
Okay.
That has to do with kind of a major character in the game.
Oh man. Okay.
And it's a
Is
side
it
quest.
gonna be
It's
in
a side
beta
quest,
or
to be
like
fair. No,
release?
this is like well beyond, unfortunately.
Okay.
But point being, it's actually a main character from the campaign that has their own side quest line that you can go and experience, and that quest line takes you through, 2 cellars and a dungeon.
Not everybody's just gonna do everything now. Always.
Well, unfortunately, that's all the time that we have today.
Why is that? Why you gotta do this?
Don't worry, you have open beta coming. Everyone's gonna have a chance. They're gonna kill monsters, get loot. It's gonna be great.
My name's Bloodshed. I guess I'll see you next time.
Yeah, and I'm Zavin Hartunian. Thank you for joining us for Adventure with a Dev, and I'll see you all in hell.
Adventure with a dev. Oh, yes. So let's analyze. Let's put on our analyzing analyzer. So this is obviously a console. Okay, obviously. I mean, let me bring myself back up here so you guys can see my lovely chainmail. It's obviously a console. This is obviously, what is that, Xbox? Because it's AXY, so it's got to be an Xbox. If it was a PlayStation, it would be, like circle, square, triangle, whatever BS. It's obviously couch co-op, okay? So, number one, we've got 2 very odd things going on here. It's not PC. Okay, because we don't have couch co-op on PC. We know it's console. We know it's an Xbox. So this is Xbox footage. I'm assuming that they're playing on an Xbox Series X. If they're going to do a some sort of promo or trailer, I would assume that it would be on the best hardware that they currently have. Not necessarily the worst hardware that they have, right? They're not going to do it on like an Xbox Series 1 and like be like, this is what our game looks like. Look at this. This is amazing. So we got couch co-op on an Xbox Series X, most likely. And it's
Diablo.
It's a little weird. Like the way they have it set up. I mean, I guess one character is on the right side and one character is on the left side, but how are they going to handle it with 4 players? It seems like madness. How are you even going to see what the hell's going on the screen with 4 players? Like, with all these panels clogging up the place, I'm assuming they'd probably put them up here. Or maybe they scale them down and just have them all along the bottom, and it's a lot harder to see with 4 panels. And I don't know what's going on, but it does look worse than some of the other footage that I have. So, like, if I pull up my my captured footage, I've got some captured footage. Like, this is the captured footage that we have from PC. It's dark, it's gritty, it looks like, like a Diablo 1 or Diablo 2 game, like, with maybe like some more modern graphics. And then we switch back to this, and like it doesn't even look close. Like, where's the darkness? Where's the grittiness? Where did it disappear to? It just like it poofed. It went poof. Like, it's not there anymore. I don't know what the hell's going on. Like, between this footage And you know what? Let's pull another piece because I've got tons of different footage. And this one, I think this is the one I'm thinking of. Yeah, and this one. Look at the freaking difference between this and this. What the hell is going on here? Like, why does this one look so much brighter and so much like just like nothing like the other one? What the hell is going on? Like, it doesn't look anything like the other one. Like this one here looks good. This one looks really good. I mean, I think I actually have that dungeon too. Hold on. Is it this one? I think this is the same dungeon. I'm not 100% sure, but I think this is the same dungeon that they're in. Core Dragon Barracks. Core Dragon Barracks. Yes, this is the same dungeon. So, look, I mean, just to show you that I'm not BSing you guys here. Hold on. Look, right here. Core Dragon Barracks. Core Dragon Barracks, activate the gate control. Core Dragon Barracks, activate the gate control. This is literally the same footage from the same dungeon. Let's see here. Yes, Core Dragon Barracks right there. I just wanted to make sure because they deliberately picked out and pointed out the exact place that they were going to. Okay? So this is the place right here that they went to. Core Dragon Barracks. And it doesn't look anything like the other one. I mean, I think people are not even overreacting. I think that this really does look very Diablo 3-ish. And I don't understand why. Especially when you consider the fact that literally this is the same exact place. It's literally the same exact place as this. It's the same exact dungeon. I mean, is there something lost in translation between the Xbox and the PC? Is like a lot of people are saying in chat right now, is the footage that we got on this video just like doctored in some way? Did they up the brightness and try and make it look like more appealing or something, and then at the end ended up making it look less appealing? Is it something specific to the Xbox? Like, is this just the way the Xbox looks? And so if you get the game on Xbox, you're just going to have this dumbed down version of the graphics, basically? I think ray tracing is disabled as of right now, Thunderloins. I'm reading the comments on the YouTube channel right now. Looks like Diablo 3, so friendly and bright. I mean, he's not wrong. I literally thought this was Diablo 3 footage from the preview video on YouTube. I figured they were doing D3 to compare to D4. I hope this is test footage from years ago or something. Everything is so bright and cheery. The weirdest thing about this is that their PR department allowed this to be uploaded. Guys, don't worry. They have max light radius on their gear. That's why. Wasn't this game supposed to be a lot darker? It's very bright in every corridor. Too bright. The light sort of babysits you throughout the entire dungeon. You're a little bit confused. This was nothing like the footage we've been shown, which is 100% true, because the footage that we've been shown, and it looks nothing like that. Hmm. I'm not really quite sure what they were thinking with this one. I'll be perfectly honest. This footage is very poor. It doesn't put the game in a good light at all. Like I don't understand. I don't understand why they would go through all of this and all of, like go through all of this footage like this and tell us so much that they were trying to make the game dark and make the game gritty and make it, like its predecessors, like Return to the Darkness of Diablo 1 and all that other stuff. And then I don't know why they would go through all that PR to convince us that it's not going to, be a Diablo 3 lookalike. And then show us this, which literally just looks like Diablo 3. I don't know what the hell this video is all about or why they even went with this. This is weird. And that totally does look like spaghetti and meatballs, and I don't care what none of y'all say. It legit looks like spaghetti and meatballs. Come at me, bro. Alright? Come at me. It looks like a plate full of spaghetti and meatballs. I'm not hungry, I just ate, Stizzles. I had 2 Hot Pockets. I'm feeling quite sated. Still looks like spaghetti and meatballs. I wanted to look at the panel, the character panel. Gold dust? What the hell was that? Grave dust? What the hell is grave dust? You have found 1 grave dust. Grave dust. Grave dust. What the hell is grave dust? Oh, there goes the meatballs again. Let's watch the meatballs explode. Boom, 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 boom. Frame by frame. Who you gonna call? Meatballs. Who you gonna call? Spaghetti and meatballs. I'm sorry, I'm having too much fun. You got some 32 gigabytes of RAM, open grapefruit. Nice. Should be set for quite some time. 8 gigabytes is not enough. 16 gigabyte is the normal these days, and 32 gigabytes will do you for quite some time. That'll definitely do you. This part right here about the cursed shrines was kind of cool. Shrines of the cursedness. They are cursed. This shouldn't break my channel. I'm 99% done. That's agreed. Yeah, is it though? Sometimes that's a cursed shrine. You won't know until you click it. We're gonna roll the dice. I love that it breaks, like, it won't tell you, it won't say curse shrine. I hope that's not what the console looks like, because the console players need to stop getting effed over on a regular basis. I hate to tell you guys this, but the console players just get the raw end of the deal like 9 times out of 10. They always seem to get the raw end of the deal somehow. When Diablo 2 Resurrected launched, Diablo 2 Resurrected had this, you know, like amazing had this amazing freaking system where you could join games and have fun with your friends, and the console players just didn't have it. They just like took the lobby away from the console players, and it was so freaking stupid. And so none of the console players wanted to freaking play because they couldn't join each other's games. It was like next to impossible just to join games with your friends on the console. And like they just no, just stop effing over the console users. Like, let them have the same experience that the PC users have, and stop letting them stop putting them in the on the special short bus. All right, stop putting the freaking console users on the short bus. Let them have the same freaking experience that we've got. Like, why? They don't need to be on the short bus. All right, they don't need to be special. All right, the console users these days have systems that are more than powerful enough to handle the game. All right, there's no reason to give them an improper experience, just simply because they're console users. Boom, 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 boom. I'll put my music back on. I just can't get over it. Like, I can't get over that this is the same dungeon. Like, this dungeon looks good. This dungeon is dark. It's bleak. Like, it has that kind of a tone to it. There's light sources, but the light sources aren't overwhelming. They don't hug you and careen you the entire way through. Like watching this looks good. It looks good. I mean, there's a fireplace over there. The fireplace is illuminating the room very nicely. Like, and the parts that the fireplace isn't touching are dark, and it looks good. Doesn't it? I mean, I feel like this looks really good. And then you go to this BS, like, it's so bright and like Diablo 3-esque. Like, I can't even, it's very Diablo 3-esque. Like, it looks like Diablo 3. And I can totally see what people are saying when they say it looks like Diablo 3. I mean, granted, they are in a dungeon that is designed to look like Diablo 3, but if they're in a dungeon that's designed to look like Diablo 3, then why does the same exact dungeon over here look nothing like Diablo 3? They're literally in the same dungeon. Core Dragon Barracks, activate the gate control. Core Dragon Barracks, activate the gate control. They're literally in the same dungeon. I know, it doesn't even look like the same game. You're absolutely right, Turbo Man. It doesn't even look like it's the same game. Like, they're completely different. Like, just the look of them to each other. I mean, I'm looking at the color, like, I wish there was a way I could just, I don't know, like cut and paste one onto the other. I'm just kind of like looking and seeing what I could see, like, comparison wise, because I almost feel like the colors have been changed. They had to have been changed. Like, a lot of you guys are saying, I think they did some sort of post-processing on this, because, like, I'm looking at the color red on the orb, and I'm comparing the difference between them, and it seems like the color red on the orb is a lot darker on this side. Even something as simple as like the green outline around the buffs that are above his bar or the bar. Like the green is a lot darker and a lot less bright. And over here on this new video that they just put out, the green is like almost neon. Like it's like glowing. Like the color is like neon bright in this one. It's like somebody turned up the frickin' color contrast or something, or I don't even know, the color vibrance, like massively. Bum, 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 bum. Reward challenge unlocked. Rabid Hound player title. The Rabid Hound player title. I didn't even notice that drawn before. It's kind of cool. Journal page. Mother told me not to go, but the cathedral refused to tell us anything about father. What I found was much worse than I expected. The knights penitent are either dead or roaming the halls as monstrosities. I've watched them for days until I found one that had my father's limp. Yeah, I don't really like the math numbers on the screen either. Like, it's never been a big thing for me. And, unfortunately, though, you kind of have to have it on if you want to stay competitive. It's really rather unfortunate that it has to be on for you to be a competitive. You might be asking me why. Well, if the numbers are there, then you can use them to figure out what your damage output is. If the numbers are not there, then people have to guess, so they don't know, and so everybody's trying to figure it out. They're trying to race to see who can do the most amount of damage. And, like, for those of us who want to have them off, we still kind of need them on to make sure that we're actually doing the amount of damage that we need to be doing. I don't know, I've gotten so long used to Diablo 2 not having damage numbers. It's going to take me a while to get used to it. It's also just screen clutter. It's also kind of like the bad thing about it is that, like, especially when they start showing off like individual ticks of a poison damage or like individual ticks of your fire damage, like at some point or another it's just screen clutter. Like it becomes just trash. Garbage, just flotsam, just all over the screen, and you'd rather it not be there. I think I've had enough looking at this ugly footage. This footage is ugly as all get out. I'm going to refresh the page just so I can see what people are making fun of it. I literally did a double take to make sure this wasn't D3. Very strange, considering the footage shown previously seemed to actually capture the right atmosphere. What is going on here? I'm going to make a comment too. Why not? Let's do this. You guys can come upvote me. Why does the dungeon that was previously shown in footage look absolutely nothing like the one you're playing? The previous footage was dark and grim and had very much so the right feel for a Diablo game. This footage you are showing right now is bright, cheery, and looks practically identical to Diablo 3. Which one is the real footage? Will the real Slim Shady please stand up? Boom. I'll upvote my own Doojank too. Why not? Upvote my own Doojank. They have a cheery. Do they have a Whimsyshire slider too, Olo Noodle? How much Whimsyshire do you want in your game? We'll add in as much Whimsyshire as you want. Why not? About 72% Whimsyshire. Holy crap, my friend. That's way too much Whimsyshire. Don't do that to yourself. Why would you go down that hall to the garbage place called the Whimsyshire? Nobody wants them rainbow unicorns up in their face. No, no. Which video did I comment on? I'll just link it about that. It was Diablo 4, An Adventure with a Dev. And this are one right here. I'm a 10-year before Warcraft man. Warcraft man. I mean, Warcraft is all sorts of colorful. Could never play Warcraft. I hated the graphics on Warcraft. The World of Warcraft, by the way, not the original Warcraft games. Warcraft 1 and Warcraft, Warcraft 1 and Warcraft 2 were fun. I like those. Warcraft 3 was on the border. They started to get way too much into the cartoony graphics, but it wasn't quite there yet to the point where I didn't want to play. But when World of Warcraft came out, it was just like so cartoony. I didn't want to play anymore. Like I was like, all right, I'm out. It's like I was watching the Saturday morning cartoons. It'll only be 10 years till another try. Well, I'm not even talking about gameplay, Logan. I mean, I'd love them for gameplay too, but I'm just talking about the graphics and the atmosphere. Although, you know, Warcraft always did have a little bit of a silliness to it. Like when you ordered your troops around, even in Warcraft 2, they were like, okay, All right. Right away, sir. Right away, sir. Did I get the voice right? Your wish is my command. Right away, sir. Right away, sir. And then the goofy, like the freaking the orc ones were always like, okay, okay, huh, huh, huh. Dude, I played way too much Warcraft 1 and 2. Way too much. Warcraft 2 Battle.net Edition. I used to play online all the time. Up until the point where people started cheating. I didn't want to play anymore after that. I still remember the day, and I still remember the cheat that put me down, and I just moved on, and I never picked it back up again. I was playing Warcraft 2 online, and we had I had a match against somebody, and I was building up my army, you know, doing my resources, had my thing going. I probably had like freaking 10, you know, warriors, probably had like 20 or so archers, you know, like a catapult and some other things. This boy sent in one soldier. I was like, one soldier? I was like, who this boy kidding? One soldier. This one soldier proceeded to tear apart my entire army, kill everything I owned, destroyed all my buildings, and broke my base. And that was the day I found out about the infinite upgrade cheat. So basically, what somebody had figured out was that you could infinitely upgrade through the use of basically a third-party tool modifying the game. It would take away the flag that only enabled you to upgrade your soldier 2 times, I think, to a level 3 soldier. And basically, they just upgraded their soldier infinitely. So they just sat in their base, and they just continued to upgrade that soldier over and over and over and over and over and over again. Until that one soldier was literally like level 100. And then once the soldier hit level 100, they set the frickin' soldier into my base. And the soldier was basically unkillable. Like, he had defense and attack rating and everything that was so high that, like, even a full-sized army of, like, normal troops couldn't take him on. So he would just, like, one-shot everything he touched. And it got, like, it spread around Battle.net to the point where almost everybody was doing it. And I just couldn't take it anymore, and I stopped playing. You know what I'm afraid of with the rogue? I'm afraid that the rogue is going to be OP as crap. I think they've set her up too much to be a multi-spec class. And if the history of all video games has taught me anything about the rogue, or about multi-spec classes, about the jack of all trades, is that they tend to be broken as... And I don't think the rogue is going to be any different. I really doubt they got the balancing correct with the rogue, and she's probably going to end up being freaking broken. And you know what's going to happen is they're going to let her be broken for a little while, and then they're going to nerf her into the dirt. She's going to be hit so hard with the nerf bat that nobody's going to want to play her for the next 2 years until they finally fix her. And I hate to say it, but I see it coming. It's in the cards. Because when they have these characters that can do everything, the melee, the ranged, and the stealth all in one package with the traps and everything, like, she's got too much going on in one little package. Like, that little Bodus ain't going to hold all that OP-ness, and it's going to start pouring out. And unfortunately, this is just... I don't want you guys to be like super disappointed when it happens, so I'm trying to tell you guys this in advance, is that I see it coming. Like it's not an if it's gonna come, it's a when it's gonna come. Like she's probably gonna be really overpowered, broken at launch because they didn't get the balancing right. And then they're going to try and rebalance her, and they're going to try and fix it. And when they try and fix it, it's going to be heavy-handed, as it always is. It's always very heavy-handed, and she's not going to be any good anymore. It's all about balancing. So whenever you have a jack-of-all-trades character, Lancio, jack of all trades characters tend to do too much. So, like, let me give you an example. In Lord of the Rings Online, there was a character called the Captain. The Captain could DPS, he could tank, and he could heal. He could do all three things. And he could do all three things at the same time. Just like this character can do all three things at the same time. She can stealth, she can melee. Actually, it's 4, isn't it? Stealth, melee, ranged, and traps. So she has 4 different specifications that she can go into, and she can technically do all 4 of them at the same time, depending on how she specs her character. So what happens is when you have a character that can do like everything at the same time, it's very difficult to balance it. And it's the problem of the multiple specifications. If you have a character that can heal, and that's all they're good at, then they're going to be a really good healer. If you have a character that DPSs, and that's all they're good at, then they're going to be a really good DPS character, right? However, if you have a character that heals and DPSs, then he can't be the top DPS, and he can't be the top healer. He has to be somewhere in between. He can't be better than a character that's specification is simply DPS, and he can't be better than a character that is specification simply healing. So since he's doing both, he has to have a much reduced capacity of the two things. If you ever have a situation where the character is healing and DPSing at the same time, and DPS is better than the DPS classes, or even the same, and heals better or the same as the main healer, then you have a character that is basically broken. So when you take these characters that have all these different specifications and you shove them into one character and you go, okay, you can do everything, they have to do everything at a reduced capacity, otherwise they end up overshadowing all the other characters that can only do one thing. And the rogue is like the definition of I can do it all, which means that she's also probably going to be just completely broken, overpowered. I really doubt they properly balanced her so that her do-it-allness actually works out properly. She's probably just going to be the most broken character that ever existed. Like, imagine if you took the best ranged character that you ever thought of in any MMO or game that you've ever played. I don't know, like if I think of Lord of the Rings Online, it would be the Hunter. And then you took the best stealth class character that you could ever think of. In Lord of the Rings Online, it was the Burglar. All right, now take the Burglar and the Hunter, or whatever your range class and your stealth class is, and now put them together into one character. Now, how overpowered broken do you think that character is going to be that has the ability of the ranged character and the stealth character in one? Especially in PvP. Like I'm not even gonna like even remotely try to touch PvE because I haven't played it as much yet. But I can already tell you in PvP she's gonna freaking dominate. She is gonna absolutely dominate PvP. This is Diablo 4 on screen right now. Sweep freak. I mean, that's how we Diablo 2 characters see the characters, as we see them as the gender that they were assigned. Like, in the game, there's no male rogues, there's no male sorceresses, there's no female barbarians. Like, I play Diablo 2 almost religiously, so yeah, I'm going to describe them almost specifically by the gender that they were given in that game. You think this looks cartoonish? Wait until you see the new video that they put out. This is the previous footage that we were given. This is the one that they released an hour ago, and it looks absolutely cartoonish. I don't even understand where the hell this one came from, because it looks like Deuce. This is apparently couch co-op Xbox. Does not look good. I wonder if they've said anything on Twitter about this. Let me go take a look. They probably shared it on Twitter. Yep, here it is on Twitter. Let's see what they had to say. Yo, what happened? Why does it look exactly like Diablo 3? What happened to the dark and gritty look? This is a cartoon lighting up the screen. Please tell me this video is old, not the current one, because if it is, I will ask for a refund. Honest question, how to refund the game. Is this possible? Hate to be that guy, but the actual font type and sizes used for the majority of user interfaces is pretty atrocious. It doesn't fit the Diablo aesthetic whatsoever. It's visually unappealing and looks out of place in general. Oh my god, this video killed my excitement so hard. What is this trash? It looks like Diablo 3. It's so bright. Return to darkness, my left testicle. Return to darkness, my left testicle. Wow. Pretty much everybody has said literally the exact same thing. So many comments over and over again of like, why does this look so bad? Like, is this footage old? Like, why are you doing this? Why would you put this video out? Like, are you guys idiots? Yikes. Like, what the hell even is that? Oh my god. There's literally a picture of like side by side. A guy posted side by side shots of like the two areas. And like, oh my god, the differences between these two screenshots are like insane. I'm gonna reply to this one too. Why does this footage look so bad? Is this old before you return to darkness? Is this the brightness before returning? How many demons does it take to screw in a light bulb? If this is old footage, you might want to do yourselves a favor and remove it. Because it's really bad. This is a video that they recently just put out, Might Talks. Then we were kind of analyzing it. It seems to be a couch co-op Xbox gameplay video. I'm pretty sure it's Xbox anyway. They don't actually Like, actually, there's the controllers right there. So, yeah, it's definitely Xbox. You can clearly see that's an Xbox controller. Now, granted, they could be using Xbox controllers on a PC, but I don't think couch co-op works on PC, so... You think it's just pre-recorded footage and they're just mashing buttons? It definitely seems heavily edited, and the spaghetti and meatballs is grody. God, I gotta find some more information on this. I'm gonna put on one of my little videos here real quick. This is the original footage that we got. And I just want to do like a quick search here real quick. Hold on. Boom, 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 boom. I'm gonna take a look at the Diablo IV forums. Doom, 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 doom. Where's the Diablo 4 forums? Oh, no. Diablo 4 feedback. This is on the... Why is this on the Diablo 3? This is Diablo 4, yes, or at least as far as we understand it, Toxic Jason. It's not quite out yet. This is just a video. Somebody said it looks like Pixar. Cracks me up. Hey, look, my video's right at the top. I like looking for information. And, like, as I became more and more of a source of information for Diablo 2, my videos were always at the top, and I'm like, no, I don't want that video. Like, I don't know. I don't know what I'm talking about on this one. Like, I don't know the answer. I need to find somebody else who knows the answer. The couch co-op is the kids version. I just keep going back and forth between these two versions. Like I can't understand how one looks the way it does and the other one doesn't. I just can't. Like if we go back to the other one again and we take a look at it, like it just looks so foreign to what we just saw. Like I don't get it. It's not the same game at all. There's no way that's the same game. There's no way it's even remotely the same game. I mean, I haven't seen a single person say they were excited about this footage. I've looked at several different posts, Reddit posts, the YouTube comments, Twitter. Like nobody likes this footage. Nobody. I've not seen one person say something nice about this footage at all. Let me see if I can find a part of this dungeon that matches up with the original one so we can flip back and forth between them. Give me just a second here. I mean, that shield on the wall there might be... See if I can find that shield on the wall in the old footage. Because I'm very curious to compare this directly. I wanna compare it like literally directly. Okay, I think that scene looked familiar right there to something that they did earlier. Let me see if I can find that. And what we're going to do is I'm going to flip back and forth between the scenes. And they're bouncing around so much. This isn't gameplay footage. There's no way this is gameplay footage. No way whatsoever that this is gameplay footage. It can't be. Because they're just like jumping around all over the place. Like none of it has any like There's no continuity to what's going on the screen. Half the time they're just like flipping around all over the place. Okay, that looked familiar right there. It's so hard to find, like, the same place in this dungeon. But I think I found an area that looks very similar to what they're sitting in. So, like, over here, there's a grate on the floor. And I have another video. Let me pull this up. There's also a grate on the floor. So it's the same tile set. You can obviously see the grate on the floor in the background. And, I mean, I just want you guys to see, like, the difference in the lighting between these two zones. Like, just the ridiculous difference here. Hold on. So this is, of course it's not going to let me do it right. Get in there. So this is the old footage, okay? And you know what, let's just switch back and forth between the old footage and the new footage real quick. So, like, the difference in lighting is, like, insane. The color of the wood on the ground is like a dark wooden color. And then over here, it looks like a freaking shiny brown. I don't even know what's going on. Like, the turd is somehow shining. Like, the walls are dark, and yes, they have reflection off of them, and you can clearly see what's going on, but, like, look at the difference between the walls, like, even just, like, the color of the walls. Like, it's just, like, a vast difference. I mean, there's a broken pillar right here. This broken pillar, it's the same broken pillar that's right here. Look at how cool this broken pillar looks. Dark and foreboding with little candles on it that just look freaking amazing. And then look at this pillar. Boring. Garbage. It's got like a torch sticking out of it. What the hell's going on? It's just, it's stupid looking. It's got to be old footage. It has to be. But why would they release this an hour before, like, or the day before their beta? Why would they think this is even a good idea? Oh my god, it's so terrible. I mean, the difference is just so massive. I mean, even in this area that's a little bit brighter, it's still... I mean, there's a pylon right there. It's not the same pylon that they clicked on. I would called it pylon. It's freaking Diablo 3. Look at me, I'm already using Diablo 3 language. When are you getting a code email? There's no code email. If you pre-ordered the game, you can go down, pre-download it right now. You just got to change it from Diablo 4 to Diablo 4 Beta. 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 Theta, sweeta, hater, data, beta, waiter. Might have to pre-uninstall. One of my friends on the Discord is messaging me, and he's like, that new video. It's like, you gonna do your Doctor Disrespect imitation? I got the game pre-installed on my Steam Deck too. I was gonna try and play it on there just to see how it runs. It'd be interesting. Alright, let's go back. I just want to get my hands on the game and play it. Like, I done read about it and done so much research on it, and I know so much about the stupid thing. They literally, like, the best thing for me now is literally just to play the damn thing. I want to play it. I want to get in there. I want to see it. I want to experience it. I want to feel it with my toes. I want to take my socks off and ball up my toes on the ground of Diablo 4 so I can figure out if it's any good or not. When is it out, Leslie Bill? It's going to be out tomorrow at, I think it's 12 EST, Eastern Standard. Alright, 1,000 imaginary internet points to the first person who tells me where balls up your toes and on the carpet comes from. What movie does that come from? 1,000 fake internet points to the first person who tells me what movie that came from. Oh, Swisher Snake wins it by a mile. Yes, it was Die Hard. If you remember, on Die Hard, in the movie, he's on the plane, and the guy tells him about taking off his socks and shoes and balling up his feet on the rug. It feels amazing, or whatever, right? And so he doesn't really believe him, but like when he gets when he gets off the plane, he does it. And that's why he doesn't have any socks or shoes on when he's fighting all the bad guys and ends up cutting his feet up on glass, is literally because of that guy telling him to take off his socks and shoes. And what the hell are you going on about, Lem? I feel like you're just like that crazy guy on the side of the street that just like rants. Like, seriously. Like, what is like? Even if I go back and like read every single one of your comments, like from like literally like the beginning, I still can't really understand what you're saying. And I'm trying. Like, I'm literally going back, and it's just like, I'm English, who cares? I'm a wiener. 44 long slides. Put me with you, am English. No one knows, bud. Pure Britain here. From history, my name is Brighton. Shirist. Was not was. In Kensington saw car. Part of AA. Put me in situation for long slide. My back is playing up right now. My boss, German Scheid, am English. Bloody English. Like, what is going on? Like, what is going on? Lem 901. Like, seriously. Like, what is even? Like, I don't. You've made like 400 comments in chat, and like none of them make any sense, nor can be strung together in any kind of sensical way. What is going on, buddy? Are you all right? Are you having a stroke? You might want to go to a doctor. Oh my god! Like I'm going through the comments and I'm just reading, and it's just because I usually try and keep up with the comments and read what you guys are saying and reply, and I'm trying so desperately to understand what he's saying so that I can maybe reply to him, but like there's nothing. I can't understand. I literally can't. And then he just replied, "I am a bloody Briton, I am." Is that part of like a play or a movie? Is that like a line from a movie? Oh. Somebody help. Can a Briton please come on and translate for me? I need you to translate. Maybe he just is speaking King's English and I can't quite understand the King's English. I'm not from there, so, you know. I'm not a Briton. I'm not a bloody Briton. I do have chainmail, though. I mean, every Briton has chainmail in his closet, right? 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 Just y'all just prepared. Just in case. It's a just in case chainmail. Right? You got like a little glass container, and it says break in case of emergency. And then you put on your chainmail. Alright, let's get back to theory crafting some builds. Alright, let's theory craft some more builds. Let's do some necromancers. Some necromants. Some necrodusos. So, I want to make an army necro. That's what I want to make. An army necro. If an enemy dies while being decomposed, you gain 10 essence. You and your minions deal 10% increased damage to enemies who are being decomposed. Sounds like a minion skill to me. Hemorrhagic fever over here. Alright, so decompose seems like the one we want. And we go with the Acolyte's Decompose, which enhances the damage of our minions. Blood Surge, Blight, Sever. Your minions deal 10% increased damage to enemies within Blight. Unleash a concentrated Blight that deals 30% damage and leaves behind a defiled area, dealing 80% damage over 6 seconds. Sounds like fun. Alright, and then moving on, we're going to see if we can get any more dual drinks up in here. So now we're at the Macabre. Gain Thorns. Skeletal Warrior Mastery. Ooh, fancy. I like Skeletal Warriors. Who doesn't like some skeleton warriors to fight for your cause? Summon them forth and scream out, Sally forth. Sally forth. Sale, 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 forth. Sale, 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 forth. Skeletal Mage Mastery. Skeletal mages everywhere. Skeletal mages in your hair. Skeletal mages on the floor. Skeletal mages on the door. Come on down, we have some more. Skeletal mages just for you. Skeletal mages in the poo. And then Golem Mastery, which we can't even get because we don't have enough points spent. Probably get a curse, right? We probably want a curse. Amplified damage increases your damage versus cursed enemies. When your minions hit an enemy afflicted with Decrepify below 10% life, they are instantly killed. Does not work on bosses. Golem Mastery. Put it in the bank. Golem Mastery. Put it in the bank. Tank, tank, tank. Put it in the bank. Tank, 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 tank. After a few not taken in the last seconds, minions gain attack speed while you have at least a blank number of minions. The bonus is disabled. Shadow damage, Rathma's vigor, your bone skills, so it would probably be Kellen's edict. Monster density. I mean, as long as the monsters are sufficiently difficult, I wouldn't be too worried about it. You gotta need some Skelly Bros. What's wrong with Skelly Bros? Yeah, this is the skill tree, Logan. We're taking a look at the Necromancer skill tree right now. Here's the Book of the Dead. The Book of the Dead. Dead bookings, Book of the Dead. Come on down, it's gotta be red. Got a bone spear, gonna shoot it at you. Come on down and let's go to. We got all the little golems and the skeletons here. Got the little mages shooting their beer, and we don't know what to do, cause we're feared. And we're gonna let you know what's going down in the town with the corruption all around. Everywhere we're summoning demons into town, and the skeleton warriors are between. Gonna fight for everyone and the queen. Golem are coming down with the smash. Gonna let them all turn to ash. And we got the little mages and they don't know what to do, but they just are firing just for you. I don't know. It's kind of a little difficult to do like a full summon build. There's not really enough points. I mean, if I had enough points, like, let's just explore a little bit past level 25. If I did have enough points, I would probably do something like this. Like 3 points here into Golem Mastery. And then, I believe there's also... There's a very specific skill in here. I can't remember where it is. Yes, the thorns. That's right. I would probably grab thorns. And then I'm pretty sure in here somewhere. Aspect of might, protecting aspect, grasping veins. There's one of them that, while Army of the Dead is active, your minions gain 70% attack speed and take 90% reduced damage. Unyielding Commander's aspect. And you need the Army of the Dead skill for that. Which is this one. Army of the Dead also raises your skeleton warriors and skeleton mages. Interesting. Your skeletons gain increased damage while alive, up to 20% after 10 seconds. When you pick up 5 blood orbs, aspect of the damned. Each time your golem damages an enemy, its active cooldown is reduced by 1 second. What's up, Craig? Thank you, sir. Aspect of the umbral. But then we also have the Book of the Dead, right? So we get to customize our army. So it's not just about the skills. We also get to choose our warriors wisely. Oh, thank you, sir. Alright, let's see here. What do we want? And when do we want it? I mean, the bone golem is a taunting golem. The blood golem drains life, and the iron golem slams the ground and stuns enemies. And I feel like the bone golem probably is our best bet here. Your golem gains 10% maximum life, and the amount of thorns they inherit from you is increased by 50%. Then for the mages, we can choose the shadow, the cold, and the bone. Bone. Got a bit bone. Reduce the life cost of your bone mage's attacks from 15 to 10% after being alive for 5 seconds. Bone mages deal 40% increased damage. Each time bone mage dies from its own attack, they leave behind a corpse and fortify you. After being alive for 5 seconds. Man, these bone mages don't really have very much of a life expectancy, do they? 5 seconds? That's it? It says 5 seconds. There's no life expectancy whatsoever. I was thinking about the cold ones, to be honest. And then as for the warriors, we've got the skeletal skirmishes, which is like our basic foot soldier, right? And then we've got the defenders, which actually have like shields and protect. And then we've got the reapers, which do like a slow, powerful AoE attack. And since we've got the bone golem to taunt, I feel like the reapers might be an interesting choice. So probably that. So we'll probably be running the skeletal reapers with the first upgrade, the cold mages with the second upgrade, and the bone golem with a second upgrade. And the thorns that the bone golem gets should be enhanced by the thorns that we get from the spiked armor ability. So he's getting 50% of all of our thorns, and we bumped up our thorns by using the spiked armor, which is going to help him, obviously. And then we are also grabbing that golem mastery, the skeleton mage mastery, the skeletal warrior mastery, and letting them go to town. I was so concerned. Somebody was talking about, like, for you, cucumber, and I'm like, why is he calling that guy a cucumber? It seems really weird. I got you in a headlock, sir. What you gonna do about it? I'll give you a knuckle punch right in your snoz. Right there, right in your nose hole. Why you always sound like a monster? You even... No, get down. Why are you... Oh, you can't just roll on my keyboard. No. No keyboard rolling. You're going to mess up my stream. Like, why'd you stop streaming? I don't know, because my dog rolled on the keyboard. Why don't you look at the camera and say hi? Look over there. Look this way. Look that way. Look this way. Say hello. He's so jealous. Everything. He's a little baby. Lapdog. You're too big to be a lapdog. You don't fit up here. You don't fit. You don't fit. Why are you licking my chainmail? Tastes good like iron. And then a little iron in your diet, because stainless steel. Give you some good iron in there. I was trying to lick me. Don't lick. No licking. Quit it. No licking. No. Your tongue is huge and you got lost slobber and I don't want it, sir. Back it up. Back it up. Back it up. Back it up. Back it up, turd boy. Back it up. Back, I say. Back, foul demon. He said foul. Here, have a paper plate. Here. There, take it, go. Yours. He took it too. He said, oh, I thank you. I do enjoy a good paper plate. He said, how did you know? So let's take a look at this blood part of the tree. So we got bone splinters and reap. And those are like two completely different builds. But then we also have hemorrhage, which is apparently where you hemorrhage blood out of people. So you burst an enemy's blood, dealing 25% damage. Hemorrhage has a 20% chance to form a blood orb. After picking up a blood orb, your next hemorrhage also deals damage to enemies around you and grants you 2 essence per enemy hit. Hemorrhage grants 0.64 base life as fortify each time it hits an enemy and has a 1.5 chance per enemy hit to fortify you 100% base life. Hemorrhage gains an additional 20% attack speed while healthy. So let's do the fortify. And then what's the next blood skill? Hewed flesh. Lucky hit. Your damage has a up to a blank percentage chance to create a corpse from a target's location. Blood lance. Throw a blood lance that lingers in an enemy for 3 seconds, dealing 45% damage to the enemy and all other lanced enemies. Blood lance pierces through enemies who are currently lanced, dealing 15% reduced damage to subsequent enemies after the first. After casting Blood Lance blank number of times, your next cast of Blood Lance is guaranteed to overpower and spawns a blood orb under the first enemy hit. While at least 2 enemies or a boss are affected by Blood Lance, you gain 10% attack speed and Blood Lance's essence cost is reduced by 1. Okay. Bloody, bloody, bloody. Bloody, bloody, blood. All the dang bloodies. Bloody, bloody, bloods. Blood, 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 blood. Look at all that dang freaking blood popping out the blood. Orbs everywhere. Gonna make a blood nova, hit you in the hair. Never gonna have your hair right ever again. Never get the swirl back like you did when you were 10. Gonna come back. Oh, I messed up the gate. Now. Doom, doom, doom. Doo, 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 doo. Doom, doo, doo. Doo, doo, doo. Doo, 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 doo. Doo, 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 doo. Mm-hmm. 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 So we've got gruesome mending, transfusion. Blood orbs will also heal your minions. Your blood skills deal 5% increased overpower damage. The bonus is doubled while you are healthy. While healthy, your blood skills deal blank percent of increased damage. Hitting enemies with blood skills has a 25% chance to fortify you for 1% of your base life. I can't even reach it though, because I haven't spent enough points in other abilities. Does the blood golem have a orb? No orbs on the blood golem, unfortunately. I mean, Corpse Explosion is always nice. Boom, 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 boom. They don't blow them up, they eat them, Psychonauts. The dire wolves eat the corpses, and they gain double damage as a return. That's why the dire wolves are the most powerful fighters in in the line because they do a very large amount of damage. There's 3 of them, and they multiply their damage by 2 by eating corpses, which actually puts them over the bear, believe it or not. But only if they're all 3 of them are attacking the same target. Yeah, they're not blowing up the corpses, they're eating the corpse. They eat it and they consume its power. The raw, unadulterated power is theirs to control. And I'm having trouble on like what to spend my points into to reach the next tier. But I guess Corpse Explosion's a pretty safe bet, so let's just go ahead and drop some points into CE and call it a day. Actually, we can't even put points into CE, can we? Well, there it is. Okay. So I'm going to drop 5 points into CE. I'm going to grab the radius, and then I'm going to grab the... Actually, you know what? I'm not going to grab that one. Which brings me down here to the more of the blood orbs. So we got a bunch of crazy stuff going on here with like blood skills and increased damage, and then blood skills overpower, and then blood skills here too. Like there's just tons of stuff going on in here with the blood skills. Let's just go ahead and put 1 point in each one of these, because we're probably going to want to pick up the blood wave. Conjure a tidal wave of blood that deals 90% damage and knocks back all enemies. Blood wave slows enemies by 50% for 4 seconds. Blood wave leaves behind 3 orbs as it travels. Ooh, fancy. They got Bone Storm up in here. Bone Storm. Take a look at my Bone Storm. Bone Storm. Got all them Bone Storms. I'm actually kind of curious. Why do you do this, mouse? I swear my mouse hates me. I literally will take my mouse, put it on the thing, take my hand off the mouse, and that jank will just be like... And I'm like, I didn't even touch you! Why did you do that? Because I hate you. A sign pops up out of the back. Dealing 180% to surrounding enemies for over 10 seconds. Area of effect, damage type. Your damage reduction is increased by 15% while Bone Storm is active. Critical strike chance is increased by 2% while Bone Storm is active. And then the capstone that we would probably choose if we can reach it would be Wrath's Most Vigor. Increase your maximum life by 10%. After being healthy for 25 seconds, your next blood skill overpowers. So we get basically like free overpowers from that. Let's take a look at a bone spam. So a bone build, basically. So we start out with bone splinters. Firing 3 bone splinters, sounds a lot like teeth, dealing 22.5% damage each. Enhanced bone splinters has a 30% chance to fire 2 additional projectiles if cast while you have 50 or more essence. Hitting the same enemy at least blank number of times with the same cast of bone splinters grants an additional critical strike chance. Bone splinters has 20% chance per hit to make some enemies vulnerable for 2 seconds. Vulnerability or higher crit? I think higher crit. And then we go straight to Bone Spear. So Bone Spear is literally right next on the list. And it's a essence cost of 25. Conjure a Bone Spear from the ground, dealing 85% damage and piercing through enemies. I'm kind of concerned that that's not a ranged ability. It doesn't seem like it's a ranged ability. Seems like it's not ranged. Like it comes literally, like the way that it explains it is it like it comes up from the ground, not shoots out of your hand like in Diablo 2, which seems a little weird. Bone Spear breaks into shards when it is destroyed, dealing 10% damage each. Bone Spear has a percent increased critical chance if Bone Spear's primary projectile critically strikes. It fires additional bone shards upon being destroyed. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Got that bone prison over here. Take your bone prison out the jank. Put it down and to the bank. Cause the bone prison deserves better. Gotta let them know with a letter. Send it down to your father. Come around with your mother. It's alright. We got time. Cause you been in the bone prison all this time. Unearth a prison of bone with 12 life that surrounds the target area for 6 seconds. Doesn't sound very long. If an enemy is trapped by bone prison, gain 3 essence plus an additional per enemy trapped. Fortify base life each enemy trapped in bone prison. Enemies inside bone prison are vulnerable. Inside of the bone prison, we got some time to think on our deeds. We don't want to go, but that's okay. I feel like we'll just grab CE again. Like, why not? It'll bring us to our next tier anyway. And then definitely grab that enhanced size. And now we're left with Bone Spirit. So Bone Spirit, they seem to have converted into a single target damage ability. More so than it is in Diablo 2. So consume all of your essence to conjure a Spirit of Bone that seeks enemies. Upon reaching an enemy, the spirit explodes, dealing 80% damage to the target and all surrounding enemies. Damage is increased by 3% for each point of essence spent casting Bone Spirit. I'm gonna be honest with you, I've played around with some of the very similar abilities in Diablo 3. I didn't like them. The abilities that were like this, that were like the more essence you spend, the higher the damage is or whatever, were terrible. Unless I could somehow manage to keep my essence at full like 100% of the time, and it was basically just like casting the regular ability, then it was fine. But whenever you had to use it like this, where you basically burned every ounce of your essence for one hit, it never did the kind of damage that it needed to do for burning the entire essence pool. And I just don't know if that's actually going to be a good one to build into. I think it's not. Bone skills have a 0.5 increased critical strike chance for each 10 essence you have upon cast. Interesting. After critically striking 10 times with bone skills, your bone skills deal 6% increased damage for 5 seconds. Every 100 essence you spend reduces the cooldowns of your bone skills by 0.5 seconds. Your bone skills increase critical strike damage to vulnerable enemies. And then the ultimate is the Bone Storm. So we can just barely get Bone Storm. If we run this, we can just barely grab it. I mean, it would work. I mean, I'm not going to say this build wouldn't work for a little level 25 Necromancer. It certainly would be an effective one. I don't necessarily know if it's the one that I would particularly pick, but I mean, Bone Sphere, and Bone Spirit, which I guess I could throw 1 point into Bone Spirit just cause, but I don't have enough points left over after I put, you know, all my doojanks up in here. And then Bone Storm, I barely make it, so I won't be able to get the, won't be able to grab any of this stuff down here, probably. I mean, how many more points does it take me to get down there anyway? Kind of curious. So 3 doesn't do it. 4 doesn't do it. 5 doesn't do it. 6 doesn't do it. 7, 8. 8 does it. So I gotta spend 8 more points before I can finally reach the capstone. I mean, that's a pretty large amount of points. Can anyone confirm for pre-order beta on console? Do you need to do anything for early access? If you pre-order the game, you should have access. You can download it right now, LabFlash. There's instructions on how to download it, but you pretty much just search for Diablo IV beta and install it. It should be available to you. Lord of Spork. Diablo got boobs in Diablo 3. That's why we're making fun of it. Let's actually, hold on. Flash, go down. He'll save every one of us. He's a hero of the universe. Where is... I kind of look forward to when I actually get some real footage to show you guys, instead of showing you guys like the same boring clips over again. I gotta go to the restroom real quick though, so I'm gonna throw on a clip for you guys, and I will be right back. I was just going to the bathroom. I was just going to the bathroom. I am a human. I have to poop too. We all poop. Only you poop. That's pure concentrated evil coming out of the back of you. What TV show is that from? And which version of the book was That's Pure Concentrated Evil coming out of the back of you? What's up, Armando? Whoa, 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 whoa. You drink a beer, Dame Ginger. I don't know if it's going to give you red hair, my friend. What would we do with the bone? We do the bone golem. And then do like the bone mages too, just to be like extra bony. And then the skeletons are all made out of bone, so it doesn't matter, right? Maybe do like the skeletal defenders or something. Bony bones. Or we could sacrifice something. Maybe we'll sacrifice. Non-physical resistance. Shadow damage. Critical strike chance is increased by 5%. Maximum essence is increased by 15. Ginger beer. Ginger beer actually has ginger in it, unlike ginger ale, which doesn't have any ginger in it. I know. Shocker, right? Absolute shocker. Absolute shocker, my friends. I mean, I definitely think Necromancer is one of the more popular classes, that's for sure. Although, if it's more like the Diablo IV Necromancer, I think people will be less impressed. It's weird, you know, because like some of the classes exist in both games, you know, like the Paladin and the Crusader. And if you put a poll up, Paladin versus Crusader, Paladin will win overwhelmingly. And if you put a poll up, you know, Necromancer D2 versus Necromancer D3, the Necromancer from D2 will win overwhelmingly. And it's just like, I don't even know why they would still even go with like the Diablo 3 style at that point. Like, let's do a poll right now. Sure. You know what? Let's put my money where my mouth is. Yeah. Put your money where your mouth is. Put your money where it is. Alright, let's see here. Necromancer Diablo 2. Necromancer Diablo 3. Let's do the poll. Cause it's very, very frightening. It's very frightening me. Galileo, Galileo, Galileo Figaro. I don't know how to do a poll on frickin' Twitch. I don't know how to do a poll over here. How the hell do I do a poll over here? It's been so long since I've done a poll on Twitch that I don't even know anymore. I don't even know. Necro from D3 hasn't gotten one vote yet. now that I said that, somebody's going to vote for the D3 Necromancer out of pity. They're like, we love you, D3. Actually, we don't, but I'm going to give you a vote anyway. So what is this? What is this other build? This is what? Scythe Necro. So we've got like Decomposed Necro, Blood Necro, Bone Necro, and Scythe Necro. So like a melee Necro who's actually in there, like bopping things with his scythe. Which has kind of always been a thing, by the way. Like, there were scythes even in Diablo 2. I'm not sure if you guys know this, but like, there legit are like Diablo 2 scythes that were made for the Necromancer. One of them specifically was called the Grimm's Burning Dead. And Grimm's Burning Dead is legit like 100% a Necromancer scythe. I mean, just look at this thing. It is +3 necro skills, right? Negative 50% target's defense, so you don't have to worry about actually having the attack rating to actually hit the target, because it will reduce all the monsters' defense by 50%. It also has a massive amount of attack rating to help you actually hit the target. It has a huge amount of negative requirements, again, so that you can actually put it on as a Necromancer without having to worry about stats. It also has a huge additional fire damage, as well as this crazy enhanced damage for, like, it's just, like, specifically designed for a Necro, including the 20% enhanced defense, which is specifically designed for the fact that you won't have a shield on as a Necromancer to like give you some kind of offset in that direction. And like the entire polearm is literally just made for the Necromancer, or the scythe is made for the Necromancer. So like the Necromancer having scythe abilities is like always been a thing. It just never really quite coalesced in Diablo 2 like the way that it should have. I think they always intended it to, but like he never really went down that path. Like it's pretty difficult to make a scythe necro, I'm not gonna lie. Like even with this, even fully upgraded, even like effed and zodded, like it's still pretty difficult to make a scythe necro. I mean, he doesn't have any scythe skills, so like you're pretty much just regular attacking at that point, which is, you know, obviously not the greatest. But I mean, here we go. We've got Reap, right? So Reap is our first scythe skill. If an enemy hit by Reap dies within blank number of seconds, you gain plus attack speed for a certain number of seconds. Reap instantly kills targets below 5% life. Reap forms a corpse into the first enemy hits. So let's do kills enemies under 5%. And I'm assuming this is my next skill for the Reaper, huh? A specter of you charges forward and attacks with its scythe, dealing 42% damage, and then returns to you and attacks again for blank damage. So that sounds pretty good. Sever damages enemies along its path for +% of its initial damage. Every fourth cast of Sever makes enemies vulnerable. Sever deals increased damage for each minion you have upon cast. So that could be useful with a Minionmancer. Interesting. I didn't realize that. So Sever might be a very good choice here for an early Necromancer who's running minions. That takes us down to Bone Prison and Corpse Explosion. And Death's Reach definitely seems like one you would use on like the Bone Spear Necromancer. What are you trying to play, Sib Guy? Diablo 2? Diablo 2 has an offline mode, which you can definitely enjoy. As long as you can control the You're urged to cheat, because you can definitely cheat in the offline mode of Diablo 2. Diablo 4, on the other hand, does not have an offline mode, so be aware of that. Enhanced Bone Prison. Hmm. Hmm. I mean, I guess it really doesn't matter what I get here. I feel like there's this macabre tree is very tiny, and there's really not a lot here. So you end up getting stuck here. Yeah, like I'm absolutely right. It just like it seems like you just get stuck here on this spot. Like they don't have enough in the macabre section, which is odd. It's very odd. I feel like they just want you to take one of these things, and that's why they put them in here with like hardly any other choices. And I mean, yeah, corpse explosion is probably nice no matter what, but corpse tendrils, bone spirits, reaper's pursuit. Damaging enemies with darkness skills increases your movement speed. Crippling darkness. Darkness skills have a 15% chance to stun. Is that what these abilities are? They're darkness? Doesn't really say that they're darkness, but that kind of makes me wonder because this is definitely bone. This is definitely blood. This could be darkness. Decompose might be the darkness side of the tree. I mean, it doesn't say it's darkness either, but this could all be, you know. What's some BS psychotic? Did they not give you your pills this month? I'm just kidding. Don't kill me. I mean, it makes sense from the standpoint of what they're trying to make. I mean, I definitely can understand what they're trying to do with the game. And, you know, like if you played Lord of the Rings Online or World of Warcraft or, you know, like Final Fantasy 14, you know, you wouldn't expect a offline single player mode either. And if you asked for one, you'd be pretty sure that it wasn't going to happen. Hmm. Looks like my knight armor. You can get these hoodies on my shop at ggmentor.com. 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 I'm singing it as I type it in both places. Alright, I think I'm done playing around with the Necromancer. Let's check out the Druid. The Druid of Druid Town. I made this myself. If I added it to the shop, it'd be pretty damn expensive since it takes me forever to make it. I don't think anybody wants to pay how long it took me to make this thing, because that's not fair. I'm kind of confused. We got storm, wind, and earth. I feel like we're watching an episode of Captain Planet. Captain Planet, he's our hero. Gonna take pollution down to zero. He's got wind shears and storm shields, and he's got some earth spikes coming out his butt. Landslides everywhere, and he's gonna turn into a freaking bear. Captain Planet. Ooh, ooh. That's right, because he's got powers magnified, and he's shooting tornadoes out his side. Pulverize them and shred them. Gonna take the druid down to planet. Blood howling, and we're earthing. Gonna make some dirt and put it on my face now. That's right, Captain Planet. Who doesn't like some Captain Planet? Come on now. Every now and then, you don't got just Captain Planet playing in your head. Like, that's my life. Somebody will just be walking along and they'll be like, "You just need more heart," and I'm like, "Heart, heart, 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 heart." Captain Planet, he's our hero. Gonna take pollution down to zero. He's got powers magnified, 'cause he's fighting on the planet side. By the way, the boy who had the heart power was the worst power. That was the worst. Everybody else had like power of wind, power of water, power of fire. And this boy over here just like, heart. And they're like, so you just gonna stand there? You just gonna stand there and watch us fight? All right, we fighting for our lives here. And you gonna like charm an animal or something and send them in like a whale or maybe like a bear or something? Get him in there and get some. Come on, let's fight. Like, nah, he just stand there. He was always just like on the sidelines, just standing there. Like, he ain't do nothing. Like, most of the time, like until there was an animal that needed to be talked to or something. Like, that was the only time he ever did anything. Poor guy. Like, every single fight and every single battle they had, and every single time they needed something, like he was mostly useless. There was a couple times he was useful in the show, a couple times, out of like all the episodes. It was a couple times. I'll give him the couple. There was a couple. I felt like they should have just taken his power and like combined it with another power, you know, like him. Hey, it's already midnight here in Switzerland. Yeah, it's not gonna launch on a specific day. It's gonna launch at a specific time. Like, it's synchronized across the entire planet. All right, we're all in this together. Say 10. All right, and as Captain Planet says, the power is yours. Diablo is about to walk. See, y'all make me want to play some freaking Diablo 2 while I'm doing this. Do, 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 do. What Doojank is Diablo gonna be on? What region is Uber Diablo about to walk on? What's the region? Merca. Merca, F yeah, coming down, ding ding dong, Merca, Merca, F yeah. Coming on down to the Merca, Merca. One to the 2 to 3. That's actually what Diablo looks like when you launch it, by the way. Boom. Let's go get some Uber Diablo freaking Annies. Apparently there's about to be a walk. I gotta go get my Annie. Already walking. I'm too late. What? I am too late. I did not make it in time. The sadness has overwhelmed my heart. The sadness overwhelmed my heart, and I do not know what to do. The sadness overwhelmed my heart, and I have to take a big poo. The sadness, so sad. The sadness. MF. They killed everything. Ah, they didn't kill him. Suckers! Get out my party. Don't come steal my babablo. I got some Uber babablo, and y'all don't got an Uber babablo. Don't be jealous of my Uber Diablo legend, Dad. Get in there and shoot some stuff, Scorch. Don't let him dog you like that. Yeah. Don't let him dog you like that. Captain Planet is your hero. Gonna take pollution down to zero. He's got powers magnified. Let's see what we got coming down in the bank. We got a right. Ooh, a 16-16-10. That's not bad. Mine's a little bit better because it's a 17-19-10, but 16-16-10 is pretty cool. That's my favorite number too. Somebody needs some help up in doo-doo-ding-doo-doo-doo. Uber Diablo has derailed the Diablo 4 content for the moment. Y'all just gonna have to wait. Y'all just gonna have to wait. Do you think Diablo 4 early access key would work if I switch region and use it on that region? I don't know why would you buy a key off of eBay? How much did this key cost? Like, wouldn't it be better just to pre-order the game? I'm confused. Because you get access with the pre-order. If you spend money on just the key, that's money that you could have spent toward the game. So depending on how much the key cost, I feel like you would have been better off just buying the game. I don't know. I don't know. I came to help this person. I think he's already dead. I don't know what to do. I'm gonna go to bed. Poopies. Poopy doopy. A poopy doopy poopy. Poopy doopy. Let's see if we can snipe another Annie. Look at all these got 2 on them every single time. Two. You know why? Because everybody's trying to snipe them Annies. Snipe them Annies, do-see-do. Come on down and let's go. Snipe them Annies, do-see-do. Don't bang on round. Hey ho. Let's go. If you're wondering what I'm doing right now, I'm looking for games that are older than a certain time limit so that I can hop in and try and see if Uber Diablo is still up. If it wasn't spawned before Uber Diablo spawned, then it can't have an Uber Diablo in it. So if it was made after Uber Diablo walked, you can't obtain him again. And I'm just gonna go check somewhere random like Arcane Sanctuary. Oh, looks like they've already come in here. They already farmed Mr. Poopy Face. Yeah, somebody else is doing the same thing I'm doing too. Yep, this boy is in Kurost. I wonder where he is in Kurost. Let's go check and see if he's if there's a portal up. There's no portal up. No portalis. Not a single portalis was to be found. Let's try Trav real quick. Just out of curiosity. Yeah, I'm pretty sure everything's already dead. Whoa, 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 whoa. Will you kick something and kill it? Oh, my poor mercenary. Get off of me, son. The meteors are so funny looking. I need my mercenary back. Look at my poor Scorch laying on the ground. Poor Scorch. Poor Scorch in 7 years ago and my forefathers. Is this beta? Looks bad. No, it's not beta. Uber Diablo was spawning on Diablo 2, so I decided to go kill him. I'm also checking to see if anybody else needs help with Uber Diablo. Does anybody else need some help with Uber D? You're gonna come around under the bird of you.
And a blade fury.
I have like 80% of what I need to gear out just the worst barbarian on planet Earth.
Why are you gonna gear out the worst barbarian on planet Earth?
Because it's funny.
Does anyone want a goal rune?
So instead of the
Yes.
Burberdin, it's the Eladin.
That's right.
Nah, it's more like I got a 5-socket rune master and a light.
You have to tell us what is the story for Berber Aladdin. What's them?
What?
The Burberdin, it's a barbarian with burrs in all of his equipment. He's a Burberdin.
Oh my lord.
Yeah, he said he wanted to make the trashiest barbarian that ever existed.
I'll take care of it.
So the trashiest barbarian would have all L runes in his gear. Let's get as many L runes as you can fit in there.
I have a question. What P gems should I not waste on rolling for skill
and ruby.
advantage?
Amethyst,
Amethyst and
rubies, and
rubies.
emeralds are the only ones that are really worth using.
Using not for rerolling. You have
Amethyst,
safety gear, blood gear, and caster gear, so you can roll with sapphires and.
Yeah, all the rest of the stuff isn't worth really doing. So like topazes, sapphires, diamonds, you can usually use those for whatever. Skulls, you want to save them for
For rerolling.
Whoa!
You want to save them usually for re-rolling your diadems.
Yeah.
Where's Warren at?
So save amethyst, ruby, and emeralds. Okay.
Probably
And
gonna
so
go over to hardcore for a bit. I'll get you
Join
guys ready.
failed. That was
I gotta-
beautiful.
Who's got your money, Warren?
Who's got whose money?
I got Warren's owe me one.
Game is full.
All right, now then, let's see if I can actually pre-order Diablo 4.
No. You're not allowed.
No shit, you're not wrong. I've spent the last 3 hours arguing with Blizzard so I can give them money.
Really? What is it telling you?
Their server's a little unreliable.
Yeah, okay, so here's the way it works. I tried to purchase it.
Mm-hmm.
It told me I didn't get an error code. It just said unknown error, please try again later. Okay, I came back about 20 minutes later, it happens again. I was like, okay, well, let me try my other card. I've got another debit card. I'll try that one. It doesn't accept that either. So my question is it my bank or is it Blizzard? So I call my bank. My bank says it's Blizzard denying the charge. I call Blizzard. I can't get nothing.
I mean, does everything match up? Because, like, a lot of the times,
Yes.
like, I'll have something not match up. Like, maybe the security code will be wrong, or the address will be wrong, or, like they'll straight up knock you out even if your zip code's wrong now, because your zip code is, like, kind of used as a security code. And it may not be that you put everything in wrong, but, like, if you go into what your saved settings are, maybe your saved settings are wrong.
That's just it. I went through and deleted all of. I'll put it to you like this: I deleted my all of the cards I had on there, from there, and tried to re-enter them, and it wouldn't let me re-enter them. It wouldn't let me save new information to them.
maybe their server is just fucked right now.
Language, we're on the stream.
So yeah, there's gonna be a lot of the stuff going on today because everybody's trying to get their stuff in. You know, everybody's doing their pre-downloads, which I do recommend you do in advance because you don't want to be caught doing that on, on beta day, because it's probably going to be a pain in the butt on beta day.
Whoa.
Be a couple hours unless you have
did
fiber.
it last night when I slept.
So we were looking at the new beta video for Diablo 4, and they just put it out, and it's terrible. Like, it's really bad. Like
it looks really bad.
It's so to really exemplify how bad it looks, you have to go back and look at the footage that they released of the same exact dungeon, Carved Shad or whatever it is. Like, it's the same dungeon. It has the same name on the right hand side when they're going through the dungeon. It's the same quest, and you're looking at the two dungeons side by side, and they don't even look the same anymore. Like, the footage that they just released looks all bright and cheery like Whimsyshire, and the freaking footage that we got from like a little while ago, like from one of their press releases, is like dark and perfect, and it's got like the best lighting, and it looks really good. And like then when you compare them side by side, it's like awful. Like it's like it's really bad. People all over the internet are literally like blowing up. They're like, it just looks exactly like Diablo 3. They're like, why does it look exactly like Diablo 3? And I think people are under the impression that it's old footage. I think it's old footage. It looks weird. Like, even some of the textures don't look fully formed. Like, I was comparing like one of the pillars in the same dungeon, and like the pillar in the footage that we got has like 4 candles on each side, and like it's all nicely lit up, and it looks really nice. And the pillar that's in the footage that they recently released was like all jagged, and it had like one torch sticking out the side of it. Like, that was it. But you could tell fundamentally they were the same pillar.
I had to order a new external hard drive because
external.
I can't. Well, yeah, I have like a newer gaming laptop, and I can't fit 85 gigs on my hard drive.
You can usually you can just get like a bigger solid state and clone it. That's usually what I would do. That way you can still fit everything on there without having to go through the external. Because the external is I mean, unless you're like connecting through like a USB-C or like a Thunderbolt adapter or something, you're gonna have a really hard time loading from that.
Yeah, I got some type. I don't know exactly what type of adapter I bought, but I got the adapter with it, so hopefully.
We starting any MF games up again?
I don't know. I have a
We in-
I have a I have a
no.
Dell G7 from last year, so
I gotta
I
eat.
think-
My food just arrived.
Oh, this boy got some tasty snacks.
Is it KFC?
Nope, it's Thai food.
I went and got KFC today so I could get my code because I'm not giving them any money right now.
Just give it to KFC instead.
Hey, well, I mean,
eat it.
Somebody's getting the money. Somebody's getting it.
$8 instead of 70 works for me.
I mean, are you guaranteed to get the code for $8?
Yeah, I already got it emailed to me. They email it to you. You don't even have to go pick up your food. As soon as you order it online, they email it to you.
Okay.
It's pretty cool, actually.
You have to be in the U.S. though. Like I'd buy a chicken sandwich for it.
Yeah, man, I got the new double down, and then my girlfriend ordered the chicken bacon whatever thing, and she got hers on her account. So they just email you so we got 2 codes for like $15. It's not bad.
Well, there you go, Gear. Just order a KFC sandwich.
That's
Get it
right.
picked up.
You don't even have to go pick it up. Just order it.
She wanted to go out and get food, and I'm like, "Oh, surprise! We're at KFC." And she's like, "Oh, I haven't been here in so long." She's like, "Let's go inside." I'm like, pull out your phone. You're gonna want to order online. We're here for a special reason."
We're here for a special reason.
She's like, "You didn't even take me out to lunch. You just brought me here to get your Diablo IV code." I'm like, "Well, you're not wrong, but I mean, here we are."
People are cracking me up with their comments. The one guy, he said, "Why would you release such a dog SHIT video like this day before beta releases? What the hell is wrong with the marketing team? They need to be fired." It's like it was such a bad decision though. It's like somebody had to know what the hell was going on when they released that video.
Their marketing team can't be that bright. I mean, they release a physical copy of the game without giving you a copy of the game.
Well, it's funny because it takes me back to frickin' David Brevik. Apparently, David Brevik absolutely hated this picture that the marketing team had captured of Diablo, the original Diablo game, and there was an article recently about it, and he said that it was like a terrible representation of the game. He goes, and in no way was the game actually that bright. I think when he pulled up the Diablo marketing image and showed it and then put like a side-by-side of the original, like it was crazy. Like they had taken a screenshot from like an early alpha or something before they had applied the lighting effects. And so there was no darkness whatsoever. It was just like a completely bright, wide open dungeon. And he said no matter what he tried to do, no matter who he talked to, he's like that image always kept popping up in the marketing material on the box, like all sorts of stuff where it wasn't supposed to be.
Yeah, looking at that video, it looks like they had to have like some filters on it and editing and lighting maxed out or something.
I'm not even sure if they're actually playing.
It's edited footage for sure.
Like, I mean, yeah, that's what I mean. Like, the entire time that you're looking at it, it's just like they keep they're supposedly playing the game, but then it's just like it's cutting all the time in between, like what's going on. They're having this like seamless conversation, but then like 1 second they're in one part of the dungeon, and another second they're in a completely different part of the dungeon, and then another second they're a completely different part of the dungeon, and then it keeps zooming in and doing a whole bunch of other crazy stuff. So it's like there's no way they're actually playing the game, and if they are, like,
Well, there's also like if you look over the mini map area, it says the name of the area you're in. Like the dungeon's built separated into different areas. So like there's probably randomized tile sets. So you can't really compare 1-to-1 to the other videos.
where is that image? I was trying to see if I can.
I can reroll a Grand Charm from a 93 Terror Zone, right? That's high enough.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, yeah, I thought so. Thank you.
Okay, so here's an image of Diablo 2, or sorry, Diablo 1, like,
oh my god,
like in the darkness. Let me save this real quick.
The second roll, 1 to defensive auras, 40 to life.
And then the marketing image that they used.
We have a certain paladin that would use that.
Yeah, this is the marketing image that they used. I'm gonna bring this up on stream, show you guys what I'm talking about, so you guys don't think I'm crazy. You guys will probably think I'm crazy anyway. So this is Diablo 1. All right. So when they originally came out with Diablo 1, I know it's really small. It looks like this. It's dark, like there's like a lighting effect, The closer you get to the edge of the screen, it like almost completely disappears, like into the darkness, right? So it's only bright around you in a circle, and of course it depends on your light radius. This is the image that they chose to use for the marketing materials. There's no shadow. Everything is lit up. Like, everything is bright. There's no light radiuses at all. Like, the only shadow there is in, like, the actual characters. Like, all the other shadow pretty much is gone except for, like, the pillars. And, apparently, like, they hated this because that's not how the game was. The game was never this bright. In fact, half the time you can't even see what the hell you're doing in the game. It's so freaking dark. And supposedly Diablo 4 is supposed to be returning to this darkness. And, like, what is it, like all over again? They brought us that horrible footage that's, like, way too bright and oversaturated. And, like, half the colors look like they're neon. And, like, it's like, okay, that's not... And if that's not how the game looks, then they're doing it a horrible disservice.
You don't think it has anything to do with it being on console?
I mean, some people are trying to say that, like, this is an issue with it being, like, the couch co-op mode. Because I do know that, like, when you put more than 2 or 3 or 4 players on the screen, sometimes they have to downgrade things. But I can't in a million years think that downgrading the game would somehow turns it into Whimsyshire.
No, it looks like it's missing the lighting effects and the fog effects when they're playing on the video they uploaded today, at least.
I don't know. Like, it's just weird. It's really weird. I'm not really sure that you can obtain the way that game looks just by simply, like, adjusting the gamma and maybe changing the color vibrance. Like, I don't think no matter how much you tried to toggle with the settings, like maybe on your video card or something, or TV, or, I mean, even if they did it on the TV, it wouldn't matter because it wouldn't capture what the TV sees. It captures what the monitor's sending. So they would have to do it on, like, the video card itself. And I still don't think you'd be able to obtain that level of color adjustment with just messing around with the settings.
Well, we'll see tomorrow.
No. We must know today. For tomorrow is too far.
Well, some people can't see today.
I at least look forward to the outcome. This, if it is a PR like mess up, I think it's
It
gonna
has
be
to be.
hilarious.
Well,
It's like, go figure. They never have a good launch, and this is just setting up for a good launch.
Yeah, but see, like, they gotta have some people that know what the hell's going on there, right? So, like, you would think within a matter of 10 to 20 minutes, even though that still does a lot of damage to have a video up like this for any period of time. But, like, do you think they would rip it down quickly enough and be like, hey, you know, maybe this video is doing more harm than good. Maybe we should pull it down. Maybe. I don't know.
That's not how you do business. If you do something wrong, you just double down.
Yeah, you just double down and you make people hate you for it. Yeah.
It could quite possibly be two different departments that have no real communication with one another, and the other one just did what they thought was best, and the other department's just like, "What have you done?"
Why would you do that?
Well, even when they did the press release there, when they had the pre-recorded footage, like they picked the worst gameplay possible for that too. Like all the pre-recorded stuff.
It's what they want to show off, right? So they want to show off specific things, so that's why they choose that stuff. They're not showing off what we think they're showing off. They're showing off what they want to show off. Like, look at all the pretty candles. We picked this boss fight because there's candles all over the place. They're like, you know how long I spent on that blood seal on the ground right there? 10 years I spent on that blood seal. I've been working on that since Diablo II.
Well, even
Is there a split? Is there a split game going on right now?
Yeah, we have 2 people in here right now.
What's the name?
GGM Split 1.
I'm looking at the footage now and I just can't believe like the difference between those two. Like, how did they?
Yeah, they look night and day difference.
It's like a completely different game.
One, like the footage you're watching currently, one has darkness and fog and lighting effects. The other one looks like they completely removed it and put a bunch of highlighted neon colors for.
If you've got the new video up, if you have the new video up, this is the same dungeon. Here, let me pull it up.
Yeah, I have it side by side.
This is the same dungeon that's in the new footage. What happened? It's Core Dragon Barracks. It's the same exact place.
Yeah, it looks like the layout and everything looks similar, but like I said, it looks like they took off whatever grunge layer effect that they have there.
I don't know. It's even weirder though, because like, look at the size of some of the doors. Like the doors aren't even the same size. Like it's the same area, but like some of the stuff has been scaled differently. Like when she goes through a door, and I was trying to find like 2 identical rooms, and I managed to find a couple that seemed to be identical. It was like everything in the room was scaled differently. Like the door, like one door was like the size of 2 people side by side, and the other door was like the size of like 3 people side by side. And a couple things that I noticed like seemed to be scaled differently.
Well, it's like a D2 map gen. Like you can have the same dungeon, but it has different. It's made up of different tile sets, so it's going to be hard to find the exact same thing.
I don't think we're getting procedurally generated anything in D4.
Vold Vision, unfortunately, I can't really answer that question yet. Like, I haven't gotten into the game, and I haven't done a whole lot of testing with the abilities. So, fortunately, I'm in the same boat a lot of you guys are, and I don't know very much, except for what I've played around with on the skill editor. But when it comes to things like that, like whether or not like chill effects stack and which effects count as crowd controls and all that other craziness, I'm gonna have to figure it out along with you guys. Yeah, the other video was on Xbox, and we know it was on Xbox because number one, it was couch co-op, and couch co-op isn't available on PC. Number two, they were using Xbox controllers. Number three, on the screen, it literally said AXBY. So, we knew for a fact they were using Xbox. If it was PlayStation, it would have been, circle, triangle, square, cross. It's cross, by the way.
I was waiting for the point of contention.
No, they actually opened up a controller one time, and literally written on the circuit board, it says cross.
It's X.
I mean, we call it X because we see it as X, but it's literally written cross.
Press X to doubt.
Look up the picture. Look up the picture. Printed right onto the circuit. Printed right onto the circuit board with silk screen. It literally says square, triangle, circle, cross.
They must have been putting that controller together at an angle then.
It's for copyright reasons, right? I bet you X is probably copyrighted. Just the same way that PlayStation got copyrighted and they had to change the name to PS. That's why they changed from PlayStation to PS, by the way. Because they never copyrighted the name PlayStation, and then somebody copyrighted the name PlayStation, and because they never did, and then they had to change the name. I'm pretty sure Nintendo did it just to be jerks.
Really?
Well, I mean,
No, not that.
Sony was mean to them, so, I mean, why not? They have a history of being mean to each other.
So if they ever wanted to give a bunch of people on the internet fuel to a fire saying that this just looks like D3, boy howdy.
Dude, go read the comments on the YouTube video. Like every comment is just horrible. And then occasionally you might have like one guy who's like, it doesn't look that bad. And then like 4 more people respond to him and it's like, it's dog vomit.
Looks like D3.
Yeah, that's exactly what I would be inclined to say. It
So-
just looks like a new expansion pack for D3.
So I did point out, and rightfully so, in the video, he literally says that this particular dungeon, Core Dragon Barracks, was chosen specifically because it was modeled after a Diablo 3 dungeon. And then he specifically shows that Diablo 3 dungeon in the video. Like, he literally pulls up the Diablo 3 like footage reel, and it looks like it's 240p resolution, and it's horrible. I don't even know why the hell they would put in some like 240p resolution, like bullcrap footage like that. Like Diablo 3 is not a real game that they could just hop onto, pull some 4K footage out, and put it into the clip. No, they pulled out like the dirt ugliest version of the footage that they could ever make and threw that in there. But and rightfully so, if they modeled this dungeon after Diablo 3, then it's going to look a lot more like Diablo 3 than probably the rest of the game does. But then you like add on the color filter and all the changes that they made to the footage, and it's just like, okay, now it literally looks like Diablo 3. They probably should have picked a dungeon that wasn't modeled after Diablo 3, and they probably also should have spent some time making sure that the graphics didn't change. My guess is basically this. It's old footage that they recorded before they made the changes to add the darkness and the lighting. Just the same way that David Brevik was talking about in Diablo 1, that they had this picture that they kept using in the marketing material that was before they made all the changes to the game.
I mean, that's definitely a plausible outcome.
And it's gonna. I guarantee you, there's gonna be
trap,
some people
though.
that cancel their pre-order because of this.
Exactly.
I guarantee it. I guarantee it.
That is it exactly. I feel like marketing, someone's head's gonna swing.
Like, I saw the latest video that you put out on Diablo 4, and it was awful with like 18 A's.
Well,
they wouldn't be wrong.
Like the stuff they picked seems really strange. Like they did a short I watched on YouTube for the Sorc highlights, and they didn't even really show cold skills at all. Like you'd think that'd be one of the main things.
Some of their choices for like showing stuff off is pretty terrible too. Like I was talking about this footage that they came out with, and I'm like, it's an Xbox, so it's probably an Xbox Series S. I'm like, why wouldn't you show it off on the best hardware possible, right? Like that's the thing that you do for marketing. Like you don't show off your worst product, you show off your best product, and then the people that buy the worst product, they get what they get. Like, at least it is capable of that they're showing you, and you put your best foot forward. I'd be like showing up to a date in a wife beater stain with like brown stains all over it, and it's got holes in it, and your nipples hanging out, and like you're wearing like some sleepy pants, and you've got on your like Elmo underwear with a big old hole in the sleepy pants, and your Elmo underwear showing through, and your date's like,
At least you're not giving them a false representation.
I mean, like, I feel like at this point he deliberately, like mussed himself up to make himself look even worse than normal. Like.
Right? Yeah.
I mean, people made fun of Cyberpunk, right? They made fun of Cyberpunk, and they were like, okay, well, they didn't show the PS4 footage, and they deliberately withheld it. But like, that's marketing. Like, you don't put your worst foot forward; you put your best foot forward. Right? I mean, and here we have a video, and it's like they put their worst foot forward. I don't know if they could have put a worse foot forward. It's pretty bad. It's like a shoe covered.
Oh my god!
It's like
Zod rune.
Stepped in
Zod rune.
No Zod runes. Where'd you find that thing at?
In the game I'm in with Faye and all them right now. I'm in the terror zone by myself, and I just got a Zod rune. An Ort and a Zod dropped at the same time.
Oh, freaking
from a champion Pulse Drool, something, one of those little monkey teleporting monkey things. The goblin things in Ariat Plateau.
An imp?
Imps? The imps? The little mages that teleport?
Yeah,
they're imps. Demon imps.
Oh, it looks like a goblin or something. They're green.
I've never heard of Diablo 2 monster.
I've
monkey.
never heard that either. I was like, what is he talking about?
It looks like one of the monkeys from the Wizard of Oz, dude.
Oh wait, there is the Doom apes in Act 3 though.
Yeah, there's the Doom apes. I mean,
you're telling me it doesn't look like the little monkeys in the Wizard of Oz?
No.
No.
Thunderloins. I don't think you would want David Brevik doing Diablo 4 either. Like. As much as I think David Brevik was a big part of Diablo 2, like, I've also heard many stories that literally he had some pretty crazy ideas that the rest of the department and team talked him out of. And hearing his ideas that he had that they talked him out of, like, if he had full control of a project, I don't think it would go the way that you hope. I think Diablo 2 was a magical mixture of things, and I'm sure that David Brevik had a lot of brilliant ideas, but he probably also had a lot of terrible ideas too. And from the sounds of it, it seems like the team as a whole came through to make sure that like the good ideas made it into the game and the bad ideas didn't.
Well, I think D2 just succeeded because somehow they have itemization almost perfect.
Well, that too, but if you learn some of the things that David Brevik wanted to do to the game, you'd understand.
Oh, I have I have many opinions about him.
One of them, literally, just the one off top of my head. This is just one of many. He wanted to make the game hardcore only.
It wasn't, and turn based too originally. Well, not D2, but
can you imagine Diablo 2 being just hardcore only, no softcore option? You know how much harder the game would have been to do anything? Like that, you know how much harder it would have been to discover anything, to actually learn how to play your character. Like most people learn how to play their character in softcore and then they go to hardcore. They don't start in hardcore. Like you don't take a brand new person who's never played Diablo and throw them straight into hardcore, because they just die over and over again. And then they don't know why they're dying, and then they just get frustrated.
And on top of it, you lose your stuff too. So it's like you find something and then you die, and you're like, oh, well, that was a waste of time even trying to find something. So your whole game loop is a waste of time.
I mean, it's not so much that as it is just like completely being unable to actually learn things. I mean, like imagine you found a Wizen draw with negative cold resistance on it, right? But like you died and lost it. Like you would never be able to actually test it on like a character and find out what negative cold resistance does, and so it would take you a very long time to actually learn things. And except for the people that actually data mined the game to find the information, like there wouldn't have been a whole lot of actual learning, and there would have been a lot of dying, because like the game is actually kind of brutal in that way. Like it's pretty hard to learn Diablo 2 without somebody, like guiding you with the right path, or like you looking up the information. And if everybody's dying, then nobody knows the information. Like we're talking about, like from the very beginning when nobody knew anything. Like just imagine hardcore only from day one. Like people just coming into the game with no clue, running out with necromancers, beating stuff with wands, and just dying horribly. And it would have been Dark Souls. That's what it would have been. It would have been Dark Souls. Just there would have been like a death counter, and like it would just kept going up and up and up like freaking lotto numbers. I'm kind of like talking myself into it now. Now I want to watch everybody die.
Yeah, right.
I want to see it. I want to see. I go back in time and convince them to make it so.
Well, they could have made D4 hardcore only and charge $5.99 per death for an extra life.
What are we playing? Candy Crush?
Gender question.
What's up?
Does block work the same on a shapeshift, like a werewolf druid?
No.
Blockchains.
It starts to function. It starts to function as a form of faster hit recovery on the druid, or the werewolf druid.
So I don't need max block on a werewolf druid?
If you're going to be a shapeshifter, I don't think so. In fact, that's why shapeshifters have two-handed weapon bonuses anyway, because they want you to use two-handed weapons. It's been a while since I've looked up the blocking on shapeshifter druids, but I'm pretty sure it just functions as like a fancy form of faster hit recovery. And as long as your faster hit recovery frames are faster than your faster blocking frames, you're okay. But if your faster blocking frames and your faster hit recovery frames are different in the wrong direction, it can actually hurt you. I'm trying to remember. And also it triggers a faster hit recovery event, I think, every single time you block.
Yeah, I've got 35 faster block rate.
I
don't know. I've only got 40% chance to block whenever I look over my defense.
I believe they used to be able to block a long time ago before they changed it. I remember my bear druid like tinking. He would go like tink 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 tink, but it was really slow.
Yeah. On your enchantress, do you need how much faster hit recovery do you get?
I really just kind of stay out of the fight. Like she's a ranged character. She doesn't need to be in there. I kind of maxed out static or dump points into static specifically so I never had to get close. And I spend most of my time teleporting away whenever I get into danger. I can't remember how much I have right now.
Because you got the fire skillers with hit recovery, right?
I do have some fire skillers with hit recovery actually.
Yeah, I was wondering if I could trade you for that because my Phoenix setup has 0 hit recovery now, and it's suffering.
How'd you lose all your hit recovery?
I don't have a spirit anymore, so with Phoenix, it's kind of suffering.
Werebear can block, but they're the worst frames in the game.
Well, I'm a wolf, though.
I remember Werebear blocking. That's what I was just talking about. Is I remember Werebear blocking. So wolf can't block. I haven't really researched the blocking on the shapeshifters all that much.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just wondering if I need a respec.
Let's see.
I'm using a storm shield and a death berserker sex.
Blocking interrupts fury. The blocking animation is longer than the hit recovery animation or something like that, so it's easier to take the hit and recover than to block the hit. Two-handed weapons are preferred, as others suggested, because of the druid innate speed bonus. How bad are the blocking frames? Let me take a look. Werebear. 0 frame or 0% is 12 frames. Your faster hit recovery on the werewolf is I have to compare actually. Hold on. I think if I remember correctly, werewolf has amazing faster hit recovery breakpoints. I think that's probably what's going on. Is he's like insane? Because I remember. Oh yeah. He's number 1. The werewolf has number 1 faster hit recovery breakpoints. That's why. So with the mere 42% faster hit recovery, you can hit 4 frame faster hit recoveries. If you can hit 86%, you'll be at 3 frame. So 3 frame FHR means that basically you'll never have an issue with it. But your blocking rate on the werewolf is 9 frames. So you can like never really bring your blocking rate up faster than you're going to be able to get your faster hit recovery, which is, I think that's the issue. You would need 86% faster blocking to hit 4 frames on your werewolf. And like I said, with a meager 42%, you're already at 4 frames on your faster hit recovery. And obviously there's a lot more sources of faster recovery than there are faster blocking.
But do I need to block, period? Do I need to have max block with the shield is what I'm asking.
I mean, it would probably be preferable if you didn't. If your faster hit recovery is faster than your blocking, then it'll probably interrupt your damage less. And you can rely more on lifesteal to keep you alive and just be like a raw damage sponge. I think that's kind of what people are saying is like you can attack faster. Every time you block, it's going to interrupt all your attacks. And I mean, what do you have? Like 32%? You said 35%?
I have
faster blocking.
35% faster block rate. I have 50% faster hit recovery.
So you're at 6 frames right now on your werewolf for your faster blocking rate, and your faster hit recovery is sitting at 4 frames. So yeah, you're recovering faster from your faster recovery than you are the blocking.
I just didn't know if I need to block a hit more, or if that would hurt me.
I mean, what weapon are you using?
Death Berserker Axe, and my mark is wearing a Faith.
Is this for PvP or is this for
No, PVM. But it'd be nice if, archers don't tear me up. If I can block an arrow or a Death Lord or something like that. So.
Oh, I mean, yeah, definitely.
I found a tri-res faster cast rate ring. Fire, cold, light.
Nice.
I don't know. I think what it is though is that the werewolf just has such good fast hit recovery frames. That's why people take advantage of it. It's just like a paladin with their blocking. Like their blocking is so good, and people just they're like, okay, well, why wouldn't you have high blocking on a paladin? They can do like 1 frame blocks. I think it's the same thing going on with the werewolf. Like you can very easily get up to like some of the highest numbers. Like none of the other classes pretty much at all can hit 3-frame fast rate recovery. Like they would need like 200% FHR to hit those numbers. And like the Amazon needs like 600%. And the werewolf is actually the only one that can hit that breakpoint. And if you could somehow manage to get 280 FHR, which is I don't even think possible, but that's 2-frame FHR.
None with realistic gear. Like spirits you get 55, then you'd have to like 4 shale your chest or something.
Yeah, well,
Hustle has 40 faster hit recovery armor. What's a Enigma have?
Because we don't have any other footage, D-Sim.
Well, I'm wearing a fortitude, so I don't get any on it. I just hit really hard.
Is the fastest faster hit recovery you can get on boots 20 from Rex?
Sandstorm, yeah.
I'm not really sure if hitting that last frame is worth it. You're gonna have to sacrifice a lot of damage.
I just wonder if it is realistic. For the longest time, I didn't think 1,000 MF was realistic.
No, there's people that hit even higher than that. Especially if you count in your merc into the equation, things get kind of crazy then. Because you can put like a triple-isted Tomb Reaver like on a merc. Like throw on like a Shaco on him with like an ist in it, and then throw on freaking like a Skulder's Ire with an ist rune in it, and then your merc's running like some pretty crazy MF.
I just found something that is really crazy. Bloodhawk nests that are a champion pack by themselves.
I've seen that a few times.
Like 5 of the nests on top of each other, yeah.
Yeah. It's also fun with the frenzied ice spawn and Bullstone or champion.
Here, let's put the horrible Xbox footage back up there. Let's put the horrible footage back on there. Come on, let's see it, everybody. You guys, they're like, stop showing us the B-reel footage. We don't want to see the B-reel footage. You know what? Now you're seeing the F-reel footage, okay? The F for failure. That's what you get. You complained about the B-reel, so now you're getting the F-reel. All right, there you go. Have some F-reel.
But that doesn't look good.
What the hell is the books he's got in the background? See, now I'm just analyzing the video. Like, I'm just over-analyzing. What the hell is Brahm? Princely Treasures? What the hell is a book named Brahm? Bram Stoker's Dracula? It just says Brom. B-R-O-M. Really big. Capitals, too. It's an art book, I think. The Offerings, the Art of Brahm. Brahm, the Tale of Bewitchery. Brahm, the Plucker. The hell is Brahm the Plucker? Gerald Brahm. I think that's his name. There's literally just a picture of him that says, "Who is this creep?" The hell? He kind of reminds me of somebody. Of course, a dev would have like art books and stuff, like pulling from other inspirations. Some of this guy's artwork is pretty cool looking. Oh, okay. So this This is pretty cool. I'll bring this up over the B-reel footage so you guys can see this. Apparently, this is Gerald Brom's work. Check this out. So he must actually be involved in the production of the game, because this is Gerald Brom's work. It's actually really cool. See right down there in the corner? See it? See it? It says Brom. It says Brom. Rod Darcy. Brom. And this image is pretty cool. Supposedly that's Trangul down here at the bottom, this little like snaky thing. Apparently that's Trangul. Somebody was talking about that. That they were wondering if Trangul was going to be in Diablo 4 because apparently he's featured in the artwork. I don't know what the hell this creepy thing is, though.
I thought he was supposed to be a dragon or something, wasn't it?
Yeah, but apparently in the art book, they were talking about it. Apparently in the art book, there's like a caption or something, and it says, like, Lilith pictured with Trangul at her feet or something like that. And that's what's at her feet.
Oh yeah, I never noticed. Did they go with Trang or Trag?
Oh, I don't know. I don't even know how to pronounce it because they're always spelled differently. There's some other images from this book which are pretty cool. Apparently these are all done by Brom. I'm not sure about some of these. I don't even know if I can show some of these on camera. We got some boobages hanging out here and there. But this one's pretty cool. This one's got no boobies, okay? I mean, I don't know if Anarius has boobies, but I would hope that, you know, since he's technically supposed to be of the male persuasion, and he did, in fact, make babies with Lilith, that he probably does not have the boobages. This one's pretty cool. I actually really like this one. This is him all chained up. He's all chained up and day. Does anybody else not like the fact that you can't see the angels' faces?
Oh, nice. Ross's chamber.
It kind of bothers me. I don't know why.
That's a nice Terra zone right there.
Some towels.
Yeah, buddy.
Well, what else is behind him? Princely Treasures? What the hell is Princely Treasures? Is that another one of his books? Maybe they just got a bunch of Brom books sitting behind him.
Yeah, I'm gonna run some tombs too. You guys wanna do it together here?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Chaos.
Yeah, I'm just in cows.
On to the first one.
Alright, I'm here with you.
Let's go. Look at us, 2 enchantresses.
I get why they have the 2 health bars at the top, Ginger. But
Whoa, careful.
Whoa.
I think it's really busy looking.
Oh, I was talking about that. I'm like, what happens when they got like 4 people? Like, what happens when it's 4 people on there? Like, what is it? It looks like it's going to be really busy.
Well, that's just the console UI, anyways. Like, it's couch co-op, so.
I mean, and a lot of people were like, "Why are there little circles under their feet?" And I'm like, well, that's just because you get lost. Like when you have that many people on the screen, you end up getting lost.
Like on PC, you won't see any of that because you're not doing couch co-op anyway. So.
Yeah, you're not going to see any of that stuff when you're playing by your foe. Declone happening on Europe. Declone's on Europe? What's Declone doing on Europe?
Like that, I find that's like another thing that was terrible. Like, why did they show of all things like the console version?
Well, co-op. So co-op isn't available on PC as far as I know.
Yeah,
So
but
that's the
UI.
main reason I can think of why they decided to go with that particular version. But at the same time, like again, why wouldn't you put your best foot forward? First off, like is this actually a Series X? Are we looking at like dumbed down graphics for like an Xbox One or something? Is that what's going on? Are they playing this on an Xbox 360? Yeah, they just booting up the old Xbox 360, hoping that it doesn't have a red ring of death. Somebody said there's a D-Walk on Europe, so I'm going to hop on and make a game.
On Europe?
That's what somebody just said in chat, so I'm just going to hop on and make a game, and if he spawns, he spawns.
3 minutes ago.
He spawned 3 minutes ago?
It says on Decon Hunters, Heidi's walking on EU 3 minutes ago on my screen.
3 minutes ago.
Let me see where he's at.
Let me see if I can find a quick one to poach.
Stage 4. Stage 4 right now.
Well, I'm already on. Let me make a game.
If you find a grand charm that you identify and it's not that good, and you're gonna throw it away, let me get it. I'm trying to get a couple more to reroll.
Nah, it says Terror Gazes, so he must have already walked, unless they just haven't sold anything. Maybe I can go poach one from one of these older games. There's one that's 18 minutes long.
This is just trolling, man.
Most of these people are AFK, they don't care. Oh, you want me to come kill yours? Yeah, I can come kill yours for you, Blue Sky. Hey, I got one. Man, building charges on Diablo is terrible.
It's that block chance.
Blizzard is amazingly incompetent.
I'm killing Diablo in the background, and you guys can't see it. You guys get to watch this horrible B-reel, like F-reel footage. Oh, now the rush to run back to town and put my Annie in the storage before somebody steals it, which it looks like they're already going to. Yep, it's gone. That was fast.
Well, you killed it for him.
Yay, I killed it for him. I'm so happy. You would think at this point people would not be so desperate for an Annie.
I mean, they probably just want to get as many rolls in as they can, try to get that.
I mean, more than likely, they basically stole a penny. Like,
hey man,
that would be like
luck. It could be a 20.
That would be like rolling into somebody's house, punching them in the face, like shooting them in the leg, and then reaching into their pocket and taking a penny out of their pocket, and then walking out of the house. Like, it's a little silly. Like, at this point, there's been so many walks. Like, if you don't have an Annie by now, I don't know what the hell you're doing. I don't know what the hell you're up to. What did we drop? Like 6 Annies in the last swap game?
Yeah, I dropped 4 myself.
I dropped several.
I dropped 2 torches too.
Exactly. My point, exactly.
Somebody actually wrote me back. I asked for like 2 days if anybody needed the necro torch, and somebody actually wrote me back saying that they did need the necro torch, and I had dropped it in the swappy game earlier, and I was like, dang it. I'm sorry, man.
He did. Come get your Doojanks.
He didn't come get the Doojanks, correct.
Come get your dang Doojanks. I mean, I hope this isn't console footage. That's like the worst case scenario. That's like the Black Mirror episode. What are we watching Black Mirror on Netflix? Because that's the Black Mirror episode right there. After how bad the launch of Diablo 2 Resurrected was on a console, you would think that they had learned their lesson. Like, why? Why would you ever do that?
And have this side
again?
not done, guys.
Just have a whole version of the game that's just completely different than all the rest, and all the other players are literally just like screaming at you, "Can we please have the same version that the other people have?" And they're like, "No."
They're like, "Don't you guys have PCs?"
No, what they're showing in this video is console.
Yes, this is Xbox. This is definitely Xbox. I mean, it's apparent. Like, if we rewind here, let me show you. Like, it's super easy to see. Like, first off, you can clearly see on the screen at the bottom here, you got A, X, Y, right? Which could be, up on PC, right? So that's a thing. But we know it's not PC because co-op doesn't work on PC. All right? And then also, you can clearly see that they're using Xbox controllers. I have an Xbox controller right here. And I just dropped it on the floor.
We didn't finish clearing this one though, Faye.
Dang, how many times you gotta say that?
Sorry. Probably like 3.
Many times as it takes.
But they're obviously Xbox controllers. You can see they're Xbox controllers. There's a better image. I mean, you can even see the clear side buttons. That's like a dead giveaway that it's an Xbox controller. The little clear side buttons, like when you look at them like this, you can see kind of like through them and the colors. That's an Xbox trait. Like that doesn't happen on like other controllers. Like this is a Nintendo Switch controller, and you can't see through the buttons.
This freaking temple was huge.
And you know what really gets me about this stupid video is this part right here.
First dungeons that we ever built, the first tile sets we ever made was actually the crypt. And we're like, okay, well, how do we make sure this feels like Diablo? So what we did is we went and played Diablo 1.
I love Diablo 1.
Played through the crypt.
Oh, somebody already did it.
Of what that environment looked like, and then made it in this engine.
They literally just showed like Diablo 1, and they're like, we wanted to make sure it felt like Diablo 1, and it flashes to the footage on the screen, and it looks like Diablo 3. You guys did good. You guys did a good job. Absolutely amazing.
In this engine.
The best.
That's awesome. So like they took a little bit from every Diablo game.
It's the best, guys.
My TP, guys. My TP.
Yeah, I'm coming. I gotta.
Will you get out of the way, Cody?
Anyway, this is my Xbox controller. I put a custom skin on it. But you guys can clearly see the buttons from the side, see? Like, you can clearly see it's an Xbox controller from the buttons, the clearness of the buttons on the side. It's a dead giveaway of an Xbox controller because none of the other controllers have clear buttons.
Anyone got a good 15 eyes, Joel?
I have one that has 15 IAS, like 9 min damage or max damage or something like that.
That'd work.
Yeah. All right. It's on my my jewel mule. If you give me a minute, when I'm done with this game, we'll hop over.
What game are y'all in?
We're doing Taurasha's Tomb Terrorized in GGM Split 2.
This says it's new footage too, and it says it's on the PlayStation. Let's take a look at this footage and see what this looks like. It says Diablo 4 PlayStation 4K footage. Of course, you guys won't be able to see it in 4K, but it's on a channel called Game V. It certainly doesn't look new. I'm gonna be perfectly honest, that looks like the old footage that we've already seen about 1,000 times.
That's the old stuff.
Yeah, this is just old footage. We've already seen this. I mean, I don't think I've played it today. It's new to you. It's new right now.
My god, be careful.
What's the newest
Yeah.
TP?
This isn't even PlayStation. This is PC.
Pick mine.
Like he advertised this as PlayStation with a PlayStation like overlay, and it's not even it's not even PlayStation. It's something else entirely. It's funny.
Right.
It's funny how quickly we can spot the fake footage too. We're like, oh yeah, already seen that, because we're nerds and we've been watching all the damn footage. That's why.
They're like new footage. Like, no, you released this on the 18th.
Actually, I haven't watched most of this stuff.
I've seen a lot of this, but it's not even PlayStation. This is definitely PC. This is freaking spacebar. Unless this guy's got a keyboard and mouse hooked up to his PlayStation.
Ooh. That Grand Charm just fell from here?
Yep.
Awesome.
I did find another new video that apparently was something about NVIDIA announcing DLSS, which we already know because we were snooping through the damn settings. But there's nothing new in the video. It's literally just cuts and pieces of like the Lilith summoning. They didn't even show any DLSS in the video. I mean, if you guys want to see it, like, there's, I hate to tell you, there's nothing there. It's like 34 seconds of nothing. I don't even know why they put that video out. Like, you would think if they're gonna do NVIDIA DLSS for Diablo 4, DLSS 3, by the way, which is what the announcement says. So it's gonna have DLSS 3. They would at least show it off a little bit with some gameplay footage.
Got it for your marketing.
It says here, supporting smooth gameplay in Diablo 4 is a priority for Blizzard. We're excited by the high frame rate of Diablo 4 running on an NVIDIA GeForce RTX 40 series hardware and DLSS 3. Michael Bukowski, technical director of Diablo 4. And that's about it. Previously, Blizzard announced that ray tracing will be added to Diablo 4 post-launch. So we won't have ray tracing until after launch. DLSS 3 is also not coming until launch. If you don't have a 40 series card, you're going to be limited to DLSS 2. That's about it. Do they have any more information about DLSS 3 specifically? NVIDIA DLSS 3 multiplies frame rates. That does not sound good. Let's see what Mr. Hippie has to say about it. Here, we're gonna pull over the Hippie video here. Hold on. Let's pause the B-reel footage here.
In real-time graphics, DLSS 3. Making DLSS 3 required all of NVIDIA working together because it has hardware co-designed with software in order to create this new capability. The NVIDIA Ada Lovelace architecture powers the neural networks behind DLSS 3 and is supported by RTX 4000 series GPUs. DLSS 3 has three main software components. The first is DLSS Super Resolution. We are continuing to develop DLSS Super Resolution for all GeForce RTX gamers, and it's a core part of DLSS 3. The second component is DLSS Frame Generation, where we use optical flow acceleration and neural networks to create additional frames to increase smoothness. DLSS 3 can boost performance by an additional 2x through frame generation over DLSS 2, or 4x compared with brute force rendering alone. The third software component is NVIDIA Reflex, which synchronizes the CPU and GPU in order to keep FPS high while significantly lowering latency. It turns out there's a lot of latency in a traditional game rendering system because we're queuing up work for the GPU in order to keep the FPS high. We call this the render queue. With NVIDIA Reflex, we're able to zero that out and reduce system latency by up to 2x. Here's an example of DLSS 3 settings in a game UI. Super Resolution is independently selectable and continues to be available for all RTX gamers. When you select frame generation and enable it, you're also enabling NVIDIA Reflex.
Wow, I got two small
DLSS
charms.
3
One is
also
1 to
powered by-
Dex, the second one is 2 to Dex.
He does look like he's straight out of the 80s. AI frame generation does not sound like a good thing at all. That sounds like fake frames. I don't know if fake frames is going to be what people want in their gaming. Like, it sounds very similar to the frame doubling that TVs produce. Like, just basically doubling the frames and then putting them back in front of you. Like, to try and, like, give you more frames. But, like, if it's generating the frame, if the AI is just generating the frame, then, like, is the frame actually real at that point? Or is it just some sort of, like, superimposition that the computer decided could be put in between two frames? I mean, for some games, I guess it doesn't matter. And if it looks okay, I guess. But, I mean, I would hate to see that stuff start to, like, make its way into, like, first-person shooters and racing games and stuff where the frames actually do matter. And you're relying on that data for, like, what you're going to do next. And, like, if it, like, gives you a crappy frame, like, somewhere in between or a couple crappy frames, you might make the wrong decision and end up, like, in a wall. What did he call it exactly? Hold on, it was back here. AI frame generation.
Also powered by three hardware components. First, our 4th generation tensor cores provide up to 1.4 petaflops of AI, which is necessary in order to run multiple neural networks simultaneously to generate frames and do super resolution in DLSS 3. The second component is optical flow accelerator, which provides more than twice the throughput of older generations while also increasing quality. This is essential for the frame generation task. Third, we have our NVIDIA AI supercomputer, which is running at over an exaflop of AI performance in order to train DLSS models and improve image fidelity and motion quality. So you may be asking, what is the optical flow accelerator and why do we need it? The optical flow accelerator analyzes two sequential frames and computes an optical flow field that describes how pixels in the first frame are moving in order to create images in the second frame. We need the optical flow field because we're trying to move objects between frames. We use optical flow in conjunction with geometric motion vectors from the game. Each of them has complementary strengths that can help us generate high-quality frames. But the decision about when to use each for different parts of the scene is quite complicated. To solve this, we trained the DLSS frame generation AI to make use of both optical flow and motion vectors in order to generate the highest quality intermediate frames. The frame generation AI network generates an intermediate frame with accurate geometry and effects, which we then interleave between traditionally rendered frames. Between super resolution and frame generation, DLSS 3 uses neural rendering for 7 out of every 8 pixels on screen. By using AI for such a large portion of the work, DLSS 3 is able to provide dramatic speedups of 4x or even more, especially for games that use the highest quality visual effects like full ray tracing. DLSS 3 can also overcome CPU boundedness. GPUs are getting so fast that sometimes the FPS becomes limited by the speed of the CPU. But DLSS 3 can generate new frames independently of the CPU, which means that we can get up to 2x speed up even in CPU-bounded situations. DLSS 3 further pushes the limits of real-time graphics with amazing FPS, low latency, and great image quality. In the past few years, over 200 games and applications have integrated DLSS 2 to increase frame rates and improve image quality. And DLSS 3 is one of our fastest ramping gaming technologies ever. We're excited to announce that over 35 games have already started integrating DLSS 3, with many more to come. With DLSS 3, neural graphics is really hitting its stride, enabling new frontiers of amazing ray trace graphics and improving system efficiency. This breakthrough is made possible by years of research and development from all across NVIDIA. It's been a labor of love, and those of us who've been playing with DLSS 3 enabled think it's the most amazing gaming experience. We can't wait for you to see for yourselves.
I'm not sure what to think myself, to be honest. I think I need to actually see it. Like, I need to see the DLSS 3.
It's been huge.
You should have rolled for the XP shrine. Don't just take that.
Yeah, you gotta roll for it.
You know what? Trav is not giving me anything useful all season, and then it drops me a Stone of Jordan.
I don't know. The only thing about the DLSS 3 that I think was like moderately interesting was when they talked about a CPU bound game. I don't know if you guys have ever played a game that just didn't do very well on a GPU. Like the GPU is just sitting there like, hey, give me something to do. Like, what's going on? Like, I'm here. I'm beefy. Give me something to lift. And it's like the game is like completely CPU bound, and so this GPU is doing nothing. And basically what he said is in these situations where the CPU is doing all the work and the GPU is doing nothing, the DLSS 3 is able to just like churn out these AI generated frames, apparently helping the CPU actually get higher frame rate or whatever, so that the GPU is actually doing something while the CPU is doing all the hard work. And that was kind of interesting. But I also, like, at the same time, I'm a little skeptical about them being used for high action. Like, anything that's, like, extreme action, like first-person shooter, like Twitch-based FPSs and racing games, I don't know if it's going to work out as well as they would like. But if it's something rather innocuous, like you're playing Civilization 5 or something, like, I mean, who cares? If you can't see the difference by looking at it, then
man, what the hell?
Probably doesn't matter.
Who needed that Soj?
Sosu.
Who got a Soj?
Year 1, usable password. I did.
Hacker.
Okay, I'll be a second.
I need to get some batteries for my Xbox controller too.
And I just got a gold rune.
Nice.
I have been doing Trav all season, and Trav has never given me anything useful. Then it drops a Soj on me.
I mean, so just come out when I least expect them. Like, mine came from freaking Terror Zone Duriel out of all monsters. I was like, what? He wasn't even quest bugged or nothing. Like, it was just like, it was like garbage tier Duriel. And we were all joking he was going to drop us Scrolls of Town Portal, and he's just like, he was like, here, have a Soj.
Yeah, you were making fun of him.
I was.
He said, "I'll give you something to make fun of."
Who's playing the beta? Nobody's playing the beta, Fraser. It's not till tomorrow. We're just having fun looking at all the footage and making fun of this crappy co-op footage that they put up.
I'd like to play the beta,
and the
but
spaghetti
Blizzard
and
doesn't wanna
meatballs.
take my money.
The spaghetti and blood boils.
Just go to KFC, spend $8, you get beta access.
As soon as I saw these blood boils, I started singing "On Top of Old Smoky," all covered in cheese. They laid my poor meatball.
Anything off of the Blizzard launcher. I can buy nothing. They're denying my card through and through for all transactions.
I mean, do you have anybody that's been on your friend list for 3 days? Because they can just buy it for you, and you can just send them the money.
That's true.
Like, there is a limit, because I've actually given away games on Blizzard before, and unless they've been on your friends list for 3 days, it doesn't work. Because they won't let you gift anything to anybody unless they've been friends for 3 days. It's like 24, 24, and 24 hours too. It's not even like you wouldn't be able to do beta. Like if we're not friends, like you can't just friend me and then like me buy you the game. No, we gotta wait. Like the beta would be over by the time I could gift you the game.
Right. So I think as much trouble as I've had, I'm just not gonna buy the game and I'm not gonna play it.
Oh, Balthazar was a $20 donation, and I just saw your name pop up on the ticker. Thank you, Balthazar. Please don't kill me. Apparently you can get...
I can't even reboot my WoW subscription.
People were saying you can get a freaking code for like $9 from KFC. Like just go order something on the app and you don't even have to go pick it up.
None of the KFCs in my area are running that. I don't have a KFC within 50 miles that'll do it.
It don't even have to be in your state. It don't even have to be in your state. Just order it and then don't go pick it up.
Vegas. Order one in Vegas.
Apparently, you just order it and then they email you the code immediately. Just do it on the application.
Yep, you have to do app or web. You just have to do it online.
I mean, I got KFCs near me, but I haven't ordered. Maybe I should just order some codes and then give them away on stream.
Well, you can do it for people in Canada too who cannot get it.
You don't got no Kentucky Fried Chicken up there in Canada.
We do have it. It's just garbage. But the promotion is only for
only
US.
United States.
Yeah, the KFC near me is absolutely terrible.
Is
I do like
pretty terrible.
Sometimes. I like the popcorn chicken.
Why does it feel like we have like no information about Diablo 4 by comparison to how much we had about Diablo 2 when it was on beta? Like by the time Diablo 2 Resurrected hit beta, like we had lots of footage. They had run the alpha. Like they gave us footage from the alpha. We had tons of information on the skills and everything with the skill icons. We had like little graphics and all sorts of other crazy stuff. And with Diablo 4, like they locked it down. Like we weren't allowed to see anything. They didn't allow any footage out, like except for what they authorized and it just we're like tunnel visioned into what they want us to see, basically.
Which makes me suspicious.
You can't show what isn't finished yet.
I mean, like I can understand how sometimes an unfinished product can give a negative representation of the game. Like this footage, for instance, which I feel is probably unfinished.
I think that's just bad marketing.
But
people.
But there's tons of ways that you can like put information out about a game that doesn't involve like showing unfinished content. Like, I mean, you can have somebody go over like the equipment slots. You can have somebody like talk about skills that you've decided on like already. You know, like, hey, we're not changing the skill. The skill's going to be the same no matter what. Let's just go ahead and talk about it. You know, rend for the barbarian. Like, this is how rend works, and like show off them using the skill. And like, I mean, an intern could do that work. Like, it's like, hey, intern, go record some footage of the barbarian skills. And just like,
well, it's just the whole way the marketing team is doing it. Like they said they wanted to hold back the druid and the necro, so they have more to surprise later.
I'm actually kind of happy that they did that because it gives me a little bit of time to space it out as a content creator. Because, like, I'll be able to play all 3 classes in the early access, and then I can focus on the Necro and the Druid for the open. And but then everybody's going to be focusing on the Necro and the Druid for the open, and we're going to have Necros and Druid everywhere. It's going to be like everywhere you look, there's going to be a Necro and a Druid. Dead bodies and fur everywhere.
But like the Necro is the main class everyone wanted because they missed it early D3.
Look at this horrible 240p Diablo 3 footage they put in the middle of this video. Look at this. Why did they choose this horrible 240p footage to put in the middle of the video? I don't even understand. Look at it. Look at it's terrible quality. Like, it's fuzzy, it's blurry, like it's not 4K, that's for sure. And they just like jammed it in the middle. They're just like, here, have some really blurry Diablo 3 footage. This looks amazing. Oh, man. At least they're giving us laughs. They're making us laugh. That's all I got to say about that. And my dog is making me cry because he just farted and it's terrible smelling.
Maybe their test machine at Blizzard doesn't allow them higher than 480p on Diablo 3.
It's a terrible idea. I mean, at least when they show the Diablo 1 footage, like, I know that footage is like freaking 480p. So like that was the highest footage they got, all right? Like that's you can't go any higher than that anyway. That was rendered at 480p. Poor Diablo, he looks so terrible. Diablo in the original cutscene, he's just like looks like some sort of freaking Frankenstein monster.
There you go, Gear.
Look at him, he's terrible.
What'd you find?
That was the best we could do back then, alright? That was the best.
Check your BNet account.
Okay. What now?
He sent you the game, I'm assuming. That's, you know.
Yep.
Yeah. Where do I send you money to?
Don't worry about that.
I mean, he's not worried about the money, man. He's just trying to buy the game and he can't because Blizzard's effing him up. So, you know, if he wants to give it to you, then like he's not asking for charity. He just wants to buy the game so he can actually play the beta.
Oh, I just want to play with everybody.
Yeah, exactly.
That's exactly why I did it.
if I buy the game and it sucks ass, okay, at least I'm going to laugh at it as a group.
Yeah, we can all laugh. We're going to have fun laughing at it if it's terrible.
Exactly. If I buy the game and it's great, I didn't waste my money.
I'm crying because of the dog fart. Don't mind me.
It's terrible. Do you want to know?
It's so bad.
Know something funny? I got a gift notification. You ready for this, Acid?
Sure.
We can't load that.
What?
Yes, I cannot. Oh, error code BLZBNTBNA0000007D0.
You have to redeem it at a different thing. I think you can't redeem it from the Blizzard account. I think you have to go to like I can find it real quick here.
This error was caused by a network problem. Reset your network devices. Your router has become flooded with data. If you're using a wireless connection, optimize your internet connection to rule out a connection issue. It's saying something's wrong with your internet.
His or Blizzard?
I mean, it could be the Blizzard, but you know, the easiest way to test that, which I usually do, is if you got tethering on your phone, connect your computer to your phone and then try and redeem it on your phone. Obviously, turn off your Wi-Fi.
My computer's got a cord run to it. I don't have a Wi-Fi.
No Wi-Fi?
I don't have a Wi-Fi. You don't even have the Wi-Fi chip.
Well, try to redeem it on your phone. Just go on your phone, turn off your Wi-Fi, and go through the your data. Open up the Blizzard app. You should have or if you don't have it, download it. See if you can look at it from there. I got the Blizzard app on my phone, wherever it's hiding.
Internal server error. Java.lang.null pointer expectation. No, the full stack trace of the root cause is available in server logs.
And your Wi-Fi's off, right? You're on cellular.
I'm not. What the fuck?
Language, you're on stream.
No.
I apologize.
Battle.net just doesn't want you to buy Diablo IV.
I'm convinced it is destiny. I'm going to restart my computer and unplug my router and.
I mean, yeah.
Make sure you unplug it for at least a minute.
Or 2.
Yeah, it means it really extra resets it.
You don't have a VPN VPN. You don't have a VPN on or anything, do you?
I do not.
VPN.
That's the new term now.
French.
That's it. It's the VPN.
I like that better.
The VPN. The VP off. VP on.
PP on?
VP on. VP off. That's when your girlfriend touches it. VP on. VP off. VP on. VP off.
Minutes with an update.
Can someone help you right now? You're dumb. What are you dumb about, Tigo Critties? That sounds an awful lot close to big old... No, I'm just kidding. We're on stream.
They're trying to get you.
Here, have some chainmail noises. You can buy pills to make your dog fart smell better. How much do they cost, Thunderloins? How much do they cost?
Hey, I want to know, what are you feeding Cody to make his farts like that?
I have no clue. Well, somebody just donated $5. DSIM2310 with the $5 donation. Thank you, sir. And now your name's up on the ticker. If you want to donate and get your name up on the ticker, by the way, that is the Streamlabs link that is in Nightbot spams all the time. And honestly, like most of the time, you're up there for a pretty long time. And then when I record videos, you're up there too. So like, I like to keep you guys up there as a thank you for you guys donating. I said Trigo. His name is Tigo.
Who had that 15 eyes, Joel?
You know, there was something in here that was actually kind of interesting. Oh, yeah, there it is. There it is. The world map. Look at the world map. You get to see it for just like a fraction of a second here. There's not very many frames of the world map. I got Saragar. I don't know where the hell he is. They don't have a legend on the side of here. There's no, I don't see any legend. Underneath of me, I'm going to take me off the screen for a second. There's a progress bar on this one. I wonder what the hell that means. Maybe like renown or reputation system or something like that. Maybe that's like how much renown or reputation they've built in that particular zone.
Yeah, it's the that progress.
See, it's like a little tiny progress bar. Like it's only like 25% of like the bar. It's filled with orange.
I don't know what the bar is. But...
How many quests or how much has been cleared?
Just looking at it. I mean, it's a world map. They're level 25. They've done a lot of stuff. They've explored a lot of things. Like this is, I guess this is, you know, like things.
World boss.
I'm assuming that those like light blue areas, like the angelic blue, I'll call it angelic blue. I'm assuming those are towns or strongholds or places that you can go to like sell items and maybe buy potions or whatever. Like, because it seems like you look at Saragar. Saragar seems to be a city, and so it's got that symbol, and then it also has the city symbol on top of it. But then these ones out in the wastes, they have just the symbol with no city symbol. So they're probably like smaller towns, like maybe like the little strongholds that you rescue or something. And then if you notice, there's also grayed out ones that are not lit up that look like the same symbol. So maybe these are strongholds or something that you have that they haven't cleared yet. They haven't activated. I don't know. And then these little red symbols, right now they're on top of a red symbol, which seems to be a dungeon, right? Whatever it was, Core Dragon. So maybe each one of these little red symbols on the map is another dungeon. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 dungeons. And I'm not quite sure what that symbol is on the blue city. So you got the Saragar city, and then there's that one little smaller city, and then there's the white, like, 4-pointed compass looking thing that seems to be on it that I guess represents something special to do there. And then there's another one down here that's grayed out, and there's also the little 4-pointed compass thing on top of it, which probably also represents something to do.
Quest points, probably.
Yeah.
Quest.
And then the other thing that's kind of like weird is these little arrow points. Like, what the hell are these little arrow points? And some of them are like stacked on top of each other. Like, a couple of them are like, there's literally 2 of them in opposition to each other, but quite a few of them are like by themselves.
It might be players.
Could be other players.
Direction arrows.
Well, they're all direction arrows, and they're all facing different directions, like every single one of them.
The direction you can go up and down.
Maybe, yeah, maybe that's like the pathways. So, like, one pathway might only go down and not go up. A jump. I seen a couple jump areas, like you jumped down, and then you couldn't get back up. That might be what it is.
Yeah, probably.
It's not really like a whole lot on the map for them being level 25, and like I kind of would have expected more. I don't know. Like, what's up, Tomac?
Don't hit the fire shrines.
Oh, you definitely hit the fire shrine. You got to call your friends over first before you hit the fire shrine, though.
Yeah, that's how you do it.
Yeah.
HP check.
Especially in hardcore. Especially in hardcore.
Hey, here, I got
always in hardcore.
Did you still want a 3-socket bone visage?
I found mine already. I need to get some more Vex runes and re-roll, though. I rolled a 10% on my freaking Flickering Flame. It's awful.
Well, yeah, I can roll those.
I need I got the runes. I guess I just need to convert runes down and get a bunch of Vexes and, like, re-roll. Here, let's not look at this B-roll footage for a little while. Let's relax our brains from the F-roll footage. Here, you guys want something to stare at? Here, stare at this. You guys ready? Hold on, I'm gonna bring up something for you guys to stare at. There you go. It's beautiful, isn't it? It's beautiful. It's beautiful. That's all you get. It's beautiful.
I know how you launched the game. Wouldn't even let me.
And I launch the game. You just go straight to the exe file, and then it's like some. If you check the Diablo IV kinship channel, there's some stuff in there. It's not really that difficult.
Got a war strike.
I wonder if it'll be always online like D3 was.
Yep. It's literally an MMO. Like, kind of. You're always online. always see players.
Even for your offline character, or is there offline?
Probably
There is
not.
no offline.
My girlfriend got me some little Transformer guys. Optimus Prime and Bumblebee. I don't know where she got them from, but they're really cool and I like them. And apparently there's also some other dudes. She's always coming home with random stuff. Optimus Prime is already open apparently, so I guess I don't have to worry about ruining his dude jank. He doesn't have any white on his windshields. They normally make his windshields actually look like windshields. He's got like nothing on his windshields. They're just red. Manufacturing defect. That's right. Take him go pee-pee doodles. Cross between Resident Evil and the Evil Dead and Annabelle creation music. Tomac said, "What an awesome girlfriend. I never get toys." I get her toys all the time, so. I was responsible for her lunchbox collection. She has a she has a lunchbox collection, which has started because I got her the Earthworm Jim lunchbox. And then she started collecting lunchboxes. Trying to see if I can find anything. That looks fake. Oh dear, that looks really fake. Cache.cyberfile.su mobile game KFC download token. Oh, that looks really fake. Oh man. Lord. Oh, it's like some sort of video from freaking China or yeah, could be Korea. Looks like China to me. Oh my god, it's so low poly, it's ridiculous. Half the textures are missing. Oh man. This is terrible looking. And the quality is awful. You know what? I'm not going to put this on stream. But if you guys want to see this horrible footage, I did check the link. It looks legit. It's just a link to a video. Like if you guys want to look at it, like, but I'm gonna be honest with you, it's pretty terrible. Like it's I don't think it's really even worth looking at. It's like oh. I swear I think it's like 360p and like there seems to be something going on with the texture files. Like half the time it's missing like half the textures and it's not it's not it doesn't look good. No, it doesn't look good at all. Looks terrible. But you know, feel free. Like I don't know. Like I don't think it's gonna do you any good though. We'll see what else I can find. I like to search for stuff. Diablo IV beta codes thread. Do you have an unwanted beta code? Does it need a good home? We have homes ready to take your beta code. Don't let your beta code sit out in the cold and cry a river of tears. But we have warm
you
homes.
making that up or you reading that?
I was making it up. Why?
Okay. Because I wouldn't have been that surprised if you were reading it.
I mean, it's probably what it says. I mean, let me open it up.
Please be word for word. Please be.
He said, what do y'all think about making here a thread of unwanted closed beta codes? I'm sure many Diablo players would love to take part in closed beta, and none of the codes would be wasted. Feel free to post your unwanted codes here. Someone's gonna have a great day. Someone's gonna have a great day, 'cause we got some codes we gotta give away. Somebody said this kind of implies that people will freely give their codes away. Not saying some won't, but this is basically just going to get flooded with people asking for a code. That's all that's going to happen, because there's much more demand than supply here.
Yeah, that's
Or buy a chicken sandwich.
Seems to be the way people think these days. Like, I see people messaging online, asking for people's movie codes from the movies that they buy.
Somebody
So they can have the movie for free.
Somebody in chat just said they bought a code off eBay for $9 and it didn't work.
Isn't the sandwich cheaper than $9?
Probably not. It's
$8.
KFC.
I was trying to make a buck.
Yeah, all you have to do is like probably buy a $5-6 sandwich and you get a code.
Well, if you're not from the US though, you can't get it. True.
Yeah, you know, you could always put like in the special notes when you order the sandwich, like if you don't want to waste food, you know, you could be like, hey, you know, I don't really want the sandwich. Somebody eat it. I just ordered I just ordered it for the code.
Give it away to someone.
Give it to someone
Give it
in
to the
need.
homeless guy sitting outside.
How did you know there was a homeless guy outside? How did you know? Are you watching us right now?
I thought that was standard for KFC franchises.
Are you watching us? Are you watching? Don't watch. What do you got? Let me see all this stuff. America gnome lawn ornament. 1 American gnome garden stake. 1 gnome welcome sign. Complete with multicolored pastel gnomes.
Look at her. I got her on clearance. Oh,
1 sandy fig pin.
Oh, also.
I don't think she likes gnomes.
It's fair.
I see that clearance tag. Okay, this I approve of. The leg lamp from Christmas Story.
Nice.
And somehow it just seems right that it's made by a company named Body Knockers. Why is the Body Knockers made the leg lamp, by the way? And you got a Body Knockers Friday the 13th Jason, huh?
You be proud I got this from the thrift store.
She's coming on here showing off all her gets.
I got from the thrift store for $4.
That's actually pretty cool, not gonna lie. What else is it's Rugrats binder bundle. Reptar binder, Rugrats notebook, and pretty cool.
I'm back.
What's up?
And I think Acid should refund his purchase.
I got Cody a thing.
So it doesn't
How many
work?
copies you got now?
No, it's not that how many copies I have. It's that none of them work.
Dollar Tree. Him is cute. I know.
What's the
Him's my favorite.
Where are you at, by the way? Are you in like Canada?
Nope, I'm in Missouri, United States.
Are you still getting that same message?
I am.
Try
I can send you a screenshot if you'd like more information.
I
opening,
try to look
like,
some
an
stuff up.
incognito window or something like that.
I mean, if you, well, I don't know if you wanted to do that. I was gonna say if you trust me with your information, you could DM me your password, username, and password, and I could try and log into your account and claim it for you.
I would say do that or clear
Deal.
your cache on Chrome.
I've done everything. I've cleared my cache on every browser that came on this computer, and it's still nothing works. So I'm gonna DM you my information, Ginger.
Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta log out of my Blizzard. Hold on. I might need you to DM me the code as well, obviously. Like if you have like a two-factor authentication or whatever. What? Why is your password Big Titty Knocker 7? What? Man.
Well, the good news is that ain't your password no more because you just got jacked.
All right. I'm gonna send it to your SMS. So send me the code.
I don't have.
You don't have a text message?
No two-factor authentication.
Sending you a code. Oh.
Somebody getting
Yeah.
one. Oh.
I mean, I could go back and do email. Don't forget to check his mules for good loots. I will check his mules. All right, who wants a Soj, everybody? Who wants a Soj?
Making that private game that we never say on stream,
right? Skip, I don't want the tour, okay?
Want the tour of his inventory.
Okay, it says pre-purchase Diablo. In your gifts, you have nothing.
Your library?
You have Diablo in there. I mean, which edition were you going to get yourself?
Any edition.
Any?
Like I tried to get the deluxe.
Okay, well, let me see if I can do it. All right, so you have a couple different payment methods up here. Is the Visa 3160, is that the one you were trying to use?
Yes.
Okay. Let me see what happens if I do it.
Hey, Gear, did you check your email by any chance?
I have checked my email for this account several times, but I'll do it again.
Payment processed by Ignacio. What the hell is Ignacio?
It's a payment service.
Sounds like it belongs in a Zorro movie. Ah, yes. But I am Zorro. And when I pay, I only pay with the best. I pay with Ignacio. I'm sure it's not pronounced like that. I'm just being silly.
Okay, so this is fucking stupid because I now have an Ultimate Edition from Acid.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Language.
Okay, so can you redeem it? I mean, you'll probably have to kick me out, but I wasn't going to, like, pay for the game and charge you again. I'm, like, sitting on the screen, and I was going to press the button.
I'm going to send you a screenshot, Ginger.
Okay. All right, I'm going to cancel this for right now. He just wants to play the beta, guys. He just wants to play the beta. Neato Cognito. That's a cool name. Thank you for making all those awesome D2 videos. Oh, no problem.
When I hit the go to gifts, this is what I get.
Well, send me the link and let me see if I can do it. Now that I'm logged into your account anyway. How is it spelt? It's it's not on the screen anymore. You cracking me up though. Okay, so let me see what happens if I go to that link. It says EU account. Why do you have an EU account?
Why do I have an EU account? That's an excellent question.
Let me try replacing EU with NA. NA. Site cannot be reached. Alright, so let's do this. Let's go to the Blizzard page. And we're going to log in. And of course it logs me into my account, which is not what I want. Okay. Logged in. No, don't save his password. Account settings. Where is the gift code, Doojanks? Let me try opening this up again. It's just account.blizzard.com/gifts. So I should be able to just type in account.battlenot.com/gifts.
That was straight from the email.
Forbidden.
I get the same thing when I go through the Blizzard website on the web page. Doesn't matter what browser I use. I've got Microsoft Edge, Internet Explorer, Chrome, and Brave browser all making the attempt, and they all come to the same.
It's really interesting. Like, I go to the gifts, the gift claims, and it literally just says, you don't have a game. So it says nothing there. It's really quite weird.
So you're saying somebody else paid for the game, he had multiple chargebacks, Blizzard's made tons of money off of this, and he still doesn't have the game.
Well, it's weird when I click on, so it doesn't have him on the EU website, but then when I click on his account and I go to my gifts, it immediately takes him to the EU website. Like, instead of taking him to the NA website, it takes him to the EU website.
But when I go to my account in the account settings,
yeah,
okay, and go to account details, it says country/region, United States.
Oh yeah, I'm aware, and I don't know why it's putting you in the EU when you shouldn't be otherwise in the EU. It's weird.
Let me check my account settings real quick.
I'm so happy I'm not the only one completely stumped by this.
I had some trouble when I was ordering my game, but it kept not letting me use my stored password, and I couldn't remember it. So what I had to do was I had to reset my password before I could buy the game. It wasn't enough that I was already logged into the account. No, to confirm purchase, I had to give them my password.
I don't even get that. I get the ring around.
So when I click on this, immediately goes to HTTP status 500 internal server error.
Aha, you have found the thingy that I've been looking at.
Yeah, says I'm still in the United States, which
No, it's definitely not your computer if I'm having the same exact issue. It's something specific to the account, I would assume. An account details, region, United States.
So this had to have happened on Blizzard's end, because sometime between when I bought D2 Resurrected and now, this happened.
Would you say you're in Missouri?
Yes.
Well, I found an address book entry here which is empty. Send me your address. I'm gonna plug everything in. What's up, Rob Film? I'm probably gonna be doing a Sorceress first, and then I'll move into a Barbarian, and then eventually I'll hit the Rogue too.
Why would you hit the road? What did she ever do to you?
No, no. All right, so I updated your address. I don't know if that's going to have any effect or not. My thing is like it doesn't even show the freaking gift on BattleNet. It's not there. When I click on the game shop, it still says pre-purchase. But the only thing I haven't done is tried to buy it directly.
you might have to go into the transaction history and go to gift claims.
I did, and there's nothing there.
Huh.
Interesting, huh?
Yeah. So I can see the order ID.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that if he doesn't claim it, it'll just refund your money, which is usually what happens.
Yeah, when I pull it up, I've got nothing under gift claims either.
Well, when in doubt, where did you try and purchase it before? On the launcher or through the website?
I've tried to do both.
Right, I'm going to log out and I'm going to log back in. The only other thing I can think of is it says here that you don't have the BattleNet Authenticator on there. I don't know if that would like have an effect, but
I didn't have one, and I still was able to buy the game.
I mean, now you get your email verified, your phone number verified, but maybe adding the BattleNet Authenticator, I don't know.
I think it has something more to do with they think he's an EU account and he's trying to use a US credit card.
Maybe. I don't know. It's weird.
Customer service line would be great.
Um,
None of them function that I've been able to dig up.
trying to see if there's anything in the settings that you might have been disabled or something, but everything looks fine. Hmm. I mean, the only thing left for me to do is to try and purchase it for you on through the launcher and see if I get the same error message.
Yeah, go for it. It's only another $3.
$3 for what?
For some reason, I've called my bank 3 times today, and
Hmm.
Blizzard keeps charging me $3 every time it doesn't go through right.
Some
Says
sort
it
of.
can take up to 24 hours for the gift to be
Okay, well.
Which. Okay. Gifts purchased in the Battle.net shop are sent once the payment is processed and the order status is complete. This can take up to 24 hours.
They always say that, but usually it's instantaneous.
Yeah, usually it is instantaneous.
So.
Yeah, well, I'm not going to make you pay another $3. It's probably not going to work anyway. What the hell? I just hit cancel, and for a second there it said your order number is... And then it said, sorry, we're unable to complete your payment, even though I literally just hit cancel. That's freaking weird. I mean, there's always one other option. It's kind of a stupid option, but it's an option. Try making another account. Do you have a second Diablo 2 account for like mules and stuff? I mean, I don't have one either.
Yeah, I was kind of annoyed after I bought the game at full price. Bought several copies of it. That like now they had a sale and I could have got the game for like $12. And before you ask why I bought several copies, I have nieces and nephews. And they all thought they wanted to play it on console, and most of them quit within a week. So that's why I ended up buying 3 copies.
When is the game open? The game will be open tomorrow at 12 p.m. EST. So 12 p.m. EST. Tomorrow.
If it works.
Yeah, if everything goes as planned. If it's smooth.
You know what's dumb? If you bought D2R for PC and you want to play it on PS4, you have to buy another copy of the game. You could tie your account to the PS5 and play the beta for free, but if you wanted to play it on PS5 after the beta, you had to buy another copy of the game.
I wonder if we'll have Error 37 tomorrow.
I think we at least narrowed down that it's something wrong with your account. Or Blizzard specifically, like going on between your account and the way that Blizzard's treating it. Seems to be something that they need to fix on their side. I don't even know if Blizzard has an actual support number, though.
They do not. I've been looking for it for the last, like, let's see here.
Do they have chat support?
Hours.
Sometimes that actually is really easy to get a hold of. Let's see. Contact us. Customer support. We're available to help 24/7 with the game and account issues. Let's check and see what customer support options they have. It's just kind of like a generic contact that you like have to type in the information and
It's a chat bot.
and send it to them.
I've got tickets open.
Yeah. Not gonna be all that helpful.
It's not. Whatever happened to their callback thing?
Dobrunsky made a post. He said, "Oh, I know people are bent out of shape over the recent Diablo 4 video posted on the official Diablo 4 channel. The quality 100% has to be a combination of console settings, recording bitrate, and YouTube compression." I think it's a little bit more than that, Dobrunsky. The versions I played look a lot better. You will see tomorrow. I'm pretty sure it's just old footage. It was a really bad idea to release that footage the day before beta.
Oh yeah, but the raffles. What are we doing with the sword torches and the Zon? Raffles while we're doing them.
How many sorks do we have that still need torches? Like a million?
Just do raffles then.
I'm gonna need a Zon torch here. I'm making a Zon right now.
I mean, we would kind of prioritize the people that have been playing Zon since, a Sork since the beginning.
Oh, yeah,
since
totally.
those are like, the one torch that everybody freaking wants. And also tends to be one of the more rare ones. So, like, if somebody's playing as Sork and they're still on their Sork main from the beginning and they don't have a Sork torch, they definitely should get some priority over the guy who just makes the Sork today. And they've been suffering the long and dusty road. The suffering.
Okay, if we don't want to do raffle, we'll have to find a way to find out who started Sork and is still playing it.
Honestly, I would prefer it to go to somebody who's actually playing. So, like, a main that's actually on their Sork and is actually playing it. Because I don't want it to go to somebody who's, like, not even playing the game. I like to get those items into the hands of people who are actually going to put them to use. Like, I think you got one of the first Sork torches, Zan, right?
Yeah, I got it privately before we got all of them.
Yeah, even if you didn't, you would have gotten one, the first one that dropped.
I still got a placeholder.
It's a dope sweater. This isn't a sweater, Fearless Spinota. This is actual real metal. It's chainmail. It's 440 stainless steel, actually.
I had a friend that made a chainmail shirt for her husband.
You can hear it jingle.
It must be really heavy.
It's not bad when it's spread across your body. It's a lot lighter than it seems. And then the back rests against the chair, so that's like 30% of the weight right there. And then it's not as bad as it seems.
When my friend made her husband one, it took two of us to lift it and put it on him. But he weighs like 110 soaking wet.
Lilith is Mephisto's daughter, yes. Unconfirmed, as people have so virulently pointed out to me. Unconfirmed is the rumor that apparently Mephisto and the female angel were the ones that made the baby. There's a bunch of stuff here and there which seems to point to a relationship between them, although it's not anything solid. Like it doesn't set in stone, like they laid down and made the baby, but there's like some winks here and there and like other weird things that kind of make you think. And plus, how do you make a baby by yourself? Everybody else made babies with other people. I mean, come on. There's no canonical exact statement that says that they got together and made a baby. No. Like, I mean, who knows? Maybe Diablo 4 will change that. Because Diablo 4 is canon. And if they end up saying, the freaking story is going to be all about Lilith, so who knows? Pretty sure Lilith is going to be the end boss, by the way. No spoilers, because I don't know. But there's been several comments by several of the developers that they kept talking about, like, fighting all the bosses, and then they would say, like, and then your final battle, Lilith, and, like, is Lilith the final boss, or are you guys just saying that just to, like, tease us and like, mislead us in the wrong direction? I mean, it kind of makes sense, though, from a certain standpoint. I mean, if Lilith has somehow managed to come back, and Lilith has become all-powerful, and they keep showing pictures of Lilith holding Diablo's skull in her hands, I mean, if she killed Diablo, then she must be pretty powerful at that point. Since Diablo is one of the prime evils, Final boss is the butterfly, what?
I finally found a sorceress skiller last night, and it's for lightning. I had a pretty good
That's not a
chance
bad
it was
one.
going to be fire or cold, but it ended up lightning.
That's not a bad one at all. That's pretty good.
Yeah, but I have almost no points in lightning.
Necromancer got 82% of the vote, by the way, on the Necromancer Diablo 2 versus Necromancer Diablo 3. Necromancer Diablo 3 got a wee 17% of the votes. I didn't expect Diablo 3 to actually even do 17%. You guys surprised me. Didn't even expect 17%.
Hello. I know the next few days are for people pre-ordered, but the March 24th to March 26th, that beta, is that for people who don't have to pay or something?
Anyone.
Yeah, the open beta is for everybody. You don't have to pay to get into the open beta.
Nice. Thanks.
I don't know. Can we talk about the Diablo 4 Necromancer and like what the hell's going on with the Diablo 4 Necromancer? Like, I fully expect to be able to customize my Necromancer to look like an old man, since they're literally talking about like all of the, aesthetics for the old man Necromancer, right? Or like being able to customize your character however you want. So like, I fully expect to be able to make my Necromancer look exactly like the Diablo 4 or Diablo 2 Necromancer, if that's what I want. Like, I'm fully expecting that. But like, why in God's green earth did they choose this girl as the Necromancer, like the poster child of the Necromancer? Why did they choose this one? Like, out of all the designs that they could have chosen, why did they choose the punk rocker chick? Like, she looks like she's going to a band. Like, she's gonna go like watch the the Grateful Dead or something, and she's like in her freaking Grateful Dead outfit. She's got her hair all slicked back to the side, and she's got a little tattoo on her skinned off head, and like she just looks like she's like a rocker chick. She doesn't even look like a necromancer. She just looks like somebody who's going to a concert.
Kind of like Guild Wars Necro.
But like out of all the necros that they could choose, like why that one specifically? Why not use the necromancer that we all know and love? Why not use the Diablo 2 necromancer that literally everybody freaking loves? That like literally has a following, like a cult following. Why not just choose that one?
Well, you can't change the body shapes, but you can have a bunch of different options for like your face and textures, whatever you want. The biggest change I think was the druid. Looks pretty chunky.
Friar Tuck. 2 words. Friar Tuck. He looks like Friar Tuck. We were talking about this the other day. Like, he legit looks like Friar Tuck. Okay, look, here's the druid. Here we go. Okay, you guys ready? All right, this is the druid right here. You just wait. Hold on, let me zoom out a little bit here. Yeah. All right, ready? There's the druid. Okay, and here's Friar Tuck. All right, you tell me if they don't look like almost identical. And every time I look at them close side by side, it just makes me laugh. And here's Friar Tuck. The druid is like the spitting image of Friar Tuck from the freaking Prince of Thieves movie. Like the spitting image, down to the beard and the hair and everything. It's literally Friar Tuck. I mean, I'm not saying it's necessarily a bad thing, but it's hilarious. It's too similar. Whoever was building the druid must have pulled up a picture of Friar Tuck and literally just like went ham. Let me see if I can put them side by side too, just for lulz. Whoa, 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 whoa. I got so many pictures on my freaking computer now. I need to go through, but like reorganize all these doojangs. Alright, here we go. Pink.
You can't tell when your druid's in bear form or human.
You can't tell when he's in bear form or druid. That's terrible. Alright, boys. There you go. There's your right there. There you go. Oh, chunky boy. I mean, it's the body shape and everything. Like, it's not just the fat. I mean, he's not just fat. Like, because Friar Tuck isn't just fat. Like, he does have a belly. He does got the rotund belly. But, like, Friar Tuck also has very broad shoulders, and they slope downward ever so slightly. And the druid has the same, like, broad shoulders that slope downward ever so slightly. And the arms spread out further than the rest of the body, and Friar Tuck's arms spread out further than the rest of his body. And then, like, the beard, even the beard and down to the face shape and everything is, like, identical between the two. And if I could see Friar Tuck's legs, I bet you the legs are he's got some chunky legs. Look at his feet. Like, I guarantee you Friar Tuck's legs probably match up 100%. And, it wasn't like they were trying to say Friar Tuck was fat, but but remember, he brewed beer in the movie. So that was like his gag. He was the mead brewer. So he brewed mead on a regular basis. And that was just his thing. So he was like constantly drinking beer all the time. He was a priest who was drinking beer all the time. Now I just want to make a druid and just like make him look exactly like Friar Tuck, which shouldn't even be that hard. Just like match up the hair color and fatten up his face a little bit. Done. Y'all remember when Fallout 4 came out? Fallout 4 came out and everybody was making the celebrity lookalikes? They were doing like Nicolas Cage and like it's like Samuel L. Jackson and all that. They were pretty good. They were like, and if you want to look like Samuel L. Jackson, they're like slider 2, slider 5, slider 6, slider 7. I'm not even mad that the druid looks like Friar Tuck, by the way. Like, I'm totally, I totally don't even care. I'm like, do it. Yes, let's go. Somehow it just makes sense anyway. Like, I could see Friar Tuck. I could see Friar Tuck turning into a werewolf or a bear.
It's funny, I did not realize that D4 is going to have a character customizer.
Oh yeah, super customization.
Well, it's not as in depth. Like you can't change the body's shape or anything. It's just you change different head models and stuff like that.
You can add
Yeah,
tattoos, and you can choose eye colors and skin color, and
tattoo, hair, earrings, stuff like that.
you can add. There's a lot of facial feature editing. Like, I mean, it's basically like an MMO. Like, I would think about it like an MMO style.
It is still lighter than most new MMOs that are crazy customization.
Oh, totally, but at least something. Not like, you know, just everyone looks the same, like Diablo 3, that type of thing.
I mean, everyone's wearing gear, so you won't see anything anyways.
True.
Yeah, hit that doojang. I gotta say, the little opening screen for Diablo 4 does look really cool, though. And I'm kind of digging the music. I just realized I think Lilith's boobies are showing. Which you can't see nothing because it's so dark, and then, yeah, that's deliberate, but... Here, hold on, let me see if I can dial up the gamma so we can look at all the beautiful artwork.
I just want to see the boobies.
The boobies.
Look, okay, beautiful artwork. Hey, shush.
Boobies are artwork.
Beautiful artwork is what we're gonna see. Y'all shush it. We're gonna see beautiful artwork. It's so beautiful. Good Lord, I got that jank cranked up to 11. Can't even see Lilith's face. Those little dogs next to the door, though, are really cool.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, this is for science, Doofensmirts. For science.
Like some hellhounds or something.
Wait, why do all we see are the boobies? We don't even see the face.
Yeah, I was trying to see if I could turn up the, like, the saturation and stuff a little bit to maybe, like, mess with the colors, but it does seem like a lot of it is just blacked out. Like, there's nothing you can do about it. It's just blacked out.
All right. Well, I'm going to try and work this out over the next couple of days. Acid, are you still here?
Yep.
I mean, we can get you a code, like, for early access. You can figure all that stuff later. Maybe we can just get you, like, a KFC sandwich or something.
Nah, it's more like, I'm more worried about getting him his money back now.
That's what I was just telling you, is that I think if you don't redeem it, I don't think it actually charges him.
Okay.
Because I gave away a couple gifts before, and I remember, like, sometimes people didn't redeem them, and it took a little while, but because they didn't redeem them, it eventually just defaulted back to me and just refunded the money. It was, and I don't know 100% if that's what's going to happen, but that's what I think is going to happen.
Well, if it gets that bad, I can always send him $100.
Well, isn't that like a tax thing for businesses too? Like they can't count it until it's actually used. So eventually they'll just refund or something.
I see why Anarius went mad.
I still think that you might want to just, like, try making another account and then, like, I don't know.
Then I have to change my phone number.
You do?
Unless I can decouple that phone number from that account.
Oh yeah, since Overwatch 2, like, did they make you require a unique phone number for accounts now?
Yes.
No.
I went to make a new account and it demanded a phone number.
And you couldn't use the same phone number.
Because it's already in use.
Yeah, that sucks.
It is a cell number though. It's not landline.
It is a cell number. I could use a different cell number, but
Because what could have happened is when they made the changeover in the fall, when Overwatch 2 came out, you could try removing that and re-adding your phone number and all your info. Because that's the only thing that would have changed with account stuff is Overwatch 2 when they did that change.
So I didn't realize how dark this is. Like, so look, this is with the color correction. Like, and you can actually see the door. When you look at it for a little while, it actually kind of looks normal, except for the logo. And then when you turn it off, look how freaking dark it is when you turn it off. Like, oh my god, it's so dark. It's so very dark.
alright, well I gotta take my dog out, I'll be back.
Well, I don't want to upset Gear or Blizzard, but I miss the days when you could just walk into a store and purchase a game with money and walk out with a physical copy and put a license key in.
Well, yeah.
Preaching to the choir, my friend, preaching to the choir.
Oh, I mean, the physical copies were always fun to buy, but like nowadays, you go into a store, it's sad. There's like nothing there. Like, as far as PC games go, there's like nothing. There's nothing ever there anymore. Even
Walmart.
Even console games now, they're starting to. They've actually made a rack now, and you go in there and there's like a rack of cards, and you could just like purchase the card, and then you go home and you put the key in.
Yep.
You don't miss standing in line at GameStop in the cold at midnight launches? Yeah.
You know what I miss? When I had a birthday or Christmas approaching, whining to my uncle and my uncle buying me games. That's what I miss when I was a kid.
And now I'm the
Games
uncle
are
buying the
expensive.
games.
I'm just saying it shouldn't be that hard to buy games.
No, it's not that hard to buy games, but I miss my uncle.
It is for Gear, though. And sorry about your uncle.
I've been trying shortcut keys. Nothing works. Diablo 4. It's fun looking at the launcher, the little Jujank, but like there's nothing really to see except for the Lilith boobies. I mean, you can see the Lilith boobies. That's about it.
We're so close now.
I mean,
it's like 14 hours.
This is the customized, by the way. We do have some like footage of the customization, so you do get like male and female, and then there's like character presets. You know what they really should have done though is they really should have had a character preset for the characters that came from like Diablo 2 and Diablo 3, and they should have had like a character preset for Diablo 2, like Barbarian, Diablo 2 Necromancer, and then like a Diablo 2 Sorceress, and then like a Diablo 2 Druid and whatnot. Like it would have been cool if they had like presets like that you could have just been like, oh, okay, I want to look like the, like the original one. Maybe you modify it a little bit or change the hair color or something, but you could have like clicked on it, had the preset in there, and then like, played around with it. Could have been something neat for them to like add in. I mean, like as much as I really didn't like Diablo Immortal, one of the cooler things that they added to Diablo Immortal was literally the Diablo 2 custom cosmetic armor set that made your character look like a Diablo 2 character. I thought that was pretty cool. I don't know if you guys actually got that, but that was like the one thing I thought was cool enough to buy. Because I like Diablo 2 and they got me and I'm a sucker.
I was just busy dodging bullets. If that had every single Hell Temptress and Skeleton Archer in existence.
Oh God.
Oh, we had some spicy world stones. There was rooms with 30 plus of those succubus, and it was the ones that cast amp too. And it was just non-stop streams of those balls of physical damage coming at you.
Dude, did you ever see, so there was a video I put up like 1,000,000 years ago, and it was like Diablo 2 at Classic, and I had that happen, and it was like the worst scenario with those succubuses like ever. And I was like stuck in like a sea of freaking succubus bolts, and there was like nothing I could do. And I tried for so long to like just like get some headway into the room, and like so that we could all get our bodies back, and it was like it was terrible.
Like they actually do more damage than a doll does too now.
Yeah, here it is. Diablo 2 LOD live clip. It was only like 16 minutes because I cut out most of the stuff that like went wrong. But like, man, it was freaking evil. And we weren't max level characters, and we weren't fully geared out, so it was like a little bit worse. But oh my god, there were so many succubuses. It was like multiple elite packs of succubuses, and oh my god, I've never seen so many succubus bolts, and they were all spread out all over the place, and they were just coming from every single direction. You couldn't stop. You couldn't stand still for even a half a second. Like, because if you stood still for a half a second, you were dead.
Yeah, with a necro, I dim vision. With a hydra source, I just throw down as many hydras as I can and just non-stop teleport around them.
Here, I know you guys want to see my perfect storm here. Hold on. There you go. Boop. And there it is. Here's me from a million years ago. I bow out. Like, at first I thought there was a lot. No. The really crazy thing was, is as I got deeper. Oh yeah, that's right. There were the undead vampires. So every time I did try and stand still, I had like 3 firewalls underneath my butthole. Which made things a little worse. Like, it was just like a sea of you can't stand still, because if you do stand still for even a half a second, like, you're dead. So like every time I stopped to fire my bow, even just like one arrow, it was like almost death. And they were so neatly spread across the entire area that, like, no matter where I went, there was always enough of them to keep me from standing still. Which is weird too, because, right, like, the succubuses don't normally spawn like that. They normally spawn, you know, condensed, right? Like, in little packs. And usually you can deal with them better. But when they're all spread out like that, it's, like, insane.
Yeah, when you get melee range, they scatter like that. It's awful.
And then I can't remember, like, I finally did kill them, but it took so much effort to like take them down. Like, I was slow missiling, I was hopping in there, I kept dodging and bobbing and weaving every single time they would get a lock on me with the missiles, and they would start like coalescing in one spot, and then they'd get me stuck in the corner and I'd die. I did eventually conquer them, by the way. It took me some time, but it was just nasty. It was very nasty. You know, combined, of course, within the throne room, frickin' Baal is just casting Decrepify on you constantly, which doesn't help. So beautiful. There's the slow missile in action, though. Oh yeah, there were gloams too. Sorry, my bad. It wasn't just succubuses. It wasn't just the undead lords. There was also gloams. Pilfering potions from dead bodies at some point. I'm over here like, please stop killing me. Oh god. Just let me live. Yeah, give me them potions. Yeah. Get them potions. Finally, I managed to clear myself a corner, and I just sat there and multi-shotted. Like, finally. Like, I managed to kill enough of them so that, like, one corner was free of, like, 18,000 succubuses. Like, just ripping me a new butthole every single time I came down, and I just, like, multi-shotted from off the screen. I didn't even care at that point. I'm like, die in a ball of fire. I didn't even have a green screen at that time. Back to the B real footage. What?
Using a wind force on your Bozone?
No, she was low level. I think she was using a Bariza. Bariza do Canyon. I don't think she was not high enough to use a wind force. I know that much.
Wind force is pretty high, though. Yeah.
No, it was never supposed to be that difficult. It was never supposed to be that difficult. Where's all the like the green and the blue skin? Like, what if I'm an alien? All right. What if I want to look? I want to have the skin of my people. Well, if I might be a blue skinned alien. Where's my blue skin? Where's my green? Maybe I got red skin. Maybe I'm a demon. Okay. Maybe I'm a demon. Where's my red? Where's my scales? I want some scales. Actually, that would be pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie. Just like a couple scales, like on your neck or something. That'd be pretty neat. It's like 4 or 5 scales, like right here, or something like that. You know, not too small, not too big. You know, like big dragon scales or nothing. You know, it's like, I don't know, like the little smaller ones. What is this? This is Diablo 4's character customization. We were talking about the customization window, so I thought I'd bring it up. Oh, they got a randomizer. You guys know how horrible the randomizers are sometimes? Like, oh my god, you hit the random button and everything looks like deuce. What gear was I using at the time of the video? Man, that video is so old, I really don't know, my friend. I really don't know. I do find it kind of funny with the Necromancer, though, that the Necromancer, like, literally, like, the Scythe Necromancer never really was a thing. Like, there's, like, no such thing, really, as a Scythe Necromancer in Diablo 2, and, of course, the Necromancer didn't exist in Diablo 1. And then, like, they just, like, made up they made the Scythe Necromancer work. They're like, we're gonna give him some Scythe skills, get in there and reap the souls. I actually got a humidifier, which looks like it needs a refill. But the humidifier has been helping a lot with my coughing. Maybe I just have dry throat forever. The driest of throats. Do I have another character customization? I thought I had a second character customization video. Or maybe it's not a video, maybe it's just an image. Yeah, I think it's just images now that I think about it. But that means I gotta remove Friar Tuck. Yeah, I got a couple here and there. It's a barbarian, a female barbarian. This is the male barbarian. Kind of like the little skulls on his little buckles there. That's kind of cool looking. I don't know about the barbarian with hair. Something about the barbarian having hair just bothers me. I feel like the barbarian just should always be bald. Like he's bald. You're not allowed to put hair on his head. You can put a beard on him, but you're not allowed to put hair. He gets no hair. No hair for the barb. I don't know what this is. Is this druid or barb? Looks like... you know, I'm actually not sure. Druid, maybe?
That's druid.
Okay, because I see like the tribal bone necklace. Looks druid. It looks druidic to me.
Druids are kind of like Celtish Highlands slash like I don't know, like sailor.
According to the lore, they're barbarians. That's what they said. Apparently, the druids are barbarians that left the tribe at some point and went to go live in the woods. I think this is the female druid. And I'm not sure who this is.
I actually don't know.
Sorceress? That's like Sorceress.
There's a bit of delay though.
Oh yeah, blue hair. It's got a pentagram necklace, so I'm gonna assume Sorceress.
Maybe necro.
Necro or Sark, maybe.
They got a couple of these screenshots.
Oh,
there's a skill icon up in the top that probably represents Sorceress because it's got a little fireball.
Yeah, that's Sark, yeah.
And I think this is Barbarian. This is a female Barbarian, or is that Druid? I don't even know.
That's Barb.
The helmet is Barbarian, right?
Yeah, that's Barb.
Why she look like an orc? She got like green skin. I was just joking about that too. There you go. Have something funny. There. All right, and 1,000 internet points to the person who can tell me what this is. If you know what this is, you know. If you don't know what this is, it's dirty. Okay, I'll leave it at that. It's dirty. It's very dirty. It's a very bad joke. It's when you play Skyrim. It's a very bad joke.
So, do you want us to tell you or not?
I mean, do you know? Do you know the answer?
Not completely. It's a stockpile of a certain kind of book that's not the best kind of book in Skyrim.
Okay. Adult book. But that's not the end of it. There's also a book of telekinesis at the bottom of the pile and a bunch of dirty rags. And it's in the Reekling village. So you can imagine what they were doing with the book of telekinesis with all the dirty books. It's a lot dirtier. It's a lot dirtier of a joke than like you would think. And the little Reeklings are like little creepy looking things. They're like all of like 3 feet tall. And they're always running around going like, rah, 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 rah. But apparently they got but apparently they got a scroll book of telekinesis, and they're over there. Yeah. I don't know about this one. He looks old and haggard. Like he doesn't look like a sorcerer. He looks like a dad who's had a hard day with some fancy armor on. A dad who's going trick or treating, and his kids are torturing him to death. Just something a little odd about his facial features. A little too soft for somebody who's supposed to be like one of the proud sorcerers of the realm.
Looks like he's lost.
It's one of them cool shields. with Anarius' symbol on the back.
Isn't it upside down?
Hmm?
The shield. It's
It is,
upside down.
yeah, because it's on his back. So when he pulls it off, it's right side up.
Oh yeah. Okay. Makes sense.
This is all Diablo 4 stuff I've got sitting around. Just been saving it. You guys can see it. It's the Book of the Dead. Here's the Blood Golem. I got tons of this stuff. Here's the Bone Golem.
So what time is does the beta go live again tomorrow?
Tomorrow, 12 p.m. EST.
So about 3 Eastern.
12 p.m. EST.
It sucks. I'm gonna be late. I've got to do something with my mom till like 30.
I'll be at work.
My
at work as well.
stepbrother's out of town for the week, so I've had to do the shopping for my mom. And I'm supposed to pick up the list and go shopping and have lunch with her tomorrow.
Sounds like, oh, well, I was going to say, sounds like you should do it right now.
Crud. 9 a.m.
I mean,
For one thing,
you still could pick up the list and go shopping right now. But, obviously still have lunch with your mom because that's important. But, maybe that shave an hour or two off the journey and prioritize the important thing and get rid of the less important thing. Unless you're going to go shopping with your mom, and that's different.
No, I'm gonna have her shopping done, her banking, and have lunch with her, and be back by 1:30.
It's a tight schedule, man, but we can do it.
First of all, I know the guy that I usually pick up the stuff for her lunch, usually at noon. I know he'll let me pick it up at 11.
Well, I saw some video the other day. It was cracking me up. It was just some really poorly drawn stick figure, and the guy's like,
Brain, we are done with the break now, Brain. We need you to initiate the plan. Brain, can you initiate the plan? And he's like, yes, I can initiate the plan. Let me turn to that page in the manual. Ah, yes, here. It says the plan. The plan requires... What does the plan require, Brain? Ah, yes, well, it says here that the plan requires effort. And then the guy's like, ugh. Freaking cracks me up. Effort. These freaking shots of Anarius are beautiful, though. Like, I gotta admit, like, they're pretty sexy. Blinding, but sexy. I can't wait to see the cutscenes. Like, you know what? Even if you don't like Diablo 4, and even if you hate the gameplay, and even if, like, you don't even want to buy the game, I guarantee you, like, people will still want to see the damn cutscenes. Because they're usually really masterfully done.
Yeah, they're always great.
This picture's really cool, too. I don't know if you guys have seen this, but they made this, like, gothic photo of Lilith and then Anarius, and it has, like, the demons that Lilith brought with her from hell, and has, like, the angels that Anarius brought with him from heaven, and then it has, like, the Nephilim in the center, and Anarius and Lilith are in the back, like, just, like, posing for their photo. They're like, yes, take the picture. Hmm. You hear my dog in the background?
Yep, I hear Kubus.
Mm-hmm. He can't ever be good for more than 2 seconds. Pretty sure my girlfriend's daughter just had a freaking meltdown because, like, dog wouldn't leave her alone. And I don't even blame her, because he doesn't. He never leaves, like, her alone. As soon as she enters the room, immediately just freaking, like, spazzes out. Where is that one? Ah, this one. This is a translated image from some Russian website. It was in Russian. I was the one that went and put it into Google Translate and let it translate it. This is apparently the clan window. Of course, it doesn't say this exactly because it's translated, and some of it's really terrible. But the but you know, it does have clan stuff on it. So obviously there is a clan. We can make clans. Probably not in the beta, I would assume. Or if we can make clans in the beta, it probably won't be that great. There were some other translated images I had, but they were kind of like poopy, like this one. Apparently, there's some type of tutorial mode, and this was one of the settings windows that I tried to translate and didn't really work. It didn't really work out as well, I guess. It wasn't as good. Doesn't really quite do that there, but you know, like it's in Russian, so can't really do nothing about it.
Oh, the tutorial one is your starting difficulty. So it's basically like normal mode or veteran mode.
Ah, okay.
So monsters will be harder.
Well, this was also in the list right here, and I was able to translate most of this. I'm pretty sure this is the difficulty levels right here. It was like Adventurer, was like the basic mode. Why is that one not translated properly? I thought I had one that was translated properly. Yeah, maybe not. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the 5 difficulties right there. It goes up to Torture. The last one says Torture, and the first one says Adventurer. Number 4 says The Underworld. I don't really know. Oh, it's in English on Wowhead? Okay, well then. I translated it because it was taken from a Russian site. They probably translated it too.
The underworld means hell.
Oh, there's another translation of the same thing. Koshmar. Koshmar and Betapa, whatever the hell that is. I'm assuming, I mean, I pretty much inferred what these were. But like you can see on the right-hand side, there's the non-physical damage resistance, 30%, and like rare nightmare symbols appear, revealing more difficult challenges. Finding sacred objects increase. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Recommended level 60.
I created a new game, and I forgot I had an iron golem, and my iron golem was still there. I thought I was going to lose him.
There's oh yeah, there's the torture. There's the torture mode right there. Recommended level 70 for torture. Of course, you know, that could change, who knows.
I mean, if you can unlock it early, you could do.
Yeah, I had a picture of all of them. That's right. I remember I had clicked on every single one of them. Or they had clicked on every single one of them. I didn't do it. I think you can choose between the 2 starter difficulties like right off the bat, right? So like the adventure and then whatever the second one is, like because it's just like they'll let you just drop right into it.
I do like how the untranslated version says cow map.
And then the third one is says level 50. So like it looks like you pretty much can play in difficulty 2 all the way up to level 50, and then you can swap to the next difficulty. Maybe even do it a little bit early. I don't know, depending on how bad the penalties are fighting monsters that are higher level than you.
Anybody need a martial arts skiller?
I do. I don't have
where are you at?
I don't have full martial arts skillers yet on my sin. I'm not in the game. Hold on, I'll pull up the game.
Yeah, like when you're starting, you can pick your normal mode. Like same like D3, you could either play on normal or you can go up to torment if you think you can handle it.
Torment.
So basically, you have the normal or veteran, which most people should be playing on because you get more loot and more XP faster.
Yeah, I mean, if as long as you're not completely new to the series, I mean, you should be fine going into the higher modes.
But then the higher than that, like Nightmare, Hell, Torment, you have to unlock certain dungeons, bosses to go up. But you can do it at a lower level if you're strong enough, or you get someone to boost you. But the monsters are set at a certain level.
Ooh. Tomorrow at 9 p.m. or 9 a.m. PST or 12 EST. Fire skills. Look at that. Beautiful fire skill. Boobus. You want to come pick up that fire skiller? I'm sitting in here waiting anyway. I'm in GGM1 for that other MA skiller, so I can swap out fire skillers with you. You got anything that'll help out my bow?
Actually, I think I found a MA score the other day.
I actually have 2 fire fast rate recovery skillers.
Oh, I'll definitely need those. What was your game?
Just GGM1. Actually, I don't really have a lot of fast rate recovery at all, do I? It's terrible. I might have to keep one, so I don't end up dropping below that horrible level.
Those better than the ones you're wearing?
Maybe. Let me check. I got 55 poisons. These are 46 poisons. The strength is higher. The vitality is higher. Do I need the poison? Well, actually, I can't even tell because I don't have the armor on me. What is chain? 65?
Yeah.
Chains of Honor?
Yeah. Yeah, so I guess technically these are better because they have slightly better strength and dex. Or strength and fight, sorry. Yeah.
In a swappy game they go.
Well, I put yours on and took mine off.
Yep, in a swappy game the old ones go.
Oh, I got a bow skiller with faster run walk.
Ooh, fancy.
Shokusaka.
Oh wait, this is a hell game. I think that skiller ended up on a mule.
Whee! They data mined the armor sets for different classes. I saw the pictures. I was hoping for something a little bit better than pictures. I know it sounds kind of like, I don't know. Like some of the stuff that I've seen that got data mined out wasn't very impressive. I'm actually, if you're talking about the one on Wowhead, by the way, I'm pretty sure it specifically said that it was not data mined.
don't know what to think about this rogue.
I think she's going to be OP, and if you want to play her, go ahead.
Yeah, that's what I was expecting her to be close to like the D1 rogue as far as like
What
tactile,
do you,
but
she is. She, what do you mean? She has a bow and she fires. That's literally the D1. That's literally all she does.
No, she's more like the demon hunter in her gameplay from the looks of it, from just looking at the video.
I mean, going over her skills, she definitely has a lot of like D1 Amazon skills. She's got Heartseeker, which is guided arrow. She has a skill that looks extremely similar to Strafe, and once I get into the game and actually look at it, it seems to be Strafe. Barrage also kind of seems to be multi-shot, but like not quite. Like it seems to function slightly differently than multi-shot, but honestly kind of in a good way. I mean, as you can see from the footage, we've got some rogue gameplay up here right now.
Well, it's a lot like the D3 Demon Hunter with melee skills also.
Oh. Okay.
Like it seems to be a lot of combinations of things. Like there's even there's a whole trap like thing going on in there too. Like it's like a trap assassin. Like they threw in like a lot of the stealth skills from like the assassin, but it also seems to be more like a rogue and from like World of Warcraft or something. Like there's a lot of tricks too, which kind of makes me feel like it's a little bit more like a burglar from Lord of the Rings Online. The burglar had all these like little tricks that he could do, like, you know, he could like throw these little bombs on the ground and like blind you and like you know, he'd like trip you and knock you down and like, you know, cause all sorts of little like problems during the fight. And as I was looking through the tree, she's got a lot of that, like Cloak of Shadows, and she's got like her little dodges and her little shadow clones, and she's got little bombs that she can drop and like caltrops that she can throw on the ground, and it's just very similar to like the burglar on freaking Lord of the Rings Online. People used to hate that class. Like, I mean, it was very fun to play, don't get me wrong, but like people used to hate it because they could just like lock you down in like crowd control effects for like forever. Like they'd knock you down and then you'd get back up, and then they would like daze you, and then after you got dazed, they would stun you, and then after they stunned you, you would finally get out of the stun and they would trip you and you would fall down, and it was just like dumb stupid, like how many crowd control effects they had, and they could just slow you down and they could run away, and then they stealthed and then they came back, and like it kind of seems the same looking at her skills and seeing how they are explained. I mean, she straight up has a stealth skill that she can run away. She's got another ability that she can like pass through other enemies and like daze them if she runs through them enough times. And then like she's got the caltrop she can drop on the ground that slows them, and then she's got like the poison trap that she can drop on the ground to, you know, like for like hiding purposes, and then there's little stun grenades she can drop on the ground. Like it just seems really too similar to the burglar from Lotro. But that's just that side. Like that's just that side of her. Like she has a whole nother side. She's got the melee side. She's got the stealth side. She's got the trap side. She's got the bow side. Like it's like everything. She could do everything. It's stupid. I actually, there's probably going to be a lot of like combo stuff, I would bet. Like people running like a mix of everything.
Well, one of the passives is specifically like using both melee and range skills
Mm-hmm.
to get bonuses.
Did you also see the one that's basically just like I can explode everything?
Yeah.
It's just like oh, here's have some corpse explosions. What does it say? Let me pull it up here because I got the tree still open. Lucky hit, dealing direct damage to a vulnerable enemy, has a 30% chance to cause an explosion, dealing 23% of original damage to them and surrounding enemies. It's just like free explosions on lucky hits. And then you just maximize out your lucky hit chance like as high as you can get it, and you just start annihilating and causing explosions all over the place. Kind of sounds like Diablo 3 monk exploding palm. A little bit. I imagine if you got your lucky hit chance up high enough, could be pretty devastating. Maybe. Why not add Neverwinter Online in the pile? I don't think I've ever played that one. I did play Neverwinter, though. She's also got that weird pseudo-ranged, like, melee ability. The one that's, like, the daggers that, like, shoot out in front of her and they kind of, like, go a lot further than a melee ability would.
Yeah, there's one ability that's melee, but it is ranged.
Yeah, it's the, puncture. It seems like that's not melee. Because it specifically says throwing blades a short distance. And they kind of fan out in front of her, apparently. Because she throws multiple blades. I don't know. Heartseeker seems pretty powerful. I mean, it's basically guided arrow with like a bunch of crits added to it, and you can like stack the crit up. I mean, granted, it'll probably be only one target, but I mean, it's also your resource builder, and it generates combo points. So, like, I mean, I'm assuming at some point it doesn't really matter. Like, with the way that this character works, you could generate your combo points however you wanted. And there's a couple abilities in here that just let you move around the battlefield, like, willy-nilly, however you want. What's that one I was thinking of? Shadow Step? Yeah, you can quickly move, become unstoppable and quickly move through the shadows to stab your victim from behind for 2%. So basically just, like, immediately places you in the battle. So you can just, I'm assuming, maybe get that cooldown down too, because that's 100 seconds. Oh, no, wait, no. Charge cooldown 100 seconds. Cooldown 91 seconds. Charge is 9, which means it can be used 9 times before it runs out. And then you have to wait 900 seconds for it to refresh. But then it can also be recharging the entire time while you're using it. So each time it hits a new charge, that's actually kind of ingenious, because if you spam it too much, then it's useless. But if you use it, like, sparingly, since you have 9 charges, you'd be able to get some pretty good use out of it. And you could just sit back and you could build up your combo points and then shadow step in and then start wrecking shop. I mean, it's only 1 point on the way up, so you could just have shadow step to use it to you know, like, basically the same way the assassin does, like dynamic entry, basically. Right into the middle of the group. Dynamic and draw. And then I guess you'd start with whatever your melee ability is, you know, like if you're doing like twisting blades or flurry or... I mean, it doesn't really particularly matter, right? Like, even if you're doing barrage, which is a ranged ability. I mean, there's the whole capstone, which is like built around that, like letting you use your marksman skills in close combat, which is close quarters. Damaging a close enemy with marksman or cutthroat skills each grant a 5% attack speed bonus for 8 seconds. While both attack speed bonuses are active, you gain 75% increased damage against crowd-controlled enemies. So you get a pretty nice attack speed bonus and a damage bonus, like, from this one, for being, like, in melee range with marksman skills.
That one's very powerful.
So, like, you'd build up you just build up your combo points with Heartseeker or Forceful Arrow or, you know, one of your ranged abilities. And then, like, once you've got your combo points all set up, you shadow step in, and then, you know, just start, like, unleashing hell, you know, your barrages or your rapid fire or maybe your penetrating shot, whatever it is you think is best for that scenario or your build. I mean, I'm also very curious about these imbuments and how much they can actually affect damage output. I mean, the cold imbuement, the poison imbuement, and the shadow imbuement all seem like interesting choices.
The shadow is really nice looking for AoE clearing.
Shadow imbuement's primary explosion makes enemies vulnerable for blank number of seconds. That does seem pretty powerful.
Well, you can I think the upgrade was the explosions.
I still can't quite peg what the hell shadow energy is. Like, I swear it seems like it's just like a different form of poison damage, but then then some of the shadow characters also have poison, so
It's shadow damage.
that doesn't tell me anything.
Well, it's the difference between nature damage and shadow damage.
I mean, like, when you think about cold damage, you think about ice, you think about freezing, you think about chilling effects. When you think about fire, you think about burning. When you think about poison, you think about damage over time. Like, there's like a specific category that they all belong in, and I can't really quite place where the hell shadow belongs in all of that. It doesn't seem to have, like, in fact, across the characters, I've been taking a look at the shadow skills every single time I get a chance, and it doesn't seem like they follow any kind of, like, specific rhyme or reason.
Well, for necro, they're more like damage over time abilities.
Which is exactly why I kind of peg them as a poison type of effect. But then over here, on this girl, we got, like, it says infected enemies, which again kind of still points me toward more of a poison type effect. But then it's exploding. I mean, they're infected and they explode, which also, and then also points me toward frickin' the monk's palm, the, the exploding palm, because didn't it have an infecting rune or whatever that you could add to it, which made it spread between all the targets? Infectious. I need to know, like, what actually classifies as a crowd control ability too. Like, this is kind of important. Like, there's a lot of these abilities that say, you know, dealing damage to a crowd controlled enemy, but like, what specifically?
I think in the Necromancer tree it lists that, and it's basically anything that impairs an enemy's movement in any way. Stun, daze, slow.
What about chill? Most chill slows them down.
Chill and frozen are a
and yeah, then we got stuns and dazes and injures and like vulnerabilities, and like there's a pretty long list
I don't
of
think vulnerability
effects.
is a crowd control. I do believe
Like
it's
if I go through and I actually pull out every single one of these things that they're talking about, you know, dazes, stuns, knockdowns, vulnerabilities, like all of it, like I could probably fill a freaking notepad like with 20 different items, like going through all the characters. It seems kind of insane.
When you dig into it, it's even worse than you think.
Like, I mean, we're talking about like even the chilling. It seems like there's chilled, there's I almost, like when I was going through the Sorceress, they almost made it sound like there was a second tier of chilled, and then there was frozen.
Frozen, yes.
Then there was frozen. So it's like chilled, super chilled, and frozen.
Yeah. So
well, chilled seems to stack the more you.
Well, yes. So that's kind of what I'm getting at. So like it's not just chilled. It's also like there's like a super chilled, and then there's the frozen on top of that.
Well,
and then
I
there's
would say they're chilled 10% or they're chilled 30%.
I mean, yeah, it's like you can stack it higher and higher and higher, basically, depending on which skills are coming in. And then, like, I don't know, some of the even other effects, like the burning damage, like, can cause slows. Like, if you get the right proc, like the burning damage also applies like a 10% slow or something, or... and I was going through a lot of these and I was just looking at them, and it's kind of insane how many different effects they've got going on. And then vulnerability, like, okay, a lot of these vulnerabilities are so short, I'm not even sure you'd be able to take advantage of them before they ran away. They're finished. Like, imagine you throw a dagger at somebody, right? And then you throw it at him, he's vulnerable for 1 second. Do you even have enough time to launch another attack while he's still vulnerable? And is that even worth it at that point? Like, if he's vulnerable for 1 second and you got one attack off?
I imagine that would probably scale with either level or some stat.
Well, the thing about the crowd control, it's specifically stuff that impairs movement ability.
And then, well, yeah, I mean, well, that's what I would assume too, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, there's also hard CCs like your freeze, stuns, stuff like that.
Well, and that's another thing. Does frozen count as a crowd control, or is that like
Yeah,
more like
it
a
is
stun?
both. It is both. It's both movement impairing, like crowd control, and it's also a hard CC. And there's two different tiers. Like some will apply to one or the other or both. Vulnerability is just increased damage, so it's not a crowd control because it doesn't impair movement.
And the lucky hit chance is throwing me off because like the lucky hit chance just makes me think of crit chance. I'm like, what? It's just another % proc, which is weird.
Yeah, it's just another % proc from what I can tell.
I mean, in
separate from crit chance to get a different effect.
well, in Lord of the Rings Online, I'm not completely like foreign to the idea of multiple crit chances because Lord of the Rings Online had a crit chance and then it had a devastate chance. So if your crit chance succeeded, you then had a second roll, which was usually much lower than the first, which I guess could be very similar to a lucky hit because basically what it would do is just like triple your damage if it succeeded, and it was called the devastate roll. And I used to love getting devastate rolls. The captain actually had a skill that would guarantee devastate no matter what, and I loved it. Or guarantee crit no matter what, and had a high chance of devastate, and it would just hit really hard. I actually had in PvP, I actually got one of these noobs that was sitting out front, and I hit him with a freaking crit that devastated, and it high rolled, and I hit him for like some insane number of damage. And I got a message. You can't communicate between the enemy side, by the way, in Lord of the Rings Online PvP. And I got a message from somebody. They logged out of their monster account and logged into their player account. It was like, dude, there's a guy over here saying that you cheated and hit him for like 10k damage in a single stroke, and that's impossible. And I'm like, well, I did actually hit him for 10k damage. I was like, but I mean, I did have every buff imaginable up, and he was just standing there, and he let me do it. So
yeah. So first, I just got a server rune.
Oh, nice, congrats.
Nice.
Second, yeah, that's basically what your overpower is, like a really low chance to do a.
And that's another one. So overpower is devastate then, basically.
Basically.
Okay.
There is ways to force overpowered hits, which you see in the tree and stuff.
So the lucky hit is something else entirely added on top of that.
Lucky hit, there's two things. Like in D2, there's chance on cast on attack, like
proc. Yeah, procking effects. Is that their way of adding procking effects into the game?
It is kind of confusing because there's a lucky hit stat on items, which basically increases your proc chance. And then there's also things that are directly like your proc chance, like lucky.
Yeah, and each skill has its own lucky hit chance as well. Like when you go and you take a look at like I don't know, like the rogue, for instance, like all of them have like a lucky hit chance written on them.
Yeah.
Like barrage is 20, rapid fire is 20. Like penetrating shot is 50. So like penetrating shot with its 50% base, and then if you like stacked up lucky strike on like one of your abilities, which I think no, that's crit chance. I can't remember which character it was, but they had a passive that was literally just like straight up increased the lucky hit chance.
Yeah, I think that's rogue, or maybe wizard too, sorcerer. But yeah, the lucky hit on the skills is the coefficient. So like that's how much of your lucky hit chance it's using. Like say you have a AoE ability that hits like 3 targets. Well, it's not going to give you a 100% chance to cast this thing. It's just scales it so AoE abilities don't just hit it with every attack.
I mean, that's one of the things I was looking at with the sorcerer, and I'm like, this burning thing, like I don't know how they're gonna do that unless they've got some sort of like extreme limiter on it, because what is it? Meteor has a 3% chance to fall every time an enemy takes burning damage, which sounds absolutely tiny at the 3%, but when you think about how many enemies can be on the screen burning at any given time, and how many different burning effects she has, and assuming that they don't all just stack right on top of each other, like for instance, if I burned a monster with Firebolt and then I hit them with incinerate, like, is that 2 different burning effects that are going to be on, or are they just going to combine together into one burning effect? And even if they do, if there's like 10 or 20 monsters on the screen and I'm burning them all at a 3% chance per monster, you could potentially have a lot of meteors falling. And then the passive for meteor is a 30% chance of an additional meteor to fall if it hits 3 or more enemies at a time. So you could potentially cast a meteor, hit 3 enemies, have a meteor fall. They're all burning. More meteors fall. They hit 3 enemies, and then there's a 30% chance that those will probably proc more meteors, and you'll just have meteors coming out your butthole.
Yeah, you could definitely have a lot of fire going on. But yeah, the mechanic itself is really confusing, even for the people that play D3 and like WoW with proc coefficients and all that.
No, I mean, I definitely can see the confusion already, because like there's so like if I just counted them up right now, you've got Inferno, which has burning effects, that's 1. You've got Firewall, which has burning effects, that's 2. You got Meteor, which has burning effects, that's 3. You've got I believe the Flame Shield, does that burn? I can't remember if that burns or not. It does not. The Hydras burn. There's a passive you can get to make the Hydras burn. Incinerate has literally a passive that makes it so that it burns all enemies around you for 30% of the damage per second. So literally while you're using it, everything around you is burning. And then Firebolt also has a nice burning effect. And it pierces if the monsters are burning, which means it's very likely going to light other monsters on fire behind that monster and burn them as well. And like if it pierces while burning and you're using the other skills as well and everything's on fire, Firebolt is just going to be piercing and burning everything. I could imagine like a fully set up fire freaking Magus is just going to be like everything on the screen is on fire, the world is burning, and it's amazing.
Like,
and then combustion. Yeah. Combustion literally doubles. What does it say? If the enemy is burning from blank or more sources, this bonus is doubled. Your burning effects deal blank % increased damage per unique source of burning you have applied to an enemy. So unique source of burning would indicate that every single one of the burning effects is separate. Which, like, let's just run some math here on the numbers. Let's say we had, I don't know, 20 monsters, right? So we have, how many sources of burning do we have? We have Inferno, Firewall, that's 2, Meteors, 3. We've got Hydra, which is 4, Incinerate is 5, and then Firebolt is 6. So 6 unique sources of burning, I would assume, since it's literally saying that all the sources of burning can be unique, although we don't know technically which ones, are not. So you can multiply that by 6, which means 120 different burning effects going on at any particular time, with a 3% chance to fire a meteor down at any given time from any of those 120 effects. I don't even know how you would calculate out 123% chances to indicate like what the % chance of success is. I ain't even begin to do that math. Trying to think, like, I know that like 250% chances make a 75% chance. So 3% chances would be what? 9? No, not 9. 3 and 3 would be 6. So it would be something like 4.5 for 3% chances. What are you barking at? I don't know. I know it would cumulatively go up with each 3% chance, and you would probably see a whole lot with 120 different burning sources, especially if you just had everything on the screen on fire. Of course, who knows if they even have the HP to survive that, but I'm assuming at higher levels they would, right? Like when you get into like the torments and stuff like that, and you're fighting like the higher level monsters, you'll probably have everything burning for quite some time before it dies. Assuming everything's not just getting one shot, which I would assume at the higher difficulty settings it wouldn't.
I know. The mechanics on the proc stuff is going to be really confusing for a lot of people. I don't understand why they decided to make lucky hit chance and the stat named the same.
Nacho Morpheo said he tested the meteors procking meteors, and the meteors won't proc more meteors from themselves. But that still doesn't mean that the lucky hit meteors won't proc from the burning effect, which is still a lot of burning effects. I used to have a multiple % chance calculator. I don't know if it's going to let me put in that many percentages, unfortunately. It looks like it just divides them by the number. That's all it's doing. It's just dividing them by the number. According to the calculation here. Every one I put in, it takes them and puts it in a fraction over top of the number of entries and divides it. And then it ends up with 24% over 8. Weirdo dog. You're weird. You're weird. You are a weird dog. Why are you so weird? Stop being weird.
Maybe he said I gotta poop.
He wasn't even in here. He just came in from my group of beautiful ladies. She just dropped him off, and he's already whining. And I'm pretty sure she brought him out to go to the bathroom before she came in here.
Can somebody come help me get my body back?
Sure.
Where at?
Gear 4, usual password.
I don't know if that actually works, but I mean, if I took 3 multiplied by 120.
Just for the fair warning, I don't know what DeSace has, but I had 1,700 health and he one-shotted me.
He has
Good,
finesse.
good.
That happens.
Strong.
Spectral hit.
Yeah, well, I'm expecting like fanaticism extra strong. I also got decrypt. So, you know.
Got that good.
Be careful. It's dangerous in there.
Doesn't matter. Fire burns all. I just want to play my druid.
Man.
Well, I didn't see what he had.
You can't play your druid till later. Balthazar with the 1999.
Want to shred some stuff.
Honestly, like when it comes to ARPGs, you know, like yeah, when you see somebody playing an ARPG, you definitely do kind of want to play Diablo 2, because Diablo 2 is the best one, right? So whenever you like looking at the ARPG, you're like, oh, I'm gonna go play some Diablo 2. It always happened to me back in the day. I used to pick up a game, an ARPG of some kind, generic. Like I won't even give it a name because sometimes like they're not even. I can't even remember the names to them. They were just like generic ARPGs, and I'd play it and I'd beat it, and then I'd like be like, oh man, this really made me want to go play Diablo 2.
You get your body back?
I did. Do you want to stick around for Diablo?
Yeah.
Do you mind if I use your game for player count?
I do not.
I can't remember what the hell this calculation is called. I think I usually just search for 250% chances. With 1 success. And then it's an odds calculator. %3 is just hard.
Eth Alma Negro with 196 defense.
Ooh.
The failed.
2 skill.
1 skill only.
They failed arachnids.
How you know it failed?
Because it wasn't gold.
It's not the right calculator.
Chromatic Ire is the rare one, right?
What do you mean?
When it comes to the cedar staffs. Is there multiple ones?
All right. I think I found the right calculation. So according to this, if you have 120 unique burning effects on 20 monsters with a 3% chance, there is at least a 97.4% chance that one will proc the effect out of 123% chance. So it's basically, if you have all of your fire effects up, you are pretty much guaranteed to at least get one proc. Which, by the way, 3% chances averages out to 5.91% chance of a success. So it does cumulatively go up with each 3% chance, and as you have more unique burning sources, I'm assuming, of course, that if each burning source counts separately, then just lighting everything on fire would just have meteors raining from the sky all the time. Because you're going to get one burning tick. I'm assuming it's ticks, right? So one burning tick is 120 ticks if you have 120 effects up. So it's just going to keep going tick, 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 tick. And so you've got about like a 97% chance, if all of them are up, that you're going to get one meteor per tick. Which sounds kind of insane, to be honest.
No. Fire's kind of fun, but yeah, cold wizard is going to be the way to go, I think.
Oh, the CC from cold is probably going to be amazing. I mean, not only the chilling effects, but the freezing effects that go along with it.
Well, there's the stagger mechanic. I don't know if they said much about that.
Another CC.
Because basically, like on tough monsters like bosses, support classes can technically do damage to them because crowd control effects apply more stagger than damage does. And then when you have a cold Sark, it's applying heavy CC through cold and freezing, as well as doing high damage.
Yeah. I mean, I could totally see like a whole CC build with the freezing stuff. But, I mean, are there monsters that are going to be like highly resistant to it or completely immune to freezing effects? Which could throw a wrench in that entire plan.
Let's be honest, I doubt they're going to throw in immunities.
I mean, they threw in defenses, and they threw in armor, and they threw in resistances.
Yeah, but
they basically
immunities are just something that's not casual enough.
They basically stated that in Diablo 3, the monsters had no defense, they had no resistances, and that's why the numbers were so big. They basically had absolutely no defenses on the monsters. So when you hit a monster, you were doing full damage all the time. Didn't matter what the monster was. Full damage. And that's why they had such big hit point pools, because they had to absorb the full damage of your attack. All the monsters in Diablo 4, they went through the process of explaining, actually do have armor, and they actually do have resistances, and they're going to mitigate a large amount of your damage.
That still doesn't mean they're going to have immunities.
And there also seems to be a whole level difference thing, too. So, like, the cap on players is 85%, and they did state that. But who knows what the cap is on monsters. And if you're too low of a level, there does seem to be a pretty big penalty involved in like the resistances and mitigations like that you have, and there may also be a penalty involved in what the mitigations or resistance of the monster has as well. They didn't specifically state that, but if my resistance and my mitigations are going down for being underleveled, I would also assume that the monster's mitigations and defenses would be rising.
Well, imagine in D2, you have a melee character at level 50. You get boosted to hell, and you're trying to attack Diablo.
Yeah, there's
You're
attack
not gonna
rating
be able to hit
penalties.
him.
Mm-hmm.
In D4, it's kind of similar to that. Like, if you get, sure, people can boost you to torment difficulty. You can go in there. The monster's still going to be high level, and you're not going to be hitting.
Oh yeah, they were explaining in the D4 dev update about it. They had charts and everything, and they were showing just how like drastically like your stats were falling for being underleveled, and it was pretty rough. Like it was to the point where literally you could have like 85% damage mitigation, and if you were fighting a monster that was too high level, your 85% damage mitigation was like 10. And that's a pretty stark drop in damage mitigation between the two.
That kind of brings some challenge too. Like, try and do stuff under-leveled, and that adds more difficulty.
I mean, in Lord of the Rings Online, we had that too. Monsters would turn purple when basically out of your level range. They would let you know, like the monsters turned red when they were almost out of your range, and then they turned purple when they were out of your range. And killing purple monsters was like nearly impossible. You could kill the reds, like if you were good and you knew what you were doing and you did it properly, you could kill the reds, but it was next to impossible to kill the purples. And it'll probably be the same way in Diablo. I mean, they won't have like purple names, but there's probably going to be a level gap that you just can't overcome, no matter how good your gear is and no matter how good your play is. They're just going to hit too hard. Just, like probably just one shot you, basically. Like one mistake and you're dead.
Yeah, but some of it's more like Dark Souls-like, where stuff is actually like telegraphed. If you can dodge, you can do higher content.
Oh yeah, I was looking at the bosses. Like there definitely is the whole like dodge mechanic. Like don't stand in the puddle. Like, hey, look, I'm about to do an AOE attack here. Don't stand here. You know, like it definitely seems like you'd be able to, if you were paying attention, you know, dodging at the right times, you could avoid a lot of the damage. But I'd also assume that there's a specific amount of damage that you can't avoid. And the developers did specifically say during that thing that they were like, there's going to be certain bosses where you're going to need like 90% shadow resistance. And if you don't have it, they're just going to one-shot you.
There is stuff that will be like a gear check, like similar to the D2. Some ghosts just don't care. They will hit you.
I mean, Lord of the Rings had some like actual gear checks. They put this mechanic in that was like I don't know what you call it, like doom and gloom, like basically that like reduced all your stats and your HP and your mana, and like you needed gear that had hope on it that would like cancel out the effect, and it was like a tug and pull. Like if you had enough, it would just completely cancel it out. And if you didn't have enough, you would lose like a little bit. And if you didn't have any, like you had like 1 HP. Like it was pretty rough. And I mean, that was like straight up a gear check. Like if you didn't have enough hope, you couldn't do the raid. Like you were just like, yeah, he's got like 5 HP. He's not coming in.
Please don't say hope. It reminds me of their demonic angelic stat system they used to be thinking of doing.
I mean, that inherently doesn't strike me as such a bad idea.
I mean, it wasn't terrible in Lord of the Rings Online. It just created gear checks that had to be succeeded, and there were some items in the game that you could use to kind of get past some of the gear checks. So if you were close, as long as you had like the tokens and like different things, you could bypass it.
Well, in Diablo Immortal, it was the item level. Like you just cannot get past this wall.
Yeah, I'm not really a big fan of item levels. I've researched it in depth, and I feel like item level is the wrong way to go when it comes to equipment.
Your gear must be at least this tall.
Well, to explain to you what item level is in the simplest terms, imagine you have a piece of equipment that's written underneath that says that this item can have no more than 250 stat points of any type. And so when you find the piece of equipment, it doesn't matter whether it has strength. It doesn't matter whether it has dex or intelligence or anything. It cannot have greater than 250 stat points of any type. So it will always be a divisible number of that spread out into all the stat points. And there may even be individual caps on like the strength and the dex and all that other bull crap. So finding a higher eye level piece is always going to be better than the one you have before, because that one has a cap of 300 for the stats, which means the stats can roll up to 300, divided between whatever stats that it has. So if it has like 2 or 3 stats, it's 2 or 3 stats divided, into 300. And that way of increasing equipment is terrible. Like Diablo's way of doing it is way better. Like you end up with, unique effects on items that you choose for very specific reasons, not an item just because it has a higher eye level. I mean, heck, we use freaking Mage Fists, and what's the eye level of Mage Fists? You know what I mean? Like, Diablo just has a way better way of dealing with the whole, like, okay, which piece of equipment am I going to be wearing? Well, I'm going to be wearing the piece of equipment that makes me the strongest, but not because it has a higher eye level, just because it actually has the stat that I need to make my character stronger. Like faster hit recovery or faster cast or increased attack speed or, like something that's actually important to the way that I'm building the character, not just more strength.
Yeah, D4 does have the item level system, but it's more for the casuals. Yeah, it does increase your stat potentials on certain items, but higher item level doesn't automatically make an item better.
I mean, it does seem like they had diminishing returns in the dev update. Like there was like a whole thing about diminishing returns in there, and it did seem like some of the stuff was just not working as well, like when you get to the higher levels. So maybe at the higher levels we will see, more itemization of like choosing an item for specific stuff. But in the earlier levels, it definitely was like choose the item with the highest stat points.
Yeah, early on, but yeah, once you get more stats and you have skills that can use the stats, you're going to be thinking more about it.
The more I watch the rogue gameplay, the more I see like just, I don't know. It's very. I also see that shadow step ability like literally just allows her to have rear access to an enemy. So she has some abilities that get higher damage depending on the position she's facing, and of course she's got the capstone. So the shadow step ability is going to be crucial to like achieving a rear entry position. Sounds terrible. Of the monster, so that you can get that damage bonus. It reminds me of Lord of the Rings Online all over again. There was a warg, and the warg had these attacks that were just regular damage. They were like physical damage, and physical damage was like the most garbage type of damage that you could do. They called it common damage, and you could mitigate it like majorly. But then like if they got behind you, the common damage turned into shadow damage, and shadow damage was pretty nasty. And so like you spent most of your time trying to prevent the wargs from getting behind you, because if they got behind you, it was, like, oh god, ow, that hurts. Please stop. I imagine there's probably going to be some rogues complaining about positioning.
Oh, they do a lot of damage, but yeah, they're gonna be worrying about survivability.
I mean, it seems like they have a lot of survivability abilities. Between the caltrops, the shadow step, the stealth ability, like the shadow clones, I don't really know.
They really just don't get hit. You just don't get hit if you're playing rogue.
It's a kite class.
I mean, they've got traps, they've got ranged attacks, they've got stealth. I mean,
they don't have fortify though.
I mean, they could probably add it in with some legendary items at the very least. I saw a couple fortify legendary affixes.
I'm just gonna play druid, the king of fortify.
It seems like crowd control could be your fortify. Like if everything is freaking chilled and frozen and stunned, I mean, how are they gonna hit you?
Oh yeah, Frostmage, like Nacho in the chat has been saying it. He was obviously in the beta.
Yeah, we were looking at the video. Herme. We are under the assumption that it's old footage. That's the current assumption. We don't know for a fact, but I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. Like it's terrible looking, and
A lot of it looks really.
they never should have put it out. I mean, I get why they did. They were trying to promote couch co-op. Like I think that's what they were thinking. They weren't thinking in their head, you know, hey, what does this footage look like? Hey, you know, like, is this going to give people the wrong impression of the game? They were thinking, hey, let's show off couch co-op. And I'm assuming that the couch co-op footage they had was not recent. And I think it was a bad idea to put that up there. I wouldn't be surprised if they'd taken down the video, but it might be a little bit too late for that. They might be thinking at this point, if they take it down, it's gonna give people a negative impression and make them think it's real. Damn, 984 upvotes on the strange. This video makes it look more like Diablo 3. It's so funny reading the comments, though. It really is.
Well, I noticed like it on all the socials. It's just people hating on it on everything. D4.
I mean, I like the way that it looks in like the one that I'm showing on the screen. Like I like that look. The lighting is cool. The little torches like really seem like they're actually like providing lighting to the atmosphere. Like I don't know what this is that like they put out. Like it's so bright and there's like no shadows whatsoever, and it looks like everything is just lit up to like the high heavens. Like it was one guy made a comment. He said it's like the light cuddles them and follows them around like a mother with a newborn baby. And he's not wrong. It's like there's literally like an angel floating above them, like with his wings out, like just making the entire field of the battle like intensely bright for no reason.
They max their light radius stat.
Can I link the video, the terrible video? Do you really want to see the F reel footage? I mean, right now you got the B reel footage. You really want to go down to the F reel? I'm literally gonna type in F reel. F reel video. There you go. There's your F reel video right there. Mr. Jack Baker said, weird prediction. Tyrael will be a villain of some kind. I mean, Tyrael and Inarius are brothers. And Tyrael has gone through a lot of life changes and like morality checks and lost his memory and then got it back and then reclaimed his sword and became a human, and I don't know. You could be right for all I know. Maybe. I don't think they have shown co-op before. I think this is the first time that they've shown co-op the entire time.
This is the first time they did console, I think, yeah.
I find it kind of weird though that they're level 25 and they don't even have more potion slots. I thought the entire idea of this was like that potion slots were supposed to you're supposed to increase them as you quest and adventure through the world.
Well, it's increased from the renown mostly.
Disgusting.
Like, if they are locked to just frigid peaks, they only get the one.
Well, that's what I was wondering when I was building the characters too, because like it's so very hard to build a character with 25 points. Like, are we gonna get any renown points in the fractured piece? Maybe like 1 or 2.
Oh no, you can max the zone in the area.
I'm talking about the renown points, the ones that actually give you like points to spend in your skill tree. Because they were talking about there would be a certain number of renown points like throughout the game that you could collect. And so like since we're limited to fractured peaks, I would assume that the renown points are also limited that we can gain. We're not going to be able to get like the full 15 or whatever.
Oh yeah, you can't get the full 15, but you can get the 3.
3.
And then next
So
potion slot.
so we can get 26, 27, 20, so 28 points basically, which does open up a little bit more options as far as like what you can build. I don't think you can get to the ultimate with 28.
Oh yeah, you can get the ultimate. I'm pretty sure.
Because I was trying with the build calculator. I'm not sure if it's off, but it didn't seem like 28 was enough to open up the ultimate. Or not the ultimate, sorry, the capstone. I meant the capstone.
Yeah, capstone I don't.
The ultimate I could barely just unlock.
Like, yeah, I'm pretty sure in the some of the info they said you can get to the ultimate, but not capstone possibly.
Yeah, I mean, the capstones don't seem like super duper ridiculously amazing in some cases, but in other cases it's like, oh look, that thing would like make me OP as all get out. I wish I could have access to that. Some of them don't really look that amazing. Some of the capstones, they look actually kind of bad. And then some of them look like broken OP. I'm not sure what to think about them. And then some of them are just kind of meh.
I'm most interested to see if they did any balancing since the numbers they did on the closed beta.
It should be interesting to find out.
Pretty underwhelming. See if if it's the press beta that is more upgraded numbers.
I mean, supposedly it's supposed to be the press beta, but I mean, I do have a build number. Do you have a screenshot of the build number from the previous version?
I don't think I saw it now.
Because I do have the current build number, which is, or at least unless they update it after, if they update it after, today, then I don't know. But the current build number is, it's right here. There it is. 0.8.0.39319. I don't know if anybody has one of the older build numbers. I'll even type it in chat here. 0.8. .39319. I mean, that's the current version that's being reported from the pre-download.
Because I think a lot of people said like Ultimate seemed kind of underwhelming for a lot of them.
Well, they have really long cooldowns, right? So in Final Fantasy XI, there was a very similar scenario. They made the Ultimates have 1 hour cooldowns. And they tried to make them really good so that you could, get good use out of them, but only once every hour. And the Paladin had a cooldown which made him invincible. And it also had a side effect of literally making every single monster in the vicinity hate your guts. So it was great for the tank. Whereas some of the other characters had an ultimate which really wasn't that great. And like the thief had a infinite dodge ability, which would basically let her dodge every single attack, which was sort of similar to the invincibility that the Paladin had, but the thief wasn't a tank and very rarely ever needed to dodge all abilities, like within like a 10 or 13 second time span or whatever. So she tended to get very little use out of that, ultimate. And that's what it comes down to is like if they don't balance it correctly around the cooldown timer, like then you end up with a nice ability, but like it's just on way too long of a cooldown, and you know who wants to go through all that. Like if we go take a look at some of them right now, I'm currently on the Sorcerer, so Deep Freeze has a 60-second cooldown, Inferno is 45, Unstable Currents is 70. 70 is a bit high. One use every minute might make it not quite very good. Whereas freaking Inferno is only 45.
Oh, but the Deep Freeze.
Deep Freeze is 60, but I mean it makes you immune for 4 seconds. So every 60 seconds you become immune for 4 seconds.
Well, it also freezes enemies nearby and does damage.
How long are they stay frozen for? Base life barrier for 6 seconds for each enemy you froze while it was active. So does that actually increase 6 seconds, 12 seconds, whatever? Or is that just the base life is increasing for each person you froze?
Well, in the tree earlier, there's a passive that increases the amount of chill you to apply to enemies, and that applies to all your cold sources. So you freeze, like every time you damage with cold, it freezes them more and more quickly. And then when you're using deep freeze, it's just like dumping a whole lot on that. So it increases a lot of freezes everything, and then also adds a lot of stagger for bosses.
Well, that's kind of silly. It says casting Deep Freeze again ends the effect early. 60-second cooldown means you shouldn't be able to cast it twice within the same time period.
Well, if you played WoW, it plays very similar to Ice Mage, I think, where you can just cancel your ice block early if you want to pop the damage early while they're still frozen or something.
I mean, this one seems nice. Supreme Deep Freeze, which reduces all non-ultimate cooldowns by 50%. So you could use it as a cooldown refresher, which I've done that before in many games, using it as a cooldown refresher.
You gentlemen have a good one. I'm headed out.
All right, man. You have a good one, too.
Yeah, see you later. But yeah, we need to be careful about what you call it, D4 spoilers when Alpaca's on, because the other day he didn't even know what classes we're in. Like I just said Druid, and he was like going crazy.
But Solid Snake.
Like I don't know how you can be this far and not even know what classes are in the game.
I was freaking laughing, dying. There's one of my favorite YouTubers. His name is Arlo. He was talking about how somebody spoiled Smash Brothers for him, and he was apparently talking to the guy, and he's like, I don't want any spoilers. He goes, I want to be surprised, all right? So don't tell me anything. He's like, I know you know. He's like, but don't tell me anything. I just want to be surprised when it comes out, all right? And he's like, okay, but Solid Snake. Just spoiled it right there. He's like, what do you mean, but Solid Snake? It's like, I told you not to spoil anything. What do you mean, Solid Snake? But Solid Snake. It always cracks me up every single time. Every time somebody spoils something now, all I can ever think of is, but Solid Snake. Because apparently that was like the big surprise of the year, was that Solid Snake was getting added to Smash Brothers. I don't think anybody expected it either, because I think it was mainly just like Nintendo characters up until that point.
I'm all
When he changes
for
that,
Hmm?
money will change that.
I mean, they got all sorts of characters in there now. Sephiroth and freaking Cloud and like all just like everything in the world's in there.
Well,
I'll hit a bit as well.
oh yeah, see you later.
I'm gonna play around with Sorceress first, and then we'll move on from there. I don't know. Tomorrow we're gonna be. I'll probably start streaming early, and we'll get ready. I'm assuming we're gonna try and form up into groups.
It'll have 4 in a group, right?
Yeah, so there's going to be a lot of groups depending on how many people are deciding to play. Yes, Cody. Yeah, no, good. No, no. Get your paws down. Paws down. Thank you. You do not need to climb up here to enjoy a good snoot scrooch. Okay? See, look. See, snoot scrooches. I don't know. I'm probably just going to have some fun leveling up each one of the characters. We'll get them to 25, and then we'll start a new character. We'll just have some fun. I'm sure everybody wants to like test out and play around with pretty much all the characters. Maybe not all the builds, but probably all the characters. Like I'd like to, even though I don't really particularly want to play the rogue. I'm kind of interested to see what the trapper plays like a trapper build. Like just, like the death, what is it called? Like the death trap ultimate. The it's called death trap in this one. And then that's the ultimate trap, and then there's the poison trap. The poison trap seems pretty powerful. And then there's caltrops, which also seem to be a trap and part of the trap tree, which also seem to be pretty cool.
Let's hope.
And
Let's
then
hope poison's not broken.
on top of that, I found an affix in here that specifically says that the cluster grenades that apparently she has will be counted as a trap. Like you have to apparently have this affix. Can't remember which one it was.
Oh, yeah. There's gonna be a lot more than that too.
Sounds like demon
in the codex.
Yeah, these are just the ones in the codex. Here it is. No, this is dealing direct damage to enemies affected by your trap skills has a 30% chance to make them vulnerable. That sounds pretty good. When you break concealment, you drop a cluster of stun grenades around your location that explode, stunning enemies. That one seems pretty powerful too. I don't remember where the one was that had the. It was just like an ability that basically said your stun grenades would be counted as traps, and then they would do such and such along with your traps.
Yeah, I saw that somewhere. Yeah.
I losing track of everything. That's the fun of a new game. Like I was driving home the other day from work, and I was sitting there thinking to myself, I'm like, I don't know nothing about this game. I was like, yo, people gonna be coming to my channel, and I'm not supposed to teach them how to play this game, and I don't even know how to play the damn game. And then I was like, you know what? I was like, nobody knows how to play the game, really. Like, we're all learning. It's a brand new game. Like, yeah, some people have a little bit of a leg up on the others, but who knows what kind of changes they're gonna make.
The people that played it already don't know how to play the game.
Good. Here it is. Aspect of explosive verve. Your grenade skills count as trap skills. Whenever you arm a trap or drop grenades, you gain a 10% increased movement speed for 3 seconds. So that one's kind of interesting. So I guess you could count grenades as part of the trap tree as well. And then there's some interesting things you can do with the traps too. Like I was looking around, and when I was doing the trap tree earlier, there was definitely like a reason to run the imbuments as well, because there was like what was it? It was like if you have an imbuement up, it like did something with one of the traps. I think it was the poison one, or maybe the death trap. Can't remember which one it is, but I know I was playing around with it, and it definitely seemed like you would want like 1 point in like any imbuement at the very least, because literally just using the imbuement gave you a pretty huge buff to the traps. I mean, that's kind of a cool lucky hit. Shadow damage has a chance to stun for 0.5 seconds, 10%. I said that backwards, I know. When Poison or Death Trap activates, you gain a 4% increased critical strike chance against vulnerable crowd-controlled enemies for 4 seconds. Death Trap seems powerful as all get out. I was looking at this, and I'm like, it has a pull-in. So enemies are pulled into the Death Trap when it activates, right? So up here, you look at the Poison Trap, and it says Poison Trap knocks down enemies for 2 seconds when it activates. And then also, Poison Trap has a 20% chance to reset your imbuement skill cooldowns when activated. Or you deal 10% increased poison damage to enemies standing inside your poison trap, right? So you put down your poison traps, then you put down the death trap basically right on top of the poison trap. It sucks them all in. They're all standing in the poison. And then you get the damage bonus on top of that. And then, you know, like, I don't know, maybe throw down the cal traps right on top of them just so you can get the... it's just the increased damage from each second that they're stuck in the caltrops. So, like, stay with me here. So the poison trap knocks them down for 2 seconds, right? The caltrops gives you a 3% increased damage for every second that they're in the caltrops. So you throw the caltrops down and everything on top of each other, and they're going to take, at the very least, 6% increased damage from that. 10% more increased damage from the poison trap because they're standing in the poison trap, and the death trap is literally going to suck all the enemies in so that they're all in this. So they're all taking the same increased damage all together. And then I would assume at that point you would use some kind of AoE ability that you would spam and hit them all at the same time. Maybe Puncture, which seems like Puncture does hit like in a conal effect right in front of you. So once you got them all nice and sucked in a nice little radius, and they're all poisoned and caltropped up, and they can't really do anything because they're knocked down on the ground, you just start obliterating them with your AoE ability, whatever AoE ability you want to choose. I mean, there's quite a few here. Barrage seems like a decent choice. Penetrating shot, it depends on how closely it staggers them together. So, like, if they're all directly on top of each other, then penetrating shot might be the best choice since it actually pierces through every single target. So you potentially would hit them all with one penetrating shot. If they're a little bit more loosely sucked in, so they're like they still get sucked in, but they're not like all on top of each other, then something that has more of an AoE, you know, like frontal cone might be useful there. Maybe like barrage, which seems to be a conal effect. I mean, I could definitely see running some ranged abilities with the trapper. Like, if you're going to be a trapper and you're going to be far away anyway, you might as well be shooting a bow. Are they going to have hardcore in beta?
I'd
They,
assume so.
they didn't have hardcore in Diablo 2 Resurrected beta. Because I remember there were several streamers that were like, delete character if I die or something like that because there was no hardcore. Balthazar, I just noticed that you donated twice, buddy. I really appreciate it, man. That's like $30. $30. That's a whole lot of $5 footlongs. I was actually noticing too. There was a whole bunch of like, how do I want to say this? Like abilities that seem to beef up basic skills. Like, and some of the characters seem to have enough things that would just beef up basic skills that made it seem like you could almost do like a basic skill character, which is like multiple basic skills.
Yeah. Like some of them have buffs. I think for Necro, like one of them you can use Reap or something just for the 15% damage reduction.
I mean, there's a couple of them that seemed like there was some pathways that would beef them up pretty extensively. Same thing with like non-basic skills. Like there were some things that would like specifically beef up any non-basic skill that was not an ultimate. So I'm assuming that includes pretty much everything between the ultimate and the basic skill. So whatever's not in the basic category and whatever's not in the ultimate category.
Yeah, pretty much. Like, I think there was a stat that's just like buffs to core skill damage and stuff like that. So anything in that core tier, which is your main spender.
And then the Sorceress seems to have like a dichotomy going on between her skills, and it really became apparent as I was eyeballing them, is that she has skills that cost mana, and there's quite a few of them that cost mana. And then she also has a very large number as well of cooldown based skills. So like there's like a whole probably build that involves like resetting your cooldowns and bringing your cooldowns as much as possible. And then like the whole other side of like regenerating your mana as quickly as possible and like reducing mana costs and things like that. And they're going to be like mutually exclusive from each other just about, because like you can spam, like if you have infinite mana, you could spam like as many hydras as you wanted, but you can't, for instance, spam Inferno over and over again because it has a 45-second cooldown. So you'd have to come up with ways to reduce the cooldown on Inferno, which I don't know. You know, and Inferno does have that whole thing where it literally makes skills cost no mana. So that's interesting as well. So while Inferno is active, there's no mana cost on any of your pyromancy skills. So you could just like spam meteors while it's up.
Yeah, like there's a lot of play between your generators, mana spending, cooldowns. Like you'll have cooldowns that generate mana and then others that spend it. Like there's gonna be a lot of build play you can use.
Well, the version that I'm giving you, we don't know exactly what footage that is, Anima. But he's saying that the alpha version was 0.61, so that's like two whole major versions backwards. I don't know. There's a lot of enchantment effects, going on the Sorceress. Like it's pretty crazy. Like you think you kind of like understand what's going on, by looking at the trees. You're like, okay, I got fireball, and I got firewall, and I got this, and I got that, and then like every single ability just about has an enchantment effect.
Yeah. So the class mechanic is you have 3 slots, and you can pick one of your spells to get that enchantment. So that's just passive stuff. It changes how your skills work or makes stuff happen randomly or
yeah. So like I built an entire character around ball lightning earlier. I was just playing around with it, and I was like, okay, well, if I want the enchantment effect from ball lightning, which turns crackling energies into ball lightning, then I'll just like make a build where there's thousands of crackling lightnings all over the place, and then choose that. And there was a couple other ones that had crackling lightning on them too. So you said you can choose 3 enchantment effects?
Yeah, so it's similar to like, the Barb gets like 3 extra weapon slots. Well, the Sorc essentially has up to 3 different extra skill slots.
Yeah, because that's their bonus. The Barbarian gets Arsenal. The Rogue gets her, what was it?
Well, the Rogue chooses between 3 different schools.
And the Druid gets his little totems, and the Necromancer has his Book of the Dead, and everybody gets something special, so.
Yeah, Druid just gets passive stat buffs, but some of them are pretty good.
Yeah, they were talking about it on the stream. They said how you had to get them was you had to actually go and like make friends with the spirits, and unlocking all of the spirits allowed you to choose more buffs. It was 1 buff from every spirit and 2 buffs from one?
Yeah, the one you choose to specialize in.
But that's only if you unlock all the spirits and become all of their friends. Barney style. I love you, you love me. Let's get together and make bunnies.
Yeah, I was playing around with the skill builder. I made Frozen Orb and Blizzard just because.
That's not bad.
Yeah, it looked pretty good.
Anything that makes them chilled, like CC, is always great.
Yeah, I mean, like, think about my freezing arrows on from season 2. Like, what did she have trouble, like, with anything? Like, she's just like, pew, everything's frozen, pew, everything's frozen. The monsters couldn't even fight back.
Oh, and one of the enchantments for Blizzard is it casts Blizzard for yourself every like 8 seconds or something like that.
Yeah, on top of you.
Yep.
Which apparently, supposedly, you're able to hit yourself with your own abilities. So.
Oh, that's interesting.
That's what somebody was saying. So, like, so when it casts on you, you might want to move out of the way.
I don't know about that one.
Like, I don't know about any of them. Just somebody was saying that some of the abilities could hit you.
Oh, I saw Chain Lightning can hit you, and it like increases
Chain
your
lightning
damage.
definitely can hit you. That one says it right on the skill that it hits you. It's like, and it can hit you or the enemies, but it will prioritize the enemies.
Yeah, and if it hits you, it increases your next spell by 3 times or something like that.
It probably does damage to you though as well.
Well, I thought that meant it could bounce between you and enemies if there's no enemies to bounce off of.
I mean,
Yeah,
it
that's
says
what I-
it says unleashes a stream of lightning that deals 42% damage and chains between nearby enemies and you up to 4 times, prioritizing enemies. So I mean, that whole sentence includes the 42% damage. So I'm assuming it probably hits you for 42% damage when it collides with you, and then also gives you the buff in the process.
Yeah, I guess we'll see tomorrow.
We'll find out, but I think it just allows it to be useful even if there's no enemies. Because otherwise, if you build into that and you're versus boss, well, it's useless.
I mean, I'd be fine with that. Chain lightning is a very situational skill in Diablo 2 as well. Like, you wouldn't use chain lightning on a boss. Like, you just don't. Lightning is always better to use against the bosses than chain. Heck, charge bolt's probably better than chain lightning. I'm kind of surprised I don't see lightning in here, actually.
Yeah, they don't have a regular lightning. It's
No.
just Chain Lightning.
But they do have ball lightning, which is very similar to the one that comes out of the Tainted's mouth.
Well, and then they have like a Source gets like a lightning jab ability.
Although the ball lightning seems to be slower than the Tainted's. Although the Tainted's isn't very fast anyway.
Tainted is actually cold damage, isn't it, too?
Yes, I think it's a mix.
That's what always messes people up. It looks like lightning, but it's not all lightning.
I mean, there's definitely a lot of fun things you can do with the Sorceress. I do feel like there's going to be a lot of screen clutter with this character, though.
Well, if you only have maximum of like yourself and 4 people around.
I mean, I wouldn't really care about screen clutter as much if it wasn't for all the damage numbers on the screen as well, which are already going to be cluttering up everything. And I'm hoping that they handle the burn damage differently than showing every single tick. I don't want to see every single tick of the burn damage. Yeah, that's all. It gets a little bit annoying, especially like if you have 120 monsters burning with 6 unique with 6 unique effects per monster. Like, it's gonna get a little insane with all the little boop, 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 little numbers popping up.
I mean, like, if you don't like damage numbers, you can just turn them off and you're not really missing anything.
I mean, it's not a matter of liking them or not liking them. It's like sometimes they're excessively done. And it's very difficult to see what's going on the screen for all the numbers that are appearing everywhere. Some games do it a little bit better. Some games do it a little bit worse. Diablo 3 was terrible. Like, there's just so many numbers on the screen. And then they added that little feature where, like, the bigger your damage number was, the bigger the number was on the screen. So if you were hitting crits all the time and, like, overpowers or devastates or whatever you want to call them. Like the freaking numbers were taking up half the damn screen. It's like 7 trillion damage. Like 6 of them were popping up because you're hitting so hard.
I've seen some numbers from the D4 that made Diablo 3's numbers look like nothing, but it was a bug and will not be in live.
I mean, they added the armors and the mitigation, so it's just going to calculate it out. I mean, technically it'll be the same numbers, but at least we won't see the giant numbers. You know, like we might hit for 17 trillion, but then they got like 90% mitigations, so it's going to bring it way the hell down.
I'm talking numbers that probably, I don't even know if there scientifically is a number for it.
It probably was a negative integer roll. So if it's 0 and then it goes down below 0, it's going to immediately pop back up to the 64-bit negative integer, which is, I don't even remember what the 64-bit negative integer is.
I was actually surprised that it could actually render that, because every time it would happen,
yeah, there you go.
It would go up exponentially.
That is the negative integer for a 64-bit game. So I don't even know, what is that? 100, 1,000, million, billion, trillion. What's after trillion?
Okay. Take those numbers.
And then 9, and then after whatever is after trillion, then after that, that is the highest number possible that you can have within a 64-bit game. It cannot go higher than that, either negative or positive. Unless this is a 128-bit game, and then the integer goes even higher than that, which is stupid.
I think for the combat text, it must be converting it to text, because imagine that number, copy and paste it 15 times.
This footage is terrible, and I'm rewatching it again. There's something oddly like train wreck about it. Do another search for Diablo 4. Let's see if there's any new information popping up. I'm not even going to watch Asmund Gold's video. I'm sure he's laughing. If he saw the footage, I'm sure he already put out a video and he's laughing at it. His stuff's funny. I'm not going to lie. Oh yeah, by the way, Diablo 4 is not going to be on Xbox Game Pass, which may change once Microsoft owns the company, but they basically came out and stated it's not going to be on Game Pass, so. Which is not just a hit in the gut to the Xbox players. Game Pass is also on PC, by the way, so if it did hit Game Pass, the PC players would have been able to play it for free as well. PC Game Pass is actually pretty good, not gonna lie. And you can get both for pretty cheap price. The Xbox and the PC Game Pass are like linked together. So like my girl has an Xbox, so I just paid for like the higher version so that I'd have the PC Game Pass as well, so I'd get all the free games.
Oh, one fun event we could have on the beta is, it looks like one of the world bosses can spawn there potentially.
Yeah, Ashava actually has been scheduled. She's scheduled.
Oh, it's actually scheduled in.
Oh yeah, she's scheduled. They posted the schedule earlier. She is scheduled to spawn on the 18th at 10 a.m. PDT, 12 p.m. PDT, 10 p.m. PDT, and then midnight that same night. So they have her spawning twice within 2 hours, and then twice again within 2 hours on the same day. So she's going to spawn 4 times the same day, but they're going to be separated by a pretty big like time span. So the first 2 spawns are in the afternoon, morning-ish kind of a zone, and then the second 2 spawns are like midnight.
Yeah, I was wondering how they could do that because they would have to force it to spawn in only that area.
Oh, there may even be a developer controlling Ashava. That's something that they like to do in betas, is they'll actually spawn the world boss and then take control of the world boss. And they'll wreck our shop. They did that in Lord of the Rings beta. Lord of the Rings beta, literally, we thought we were fighting a world boss, and all of a sudden the world boss turned into another world boss, and the developer was like, "Come at me now, biatches," or something like that, and then he started kicking our ass with that world boss.
Yeah, they used to do stuff like that in Shadowbane when it was live.
They can do whatever they want in beta because it doesn't matter. Like, it'll kill you 1,000 times or take away all your gear or whatever. Like, it's in the contract. You signed it.
One thing we can do is get everyone there as a level 1 and see who lost the longest during the
I'm assuming that he has like a pattern. If you learn the pattern.
Yeah, you can survive if you dodge. Every world boss is avoidable.
Let's see here. Tools.
I used to laugh when I was power leveling people in other games, and so what would happen was I'm running several accounts, so I have like 4 of my characters in group, and then something valuable would drop, and this guy's like, "Hey, I can have the godly rune so and so said I could." I'm like, "No, I didn't." Like, "No, so and so said I could." I'm like, "Yeah, that's me. I didn't say anything to you."
Man, why are people hating on KFC so hard? Everywhere I look, there's somebody like hating on KFC.
Have you seen Canadian KFC?
I mean, no, but like, they're just. It's not even just like they're like the food's bad. Like, if I don't want to go to a restaurant, I just don't go to a restaurant. Like if I have, everybody has their preferences. Like if I asked everybody here like which one they would rather go to, like McDonald's, Burger King, Hardee's, etc., everybody's gonna have their own like choice. Well, of which one they would prefer. But I don't like straight up like dirt badmouth a place. They're usually not that bad that I would feel the need to do that. I mean, individual restaurants can sometimes be like, but not like the whole franchise as a whole.
I just wish I had a Popeyes near me.
I mean,
I don't like Popeye.
I mean, this dude right here, he literally goes, "What the actual F? What kind of effed up dystopian hellscape are we living in where you can purchase a subpar, bottom of the barrel piece of fried chicken to get early access to a GD beta of a game that doesn't even release for 3 more months? Our favorite IP is asking us to give money to Colonel effing Sanders so that we can test out our game like a bunch of greaseball hillbilly, full-fat, milk-drinking, cheese-filled corporate." I'm not even going to continue because it just gets worse. I'm like, who freaking like really like has to get that hardcore over a sandwich? It's like an $8 sandwich.
What about all the codes they were putting for the last Call of Duty in Jerky, the jerky that they were selling them on eBay?
I just don't even understand. Like, so the only other way to get a code is either have one given to you by somebody, like a developer or something, or be like a streamer and have it handed to you. Which, by the way, I didn't qualify, which was the silliest thing I've ever seen. They posted a link and they're like, "If you're a streamer and you need to qualify for a code, like here you go." And like I pulled it up and they were like, "Yeah, you don't meet the minimum requirements." I'm like, "What?"
What?
I don't meet I don't meet the minimum requirements.
There was a catch. They're expecting to get something out of it.
Well, the minimum requirements were stupid. Like, I don't even want to talk about it. Like, it was just like they weren't looking at any stats except for like one particular stat, which didn't even matter, in my opinion. But like, and you have to pay money, like of an exorbitant amount of money too. So like, what is it? What's the base cost? Is it 70 or 60? Because I know they've been up into 70. I didn't even pay attention.
70.
70. You have to pay $70 to get access to early access, right? So they give you another way to get early access for cheaper. For what, $8 is how much the sandwich costs or whatever? Well, I didn't look it up, but somebody said it was like $8. So you're going to complain that they gave you a way to get early access for $8 instead of spending 70? Where does that make any sense?
And to get lunch.
And you get lunch. So it's not like you're just even paying the $8 for the code. You're paying $8 for the code and you're getting free lunch. Because if you consider it that way, where people are going on eBay and they're literally buying codes for $9, which somebody earlier just said they did, just literally bought a code on eBay for $9, they didn't get a sandwich with their code.
It's actually cheaper than that. You can literally pay $4.99 and get a code, or $3.29 and get a code.
Problem is when they offer product placement codes like that, the things sell out really quick, and then everybody's trying to eBay them.
I mean, and even then, it's still $9 for a code, like from apparently what people are saying. Although some people are getting ripped off apparently, and the codes don't work.
Yeah, go to KFC and get a chicken little sandwich. It's $3.29 and you get a Diablo access key.
There you go. I should have went to KFC and got a bunch of sandwiches and literally gave away keys on
I mean,
stream.
that would have been pretty cool, but I mean, that's...
Sitting here, I should just sit here and eat all of the sandwiches on stream too.
I think it's one. Yeah, I think it's limited one per email account or something like that.
So you buy sandwiches, you get codes, and then you sell them for subs.
Yes. If you sub to me, I will give you a code.
Yeah, it's limit one redemption code per person.
Yep.
So they're like, no, you can't do that.
That's why you get multiple people.
Multiple people, or make 20 different email accounts.
When they had the Modern Warfare freaking codes and the Slims, and there was another product they had it in, it got sold out really quick. So my nephew freaking was he was buying codes off eBay for like 5 times what they were originally.
Well, I'm not gonna pay that much. Why would you even? This is what really gets me. Like, because somebody bought a code earlier, and I was like, "How much did you pay for that code?" Because you could just pre-order the game and get the code for cheaper, probably. And they were like, "Oh, it was only $9." So I'm like, "Okay," but like, if the code costs more than the game, why would you buy the code? Why? Why not just buy the game? What the hell? Like, if the game is $70 and the code's $80, you don't even get the game with the code. Why would you do that? You're just wasting money and you don't get the game. I'm going to say, you know what I'm going to do? You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to sell beta codes on eBay for $90 and just gift them a copy of the game. And it will legit work. And I will make $20 every single time.
Yeah, when they had the codes for like gun skins and stuff for Modern Warfare around Christmas time, my freaking nephew wanted me to lend him $50 so he could buy codes off of eBay. Told him he was out of his mind.
I love how people are so like seriously confused at what's going on in this video. Like this one guy, he goes, "Why does the game look so much worse in this video than all the others I've seen? Is it bad lighting in this area? Is it the cartoony player indicators? The fact that the UI and font look so generic and dull while also being so imposing and completely covering up what's going on half the time? The leaked videos have looked so much better to me than this. Not to rain on anyone's hype parade. I'm still looking forward to seeing it for myself tomorrow, but what a weird video." It's so like, it's so not angry. Like, he's not angry. He's just really confused. Like, like I don't know what's going on. Like, what? He's just looking down at the ground, like trying to figure out his life. This doesn't make any sense. It's contrary to what I've been taught. You just see him staring out the window. You guys know exactly what I'm talking about too. That's like you're like really don't understand what's going on and you're just staring out the window trying to figure it out, watching a squirrel or something. Mr. Squirrel. Wouldn't it be sad though if that's what it really ended up being? Is that's what the Xbox looks like? Like, you just the Xbox users just get a completely different game for no reason.
PC Master Race.
Oh god, it's terrible. Like, and then there's going to be comparison videos for weeks afterward. They're going to be like, "Why does the Xbox version look like this when the PC version looks like this?" And it's got like a picture of like Looney Tunes on one side and like the Mona Lisa on the other, and you're like, because I mean, if you think about it, like all the videos that we've seen so far do kind of resemble, in a way, they do kind of resemble like an old style painting, don't they? Like, if you really think about it, like if I let me pull up one of the older ones, it kind of does resemble like an old style like master's painting, like the colors and the art and the lighting and like the way things look. It kind of looks like a like a Mona Lisa or something, or like one of those older styled things. And then you switch back to this one and it's like, what happened? Where did it go? Where did it come from? Where did it go? Where did it come from, Cotton Eye Joe? The werewolf transformation. There's the werewolf transformation right there. Look.
Yeah, werewolf's gonna be pretty fun.
Do you think they were actually looking at the screen during this, or did they were instructed to pretend they were looking at the screen?
We have theorized that maybe they're not even playing the game and they're just talking to each other.
Well, they're playing, but the video is clearly edited.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's clearly edited for like zooming and things like that. But some people were also pointing out that it didn't seem like their button inputs were actually like affecting the characters.
Yeah, like the video of them and there isn't going to be synced up because everything is just edited and post. They just throw random footage up when they're talking at that time.
But he's got a potted plant in the background. Oh my god, look at how the druid looks in that freaking character panel. Like, what the hell's going on there? He got like an Egyptian looking hat on. He got like the white bear pelt coming around his chest. Like, I don't even know what art style I would call his dress. And his pauldrons seem to be made out of roots or vines or something. It's a very mismatched. It is very mismatched. Very, very mismatched.
That dude's definitely never used the transmog or dies.
It was very ugly.
It looks like a cow patty on his arms.
It does kind of look like poop. Is there a picture of the other dude's character? Hold on, I think there was a picture of the other dude's character too. He opened the character panel at some point. It was in here. Where the hell was it? Because the his shows up on the right side. It's pretty annoying though to cover up half your boy's screen with your character panel while you're playing around in your inventory. You're like, dude, check your inventory later. Oh, that's kind of cool. X to mark as junk. That's an interesting feature. So I guess when you go back to town and you click sell all junk, it'll just automatically sell the items that you've marked as junk. So you might have to be careful not to mark something as junk that you didn't intend.
What would happen if you're doing couch co-op and your other dude decides to keep opening the world map?
I think you're gonna be screwed. The world map was over here, so I mean that jank covered up the entire screen.
Yeah.
That was the whole screen.
Or if you want to respec, like assign talents in combat.
I mean, it's gonna have to be something that's gonna wait till we get to town, so cause but I'll AFK for a little bit. And when they zoom in on this stuff, it really does not look good. Like right here, they did this little zoom in bit where they were trying to show us something like the name of the monster, and they zoomed in and it didn't look good at all. I mean, look at that freaking werewolf. He does not look good. I think Diablo 2 graphics are better than that. It's very, very low poly. Like, this has got to be old footage. It has to be. It's just, it's terrible looking.
Well, they also wanted D4 to run on potatoes. Like, you can have a 10-year-old PC and run it no problem.
I mean, yeah, but they should be playing on an Xbox Series X, if anything. Like, I mean, if this is on like an Xbox One or something, I mean, it does seem rather silly to use this as your like before beta footage.
You can play the game on a NVIDIA 900 series.
Apparently, you can play it on a 660. Minimum requirements is a freaking NVIDIA 660, which is like a freaking, I don't even know, 12-year-old GPU or more. Apparently, you can run it on a potato.
Yeah, but like in general, Blizzard tends to have pretty well optimized games.
Yeah, I mean, and I get that, but
You know, the screen that's reflecting in his glasses does not match the screen he's looking at. I just noticed.
well, there's a camera. So there's the camera is probably dead center, which means it looks like they can't even see the screen. So if you do pay attention to the reflection of his eye, the camera is blocking the reflection, which means it's probably right in the way of the TV, so they can't see anything.
No, I saw a blue square and I assumed that was the TV and not a camera.
Well, there's a blue square, but there's also a camera right in the center of the blue square. I mean, obviously they have a camera. They probably have multiple cameras because they keep switching to different angles. The resurrect animation. The boy got one full beard, though. I'll give him that. He got the fullest beard. He must have been shaving that thing down every single day, like, but never shaving it off. That jank is full. I've had like a beard before that I never cut for like years, and it never got that full. I'm jealous. I think he's really a werewolf. You have died. You will lose 10% equipment durability when you revive at a checkpoint, or wait to be resurrected.
Not gonna happen.
Well, they said they fixed the resurrection so that it's not instantly interrupted.
I knew somebody in school that had a beard like that when they were like 14.
That's one of the things they're talking about here, is they're talking about, like, apparently it used to interrupt you immediately as soon as you tried to res somebody. But now, like, you can actually... He said very small change. It's not a very small change. But now, apparently, it only reduces it by, like, a percentage when you get hit. So you might actually have a chance of pulling off a res in combat.
No, I mean, just try getting a random person to stop what they're doing and res you.
Oh, yeah, there's in-game voice chat we saw in the settings. Like, localized, I'm guessing, party player chat. But then there was also voice chat too, which might have been, like, localized, like, voice chat with people near you.
Yeah, just proximity chat would be fun.
Yeah, it seemed like there might be proximity chat and party chat. Get people screaming at you.
I mean, like, with how few people you're supposed to encounter, you can play, like, Marco Polo with people.
Marco Polo.
Yeah, I like the druid skills, but I do not like how they look like a Cultirian from WoW.
But do you like the spaghetti and meatballs?
Yes.
Because it's right here and you can taste it. Look.
Oh yeah. Yum.
I'm telling you, man, it looks just like spaghetti and meatballs.
It really does.
It really does. I know they were trying to go for something disgusting, but they really just ended up making an Italian dinner. Yeah. It is kind of cool when it explodes, though.
No, so far it looks. I think at least the battle system. I think the battle graphics looks a lot like D3.
Yeah, it's improved D3.
All right, guys. Have a good night.
All right, you have a good night too. Enough looking at the F reel footage. Dang F reel footage. Is this the Sorceress? I think this is the Sorceress. Oh no, that's the Barbarian fighting the boss. Oh no, and the Sorceress. Okay. That's the Barbarian and the Sorceress. Fighting some sort of blood bishop.
I remember a long time ago watching Rumble in the Bronx when it came out in the theaters. And there's a scene where the kid gets a Game Boy from the character and he starts playing. He's all excited. I'm looking at the scene. I'm like, there's no game in the Game Boy. And finally, what's his name came out. The director came out and said, well, I thought it would be distracting to the child if I actually had a game in the machine during the scene. So I just had him pretend he was playing, not actually playing.
Ugh. It's terrible. You should just let the kid play.
I'm like, I bet you every person who saw that movie in 1995 looked at that and said, there's no game in the Game Boy. I mean, it was so obvious. There's a big difference between a Game Boy that's got a game in it and a Game Boy that doesn't have a game in it.
Throwing the frozen orbs.
Well, I mean, especially if you can see the difference. So, like, if you can actually see that the cartridge is empty.
Yeah.
You're like, I don't know.
And the kid's, like, acting so overly excited into the game. And I'm, like, looking at it and, like, there's not a game in there.
Dungeon completed, Zenith. This monster looks kind of cool. Like, kind of reminds me of something for, like, a horror game. Like arms growing out of his back or like tentacles growing out of his back and stuff. It's kind of cool.
I don't like that guy.
What, this one? The Blood Bishop? Is he rude to you? Did he touch you in naughty places?
No, he's just tanky. He takes too long.
He's angry. We blew up his spaghetti.
Yeah, we did blow up his spaghetti.
I've been farming for charms all night, and either I'm getting tired or I'm boring myself to sleep.
Man, it happens if you do the same boring, repetitive task over and over again.
Yeah,
That's why I don't understand how people can farm Mephisto like 1,000 times in a row. Yeah. I'm looking at you, regular schmuck. Like
well,
he's.
Somebody said this was the best way to get skill charms. Apparently, it's not.
He's like, I farm Mephisto or I farm a Veil 1,000 times, and I'm like, oh man. I'm like, like props, but like, how did you not fall asleep? Like just like doing the same run over and 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 over again.
You're trying to get skill GCs?
Yeah, I'm trying to get some...
Nightmare.
Yeah, Nightmare's best for that.
Yeah, I've been doing Nightmare Cows. I think I did them. I think between both tunes, I think I did them about 9 times.
Yeah, it takes a lot of times to get skillers. We had a guy last season that literally was like, he was running all defensive skillers on his dragon paladin. And I was like, well, what skillers are you running? He's like, oh, I'm running defensive skillers, because it beefs up my damage. And I'm like, it doesn't beef up your damage. I'm like, you don't do anything. And he's like, so I should run offensive skillers. And I'm like, no, that doesn't do anything for dragons either, because they're not affected by plus to skills. And he's like, well, then what should I run? And I'm like, you should run combat skillers or something else entirely, like, because the defensive skillers are definitely not doing you any good. And like the next day, I was like, I found a combat skiller, and I was like, hey, I found a combat skiller. Do you need it? And he's like, no, I'm good. I found, what was it? I found 8 yesterday.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
good for you.
I'm like, you found 8 yesterday? He's like, oh yeah, I was farming the cow level. And I'm like,
they just all happen to be combat.
and they all happen to be combat. So you found 8 skillers, and they all are 7 skillers, and they all happen to be combat.
Sounds like.
And he was like, yeah, he was like, yeah, I got really lucky. And I'm like,
no.
I found 3 enigmas in Hell Cows.
And I'm like, I was talking with, I was talking with people about it. I'm like, have you ever? I even asked somebody. I was like, not the same. I was like, have you ever found 8 skillers in a single day? And they're like, yeah, occasionally, I found like 8 skillers in a single day, but one will be like curses, and one will be like passive and magic, and maybe I'll get like 1 or 2 combat skillers or something. But I was like, but have you ever found 7 combat skillers in one day? And he's like, no, never. And I don't know, it was just.
If that's true, that dude needs to play at the lottery.
But the only reason why I'm bringing it up is not to make fun of him, but just simply to tell you that, like, they're a little rare, and you're not going to find the ones you want right away. And you're probably best off, if you do find a nice one, is like trade it and get something, because you can pick up planes pretty easily. So like if you find a nice one, you can trade it for a nice rune, and then use that rune to buy yourself a bunch of planes, and then slowly upgrade to the ones with skills, or with additional effects, and eventually you'll have a nice set.
Well, I traded with somebody in the kinship. What I did was I got a lightning source charm. So I traded with somebody who was a lightning source who had a cold charm.
No, not the luckiest SOB Eternal. He was purchasing them. We figured that out pretty quickly. It didn't take a genius. As soon as he found out that was what he needed, he just went on and bought himself 7 P-Combats. Probably in a pack, for all I know.
That's kind of like cheating. I'm like, hey, if I
not
bought
kind of
everything
like
I needed in one day.
It's not kind of, it is.
If I bought everything I needed in one day, there'd be like no point in playing anymore. Like, okay, I found everything. The game's over.
Well, and that's the lesson that you learn about cheating is that as when a young kid, you love cheating. Like you'll throw in all the cheat codes in GTA or whatever game you're playing, the God mode, and you get all the weapons and everything, and then you get bored, and you don't want to play anymore, and you know it kind of ruins it for you. You're just like, oh well, now I'm bored and I don't want to play this game anymore.
It was like,
And
when.
And that's what you do to yourself. You buy all the items and you get bored.
Do you remember when Diablo 1 went online and all of a sudden everybody was duping everything and you could have somebody, you'd log in and somebody give you everything you could ever possibly want for your character, and it's like, okay, now what?
Oh, Diablo 1 was worse than that. They would also take away everything you had.
Yeah, I know.
There were cheats that you could like kill somebody while they were in town. So like you weren't even safe. You could join a game with a cheater. He would come back to town and kill you while you were in town and then take all your items.
Yeah, but they were duping like crazy too.
Yeah, but if you were like a legitimate player and you weren't duping or you didn't know how to dupe or maybe you just hadn't learned how to dupe yet, maybe you were perfectly willing but you didn't know, like you could potentially lose all your items just by logging into a freaking game and like a cheater would be in there and he would just freaking PK you. A lot of them had gear on that was like so ridiculously well balanced that like it almost crashed the game. That's how freaking OP it was, and there was no chance you were ever going to kill them.
They hacked their stats too.
Yeah, and there was no chance you were ever going to kill them in PvP. So like if you did PvP them, you would just die and lose all your equipment. And I remember a couple duels with like hacked characters, like both characters were like super hacked, and they would just literally sit there and like neither one of them would take damage until finally something would happen in the game code and like one of them would just like spontaneously explode.
It took too much, man. It took too much.
Like there were items I remember in Diablo 2 that were so hacked that literally you couldn't even look at them. If you looked at them, your game would crash. And if you put them up in the trade window, it would crash the other person's game too.
I remember when D2 launched, everybody was looking for somebody to dupe like they duped in the first one. And people were like, yeah, give me your gear. I'll dupe it for you. And then it's like, you'd hand over your gear and the person who you handed it to would just log out with your gear. And in that case, you kind of deserve to get your stuff taken. You know, if you were trying to get your stuff copied like that.
We were all young and stupid.
They learned pretty freaking
don't
quick
think we
not to
deserved
trust people.
Well, I remember when you in D2 when you couldn't trade Annies, you'd have to drop it on the ground.
Same with torches.
I remember when there was an Annie.
Well, there was no shared stash, so.
Yeah, but then you know, you would go to a trade game and they would drop the Annie on the ground and you'd like race down to the other side to pick up the item.
Oh, there were tons of exploits that you could use that were funny. One was the sorceress would sit outside of town and go drop all your items on the ground. I'm going to dupe them for you. Like, and you would sit on the inside of town away from her, and you wouldn't even realize what was going on. And you drop all your items on the ground, and they would teleport in, and they would take them all. Oh, there's tons of them. The pop and body scam was a thing until they finally fixed it. Then they increased the number of bodies that you can have, but that was like super ridiculously easy to do. You basically just killed somebody and then you dropped a bunch of crap around their body, and then you just killed them again when they came back out, and they accidentally picked up a bunch of crap and then clicked on their body, and so most of the stuff was like still on their body, and then when they died, they couldn't have another body, so everything that they picked up would fall on the ground, and then you just take it all.
The item fountain.
Yep.
I saw many item fountains.
Corpse explosions. We called it popping bodies back in the day. You were popping the bodies. Nowadays, there's like a maximum number of bodies that you can have. It's like crazy. So like to do that, you'd have to kill somebody a lot of times. So there'd have to be a lot of bodies on the ground.
I think it stayed at like 16 for a while on LOD. If I remember right.
The beta goes live tomorrow. Well, I guess technically it is tomorrow now. So this afternoon, technically.
9 a.m. PST, 12.
I stayed up too late last night. I was up till like 6 a.m. this morning. What happened was I went to bed. I stopped playing the game, like leveling, like I was going to go to bed at 2:30, and then I started sorting my bank, and the next thing I know, it was 6:30 in the morning because I was up all night playing bank Tetris.
I think I'm gonna go to bed and get some sleep so I can get ready tomorrow. I'll probably start the stream early tomorrow. I don't know. Yeah, at least like maybe 2 hours early or something, and we'll just like BS and chat about it while we're waiting. Maybe form groups. I don't know. See how many people are online.
I'm gonna do cows one more time because of that need like a hair to level, and then I'm gonna go to bed.
All right, I will catch you guys tomorrow.
Later, man.
All right, guys and gals. Final little doojakes for you to make sure you guys pre-download. All right, if you're gonna play the beta, pre-download and save us all a lot of heartache because we don't want you lagging up our servers while you're downloading the game. So make sure you guys do your pre-download. If you don't know how to do the pre-download on Xbox and PlayStation, I believe you just have to search for Diablo IV beta in the store. For the PC version, what you have to do is you have to actually change to the Diablo IV beta. Let me show you how to do that real quickly before I leave. For those of you who have not pre-downloaded the game yet. Bink. All right, so here it is up on the screen right here. So what you're going to do is you're going to change this from Diablo 4. You're going to change it from Diablo 4 to Diablo 4 beta. And then it's going to say that you can pre-install the game. So you want to just do your pre-install. If you want to, you can change the settings, by the way. There is an option for high-resolution assets. Let me see if I can bring that up on the screen, too. It's a different window. I hate when they do this. I don't know why it can't just be the same window. Here it is. All right, so if you want to modify the game, what you got to do is you got to click on your the modify installation and then go to modify install. And then what you want to do is uncheck the high resolution assets right here. That will reduce the installation size of the game by 40 gigabytes. So if you have no intention of playing in 4K resolution or 1440p, maybe you're only going to run it in 1080p, you don't need the other 40 gigabytes of the installation. So you can uncheck this and only install the 40 gigabyte version instead of the 80 gigabyte version. It's completely up to you, of course, and you can obviously re-download it later if you want to. But just for your knowledge, and especially for those of you who may be running low on space and 80 gigabytes might be too much for your solid state, it's a good option. You can still run at 1080p. Obviously, 1080p is not really considered high resolution. It's really like 1440p and 4K and 8K and stuff like that are considered high resolution these days. And that's pretty much it. I will see you guys and gals tomorrow. Definitely join me for some Diablo 4 beta fun. As always, thanks for watching, and keep watching.